Chapter 1. Opening his eyes and looking at the white ceiling of the ward, Chiyu struggled, very tired. In other words, it is now called Uchiha Ishina. However, this is the name of this body. After a moment of trance, Chiyu slowly returned to his senses, gave a wry smile, and accepted the fact of passing through. I don't know if it was luck or misfortune. Chiyu lived well at Blue Star, and came here inexplicably after he slept. Occupying the body of Uchiha Ishina, who was dying, swallowed Uchiha Ishina's soul in the chaos of consciousness, and it took a long time to wake up. The owner of this body, Uchiha Ishina, is 18 years old, has a handsome face with excellent Uchiha genes, and the killer Matt Hedgehog head who makes Chiyu feel ashamed. After losing his family in the Nine Tails chaos more than 7 years ago, he turned on Sharingan. However, it was only recently that a few years of hard work started the Sharingan. Although it is above average in the Uchiha clan, as a Uchiha with ideals, how can this be enough? But it doesn't matter first, and second, there is no credit, so there are not many ninjutsu that can be obtained. With a good physical talent, this guy is stupefied whether he wants to develop ninjutsu, or is Inferno style integrated with the Thunderfire chakra attribute nature transformation, and then he plays something wrong. NS. After all, I haven't even figured out the nature of chakra. Isn't studying Inferno style looking for death? Chakra, the thunder attribute of the riot, received electrotherapy, and Chi-Yu-Gi-Oh took over the magpie's nest. However, I just woke up and faced a huge crisis again, because according to his memory, it is now Konoha's 56 years old, the protagonist Naruto is more than 7 years old, and Sasuke is just 8 years old. The clan's first master Uchiha Shursui is dead. Thinking about the next man who squatted on a pole, Chiyu shuddered in fright. The old man Shinigami repeatedly probed his place. Should he give him face? Of course. Give me a fart. Chiyu immediately began to save himself. The Uchiha clan has long been clamoring for rebellion, and Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of Turtle Ninja, couldn't stop him. He knew the situation of the Uchiha clan, so he concealed Mangekyo, which was opened during the 3 wars, to avoid Konoha's fear of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha also has the confidence not to rebel against the clan. But a peerless genius Uchiha Shursui jumped out, so the Uchiha tribe, who was miserably suppressed by Konoha, started to jump, yelling that the sky is dead. The patriarch Uchiha Fugaku is also pitiful. He is a rare person in Uchiha who can tolerate him. It's a pity that in Uchiha, without strength, he doesn't have much right to speak. What's more, he compromised with Konoha and accepted the arrangement of the relocation. Who told Uchiha to take the blame for the Nine Tails incident? The big 3-tomo Sharingan from Nine Tails, who doesn't doubt Uchiha. Then Uchiha Fugaku should become the Uchiha patriarch with the lowest prestige in the past. Now that there are Shursui and Itachi, who are more powerful than the whole family, Uchiha is like a plug, and every move is clearly seen by the Konoha executives. Perhaps 1 or 2 years ago, Uchiha was monitored in all directions by Konoha, and now Konoha's monitoring room even sees the Uchiha clan from a distance. Even if he is a Uchiha, he is probably on Konoha's high-level list. It is impossible for Konoha to leave Konoha in a fair manner. The clan must rebel and not let the fighting power leave. Konoha must cut the grass and roots, and he will definitely not let him leave. Ishina, are you doing well? Uchiha asked medicated when Uchiha Ishina reported to the guards after he was discharged from the hospital. Yes, Captain. Shurnai applied to return to the team. Chiyu said, after leaving the hospital, I came home to have a meal and came to the security team to report. The Konoha security team under the control of Uchiha increased its manpower 2 years ago. Uchiha Ishina barely squeezed in because he could not only learn more ninjutsu, but also salary. Only when Chiyu returned to the guards could escape better. Chiyu didn't rush to tell the patriarch, telling him to suppress the clansmen not to rebel, nor did he tell Itachi. This is unrealistic. Now the whole clan is already shooting arrows and can't look back. Captain, I started 3-tomo Sharingan. Please help teach some ninjutsu. I also want to contribute to the clan. Chiyu said. After passing through the rebirth dove occupying the magpie's nest, the soul power increases, which makes Sharingan, who was originally Urgyu, go 1 step further. As a person who has worked in the workplace, Chiyu did not go to the elders, but the captain of the guard. Oh, there is such a good thing. It seems that you are a blessing in disguise, but don't create any ninjutsu in the future. How can ninjutsu be easy to create? Wouldn't it be better for you to come to us? Uchiha's drugged face, suddenly he smiled a little. What the captain said is that I won't dare anymore. Chiyu said, bowing his head. Cut, if you didn't make the 3-go jade yourself, even if you ask, would you give it? Chiyu secretly slandered. It's good to know, you have a good talent, but you are not proficient when you just turned on the 3-go jade? I'm looking for the experience I have written over the years. You can take a good look and some practical ninjutsu. Uchiha said, right on the body. Find it in the seal scroll and the desk. He can ignore Urgyu Sharingan, but 3-tomo Sharingan is already very powerful, and he is still a newly promoted young man. It is rare to find him instead of an elder. He has to win him over. Then Uchiha Medicinal Flavor gave some lightning-style, fire-style ninjutsu based on Chiyu Lehua chakra attributes, and then kindly explained a lot of knowledge and skills to Chiyu. Chiyu thanked him for a great deal of gratitude. Without the captain's words, he stood on the Uchiha medicinal team, and the two became more cordial. Uchiha Yahweh immediately gave Chiyu a team leader. Although it was only a patrol team with 3 people, he was also a member of a certain system. Captain, do you know when our next meeting will be? Chiyu asked Uchiha Yahweh. I remember the reason Itachi made up his mind in the original book. After a clan meeting was over, his father Uchiha Fugaku asked him to see the steel in the Nanga River secret chamber, revealing Mangekyo, and showing Mangekyo's method of controlling 9 tails in the illusion. Itachi, who was still hesitating, went directly to Danzo to accept the task of extermination for the village. The clan will say tomorrow. Before you went to the hospital, you didn't notify you. Remember not to be late tomorrow. Uchiha told Chiyu to leave after saying the medicine. Now he, the captain of the guard, is very busy. Chiyu took a breath, unexpectedly so fast, but Chiyu also paid attention to Sasuke. Chiyu didn't know whether it was the next day or the day after the clan meeting. However, it can be observed by Sasuke. Because it was late at night when Itachi killed the clan, half of the people in the clan were killed in their sleep. But the strange thing is that it was so late, but Sasuke, the second son of the patriarch, came late after Itachi had destroyed the clan. It's impossible for ninja school to leave school so late. Perhaps because of certain transactions between Itachi and the village, Sasuke was delayed until he came back. After returning to the guards, Chiyu's member Uchiha has not yet arranged for medicine. First, he followed Uchiha 8 generations to learn to lead the team and became the temporary deputy captain of the Uchiha 8 generations team, ready to go to patrol the streets. Seeing Uchiha Yatsushiro and the other 3 tribesmen with stinky faces arrogantly patrolling the street all the way, Chiyu scratched his head. Wouldn't it be the same for the predecessor? It is no wonder that the Uchiha family is a well-known family of patience in the second dimension. Isn't it low-key at this time? Isn't this looking for death? Shirsue's suicide can't stop the tribe from going crazy. I'm afraid instead, he made up his mind to the vacillating patriarch. After all, he had been tolerant before. After Shirsue's death, he agreed to rebel and began to persecute Itachi. On the second day of the clan meeting, Itachi did not participate. Without Shirsue, the strong Mangekyo, the emotion of rebellion in the clan remained unabated. Seeing the aggressive clansmen, Chiyu followed Uchiha Yahweh and waved his hands a few times to avoid becoming an alien by yourself. Chapter 2. The next morning, Chiyu arrived at the guard, and after the assembly was completed, Captain Uchiha Yahweh assigned 3 subordinates to him. Shurnai, although the young people in these 3 tribes have poor aptitudes, they are very energetic. They lack some experience in teaching. You must take them here. I gave it to you yesterday. You learn and teach at the same time. They train them. After the morning meeting, Uchiha smelled Chiyu and said, I understand the captain. The guard is a good place to learn and grow. I will let them adapt quickly and fall in love with the guard. What I learned will never be privately handed to them. Chiyu understood very well. Captain Yahweh didn't stuff any old fried dough sticks, but a few ignorant newcomers. He clearly needed to train more subordinates. After all, most of the guards didn't really follow him. Otherwise, with so many powerful subordinates, he could fight for the position of elder. The 3 new members, 2 Sharingan with 1 Go Jade, and 1 Sharingan with 2 Go Jade, are all smaller than Chiyu. It seems that the captain is not easy to snatch someone from the clan. They are all leftovers chosen by others. As soon as Chi Yulai did not show any official power, he kindly took the three of them to a big meal and met each other casually. Chi Yu didn't bother to understand it anymore. It was useless. Next, I took the three of them to practice ninjutsu. Seeing Chi Yu's generous sharing of Uchiha's medicinal ninjutsu and his experience, the three of them were naturally happy to learn. Then at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Chi Yu took them to patrol the street, mainly around the Hokage building, because the ninja school is next to the Hokage building. Then it happened to see Uchiha Sasuke leaving school. Chi Yu led the team to follow. When he saw Sasuke in the Hui clan, Chi Yu was relieved. It didn't seem to be tonight. After returning home from work in the evening, Chi Yu repeated the use of Shadow Clone technique. First to get familiar with Grandmaster Shadow Clone technique, and second to learn with Shadow Clone, trying to see Uchiha's medicinal practice experience. Chi Yu was like that on the second day. The other Uchihas were anxious to show off in Konoha 24 hours a day, and Chi Yu took his subordinates to practice ninjutsu again. However, in the afternoon, watching the students of the ninja school leave school, but did not see Sasuke, Chi Yu felt a little bit inwardly. Then I asked the other students and realized that Master Hokage was going to teach an elite class just now, which made many students very envious and jealous. Because I heard that after the will to fire, Master Hokage will watch them play and give pointers. Chi Yu nodded when he heard the words. There are 6 grades in the school, and there are several classes in each grade. But Hokage only went to the 9 small strong class. The will of fire finished talking about the battle topic, which was enough to drag it late. Chi Yu led the team back, immediately waved his hand, and took the 3 subordinates to the busiest restaurant for a big meal. In Chi Yu's small house, he prepared a large amount of detonation and suffering, and Chi Yu sighed slightly when he watched the people walking for a little while after dinner. Maybe I can't save you, and I may not be able to escape, but I can give you a chance to resist. Maybe you will die more tragically, but if you can die, you can understand. Maybe you can cover it for me? So Chi Yu gained several shadow clones, then transformed into mice, and placed some detonating charms in an inconspicuous place in the clan. Don't underestimate the transformation technique. Naruto's transformation into a wind demon shuriken can fool him not to cut it again. Transformation into Rasengan can fool Uchiha Obito, who has Rinnegan. Chi Yu uses it in places where no one wants to observe it, so he doesn't worry about being discovered. Then these avatars began to hide their tricky positions and waited. When Shadow Clone observed that the clansmen at a certain edge turned off the lights, they quietly turned into the men in black to touch in, because Itachi would definitely attack these clansmen who were asleep first. Who are you? The man in black squatting in the corner was instantly restrained by a man whose ghost appeared. K. Shu, a black-clothed shadow clone in the distance immediately threw the detonation talisman. Chong, a figure holding a short sword rushed like thunder and lightning. Bang! When he touched the figure in black, the man in black turned into a white mist and disappeared. Boom rumble, the detonation thrown out was unsuccessful, and a violent roar sounded in the silent night for an instant. K somewhere. Chi Yu immediately sat up in shock, his face full of horror. Just after he distributed the shadow clone, he was ready to squat in the corner. As long as there was an abnormal movement inside, he immediately detonated the detonating talisman. I didn't know that there was no movement after squatting for a long time. As soon as it appeared, the shadow clone was caught in the illusion. Because it was the shadow clone, it broke immediately. Fortunately, there was another shadow clone stalking nearby and released the detonation talisman. Suddenly, detonation talisman roared in a few remote places of Uchiha clan. How can it be so strong? Itachi is very strong, and Chi Yu understands it, but when he is so strong that he is consciously vigilant and inexplicably seckled, Chi Yu is shocked. He is 3 Tomo Sharingan. Even if he has just been promoted, is it only this level? Unexpectedly, he was ruthlessly educated by Itachi with reality before he showed his skills in the shinobi world. Who the hell is it? At this moment, Itachi wearing a white cat mask is extremely gloomy. After he knew his father's strength and determination, in order not to be tarnished for the honor of the Uchiha clan, and for his younger brother to survive, he finally made up his mind to shoulder the task of extermination. After several silent actions succeeded, he unexpectedly discovered a strange chakra reaction in Sharingan's perception and quickly attacked. Unfortunately, the opponent was the Shadow Clone, and the second Shadow Clone also detonated the detonation talisman. Seeing the roar of a dozen detonating talisman bursting continuously, Itachi clung to the scarlet blood-dropping dagger. His body trembled, and the majestic pain and murderous spirit surged. But gritted his teeth, Itachi put on black clothes, put on a mask, and rushed towards his own house. What's the matter? Where did the explosion happen? Here, here. Here too. Immediately alert, immediately alert. Where's the nighttime ninja? With more than a dozen blasting roars, the Uchiha clan immediately roared, and the area with more than 300 people was immediately brightly lit. Boom! Someone hit the tree with a punch. What the hell is going on? At the edge of the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then drank with a black face. Seeing that the chance of successfully clearing Uchiha is right in front of us, how did the accident happen? Is Itachi too weak? Huh? There was an accident. In the distance of Uchiha's guard, a certain masked man was confiscating the harvest. He was surprised when he saw the blasting roar. Hokage-sama, there is a roar from the Uchiha clan. In Hokage building, Umbu immediately reported 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking an old pipe. On Konoha's sparsely lit street, a young hedgehog's head was stunned when he heard the explosion and immediately ran desperately. Oh, you guys should have to do it too, right? Chiyu secretly said, so he hung a few scrolls and immediately rushed out of the house. Chiyu didn't go to the guards. The masked man was not good at perfunctory, nor could he go to Itachi. His chakra should have been remembered by him. Shoo-hoo. When Chiyu ran out of the room and jumped on the roof to go to the central point of the clan to gather, Wuchang quickly attacked Chiyu. Who? Chiyu immediately dodged and quickly unfolded the scroll to reveal dozens of unprepared counterattacks. But because of the fact that Qianben was hit by his hands and feet, his face instantly looked at the countless explosions that hadn't been thrown out. Boom rumble. There was a violent roar that continued for several breaths in an instant, and 2 nearby houses were immediately destroyed. Coal. Attack the enemy. The elder who was quickly gathering the ninjas in the distance saw the enemy making a move and immediately roared. Damn it. Several ninjas in black masks who shot are also angry. I wanted to quietly solve these Uchihas who lived on the margins. I didn't expect that the other party was also a talent. He hung a few scrolls and went out, and instantly took out countless detonations. Don't Uchiha people like to play with Sharingan? Everyone immediately bombard Uchiha with all their strength. Don't give them time to assemble, and then quickly annihilate them in the chaos. Shimura Danzo's roar immediately came from the captain-level earphones of these hidden people. Chapter 3. Boom, hole. Shimura Danzo roared, and immediately led the group towards the Uchiha clan with a gloomy face. I wanted Itachi's assassination to be carried out in advance, just washing the buttonholes behind the roots, but now it's getting into trouble, and I can only do it immediately. If Uchiha gathers, Danzo will not dare to touch his roots. Shoo-hoo. Swish swish. In an instant, countless figures came from all around the Uchiha clan, and countless hidden weapons and detonations were directed towards the Uchiha clan. Boom rumble. In an instant, countless people who had not figured out the situation were immediately stunned by the continuous explosions, and then countless ghostly figures jumped among the scattered streets and houses, and countless screams were heard in an instant. The continuous shining light and roar, but set off Konoha's strange silence. There were not many lights in the middle of the night, and they all went out almost after a while. And here in the Uchiha clan, countless escape techniques are raging, and roars and bursts are heard at the same time. Then the noise diminished and fell into a weird silence, accompanied by all the lights were extinguished, leaving only thick dust and gunpowder smoke, proving that something had existed. When a white cat masked man walked out of the patriarch's house, the nearby masked ninja immediately backed away. Itachi endured fierce grief and anger, and Shadow Clone, who had just followed his brother all the way, had returned to his body. The last trace of reason drove him to the door of the clan, to meet the young and frightened figure, to complete the last thing he should complete. Step. Itachi, what the hell is going on? Danzo rushed over angrily after seeing Sasuke fainted by Itachi. I made a mistake. Most of Sharingan was destroyed by the blast, which made Danzo feel distressed. As for the impact of the roaring battle, Danzo didn't care. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen's business. Itachi ignored Danzo. The Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan gave Danzo a cold look, then threatened a few words, and then left with Sasuke. Master Hokage, I'm very sorry. After Itachi handed Sasuke to third Hokage, he reported the incident. At first, he subconsciously thought that the people in black were the actions of Danzo's roots, but then he thought about it and found it wrong. Danzo shouldn't do these meaningless things. As for third generation and Umbu, it was even more impossible. Itachi suspected that the cooperating masked man had the greatest doubt and was hostile to Konoha. Taking this opportunity to make Uchiha and Konoha fight together seemed to make sense. Hey, it's me who should say sorry. Itachi, that organization will ask you in the future. 3 days later, Konoha village is still peaceful. A caravan delivered the goods and left Konoha village happily. Swish, when the caravan passed Adolfo Street, a mouse quickly got into the alley from under the carriage. Boom, a white mist dissipated, and a handsome black-eyed teenager appeared, with crisp short hair and wearing black casual clothes. Finally escaped. Chiyu sighed with emotion. After the genocide discovered Sasuke's situation on the day of the extermination, Chiyu knew that the extermination was coming. So when he took the three to go to the restaurant for a big meal, he took the opportunity of going to the toilet and used the shadow clone to escape. The body transformation technique became a pendant and followed a certain guest away, and finally got into the caravan preparing to go out. Chiyu is very fortunate that the Hyuga clan is still in the Cold War with the Hokage family. At first, the Cloud Shinobi village messenger stole Miss Hyuga and was killed. Then the Hyuga clan was sacrificed by third Hokage to avoid war. The bizarre thing is surprising. In fact, the Hyuga clan family, Byakugan, was taken away by Kirigakure during World War III. The Hyuga clan blamed Konoha for failing to protect and rescue, and did not use diplomacy to retake Byakugan. As a result, he strayed from the village and refused to let the Byakugan ninja of the Hyuga clan contribute to the village. Third Hokage took advantage of the momentum to suppress the Hyuga clan. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga clan backhanded the Hyuga Hizashi corpse. It is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen is stunned by this move, and he is not really afraid that Cloud Shinobi village will start a war. Konoha has 3 consecutive ninja wars, which one loses. Besides, Cloud Shinobi village, which lost the third Raikage and Beware of the Land, can really start a war? Raikage reckless man. If he is really emboldened to start a war, there is no reason at all. He just wants to be honest with the Hyuga clan. Byakugan is very easy to use. Don't buckle. We have cured Uchiha. Please pay attention. How could it be counterproductive? A corpse of Hyuga Hizashi was delivered, and the third generation was stunned, and then he did not dare to move the Hyuga clan anymore. After all, the Hyuga clan sold badly. If they go too far, God knows what the shinobi in Konoha should think. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen spent half of his life arrogantly, leading Konoha to win World War II and 3 wars, but he did not expect to lose the prestige that he had accumulated for half a lifetime after he was old. Without the Byakugan checkpoint of the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan has just been extinguished, the Konoha executives did not dare to do fire things again. After throwing all the pots to Uchiha Itachi, they did not strictly investigate, because they have a list in their hands. Almost every movement of the Uchiha clan has been under their control for more than a year, and none of Uchiha's clan members slipped through the net that night in their records. A secret scroll report records. Uchiha Ashina, 18 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan, was wounded by Chiban, and the detonation Kuma scroll he summoned was not thrown out and exploded continuously and died. I bought 2 samurai swords, with 2 red 5-pointed stars printed on both cheeks, and wearing a pair of sunglasses to hide my identity and avoid the accident of being recognized. Let's not talk about Konoha and everyone in the ninja world. The forces are very jealous and coveted for Sharingan, and there are many enemies, and then it will inevitably be a big trouble. As for where to go later, Chiyu shook his head, not making up his mind for now. Akatsuki is dangerous? It's It's my shit. Uchiha moistens the soil, Uchiha dances, Otsutsuki Agarwood, etc. are dangerous? It seems that Obito is trying to calculate Nagato, Madara is trying to calculate Obito, Black Zetsu is trying to calculate Madara. But behind all of this, Sage of Six Paths was considered deadly. Chiyu didn't panic at all. As long as he didn't die, he would live to the finale easily. The most important thing is to be alive. Just like what Uncle Snake said to Kimimaro. It's meaningless to live, but if you live, you can find interesting things. I just think you found out how much flowers are spent, and I found you just the same. It's just that there is still the ambition that should be there. It's also Sharingan anyway. Why didn't it evolve Rinnegan's dream? How come there is no dream of immortality and becoming stronger? Try to get 10 Tails Jinchuriki by touching the tail beast and Geto statue. I don't dare for the time being. The level of Sage of Six Paths is very dangerous. However, you can prepare to fish the Otsutsuki trio, so as to obtain the chakra alchemy on them, as well as the wolf from them. Even if that can't be planned, you can plan Uncle Snake's living corpse reincarnation at the last time, the ghost shoots technique of the low level, and there are a lot of things to plan in this world. You can fully strengthen your own strength first, and wait for Otsutsuki. The courier can be delivered by a group of people. Furthermore, it is to help Sage of Six Paths continue his bloodline of the Fairy Eye. Although there are still 2 orthodox bloodlines of Itachi and Sasuke alive now. But Itachi's body is still alive, but his heart is dead. The rest of his life is to watch Sasuke grow. As for Sasuke, there is only one daughter, Zorana, in the future. Chapter 4. Hey, I said you be asterisk 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 D. When are you going to follow us? The turbulent blonde beauty stared at the young black-clothed boy who followed us with her eyes closed and the sword with her golden eyes. Follow forever. The black-clothed boy opened his eyes and answered with a sweet smile. You be asterisk 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 D. Don't get into it. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Tsunade burst out furiously, gritted his teeth, and shouted angrily. No, my will tells me that if I leave you, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Tsunade, I don't want to regret it in the future, and I don't want you to live so confusedly. Chiyu continued to smile and said softly, B asterisk 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 D. Tsunade rushed with an angry fist. Then it came to an abrupt end, because Chiyu pulled his shirt apart and made a gesture to his chest with a knife in his hand. Tsunade's current weakness is fear of blood, which is still extremely serious. Shizen next to her. With her own 3-tomo Sharingan, she dare not mess around. This matter has to be talked about last night. These days, Chiyu practiced actual combat exercises. After opening the vest and receiving a bounty task, he ran to the target casino and then unexpectedly encountered Tsunade gambling money in it. Chiyu was taken aback at the time. Unexpectedly, Tsunade would gamble in black casinos. Chiyu was surprised. Tsunade is a famous fat sheep. Although he has been betting and losing all the time, he is basically in the formal casinos. Every time at least several millions of big bets. No I can meet, even when I think of a small place. Chiyu looked at Tsunade in surprise at that time, then faced the counterattack casino man and continued to solve it quickly. Tsunade took Shizune and watched the excitement with the wine bottle so calmly, but there was a little discomfort in his eyes because it disturbed her to gamble. Chiyu quickly slashed the target and ignored those who fled. He immediately wiped the knife clean and scattered the smell of blood on his body. With a surprised expression on Tsunade, he proposed to marry him. Tsunade, be my wife. Although it was abrupt, Chiyu shouted. To be honest, Chiyu didn't think about attacking Tsunade at first. After all, when he crossed over, it was the eve of the extermination. After escaping, he began to practice frenziedly. There are beauties who have thought about the ninja world, but it is a pity that many beauties are only a few years old now. After encountering Tsunade in vain, Chiyu fell under a few glances, her maturity, her beauty. However, Chiyu's request greeted him with a powder punch, which instantly frightened Chiyu's 3-hook jade. Because Tsunade punched too fast, Chiyu could not improve much in a short time no matter how crazy he practiced. So, are you here to kill me? Looking at Chiyu, who was lifted by the aftermath of the strange force fist, came out of the ruins of the house. Tsunade's face flashed with helplessness, and he said softly, not to blame for her misunderstanding. Uchiha has just been exterminated by the world, and now she encounters a three-tomo Sharingan. Needless to think that it was from the Uchiha clan, who also came to kill her. Why is Uchiha Itachi annihilated? Why did this three-tomo Sharingan find himself? Tsunade used her feet to know that there was a problem behind Uchiha's extermination, starting from the first time she knew the news. After all, Uchiha Itachi was only 13 years old. What did he use to destroy the race? Uchiha is so weak. Will he occupy the first ninja in the ninja world until now? Her teacher, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's policy, she knows best. Back then, Uchiha was forced to move to the clan and to persecute the Hyuga clan. Now Uchiha is suddenly annihilated. Who believes it is not Konoha's ghost? No, I didn't expect to meet you by chance. I just like you. Chiyu said drunkenly. The young people in the previous life and the new century have long been frightened by all kinds of tedious and exotic marriages and love in the social environment. The youthful love affair during the campus has also disappeared. After leaving school, they dare not try to go. Love, because I am worried that I will get hurt. But after encountering Tsunade, his self-conceited concentration is too low to imagine. Perhaps because of knowing Tsunade's life, he was captured by this charming woman. Hey, are you Uchiha? A survivor of the extermination. Strong as Tsunade, naturally focused, and noticed Chiyu's performance. It was a surprise to see him so sincere, but she didn't believe it. Yes. Is it possible that the real murderer who wants to destroy the tribe is not Itachi? Your goal is still me, Konoha's Sannin, Hokage's student, Tsunade said with a raised eyebrow, seeming to disdain Chiyu's performance. It's true that genocide is more than Itachi, but, although there are some regrets, I have no hatred. If you like you, just say it, nothing more. Puff, you and I are not kids anymore. Don't you think this is abrupt? Love at first sight, Tsunade asked amusedly. It's very abrupt, but the emotions burst out, and I don't like restraint. Love at first sight is not enough, because I know you very well, even if this is the first time we meet. Tsunade looked at Chiyu sincerely, and her heart became more and more confused. She couldn't tell the truth of the other party and couldn't judge herself. Then she shook her head and asked Shizun to leave. The interest in gambling was disturbed, and the other party's genocide was also very miserable. She didn't bother to care about it. But when Chiyu saw this, he subconsciously followed, frightening Shizun to guard him tightly. Go away. No matter if what you say is true or false, my surname is Senju. It's impossible between you and me, Tsunade said with a gloomy face when seeing the boy following up. There is almost no intermarriage in the bloodline family of ninja. The marriage between the Senju and Uzumaki clan was already a rare spectacle. In addition, the Senju and Uchiha clan, judging from the knowledge of history, the two clans did not deal with each other, and the two had a great hatred. Times have changed, Tsunade. Now you are the only one left at Senju's house. I am the only adult left in Uchiha. I can do it together, Chiyu said with a serious look on her face. Saw the golden figure instantly fisted. Huh, Tsunade stopped suddenly, because Chiyu put the taisho in his hand on the base of his neck. Puff, why do you think I'm very kind? You think I don't dare to do it? Tsunade froze for a while and laughed. No, I know you are afraid of blood. You have no chance of winning at all, Chiyu said softly. Boom, after Chiyu finished speaking, Tsunade immediately exploded with suffocation, and the huge momentum burst out all over her body, causing her clothes and hair to dance wildly. Shizun immediately held the pet pig in one hand and locked Chiyu sideways while holding on to the other. What else do you know? Then you want to know what? After all, I know a lot. Tsunade looked calm and obsessed with his eyes, and his heart was very disturbed. It was very annoying that a person who couldn't see through and guessed appeared. After that, she continued to walk with Shizun. Chiyu followed. Even if they suddenly left, Chiyu still followed. Maybe Tsunade's strength. She really wants to run. Chiyu may not catch up, but there is another Shizun. Even if Shizun threw hidden weapons, threw explosive kawu, threw poison, and got close, they couldn't stop Chiyu, the trailing fool. Are you sick? Tsunade said angrily after failing to try to stop Chiyu again after the Tiensho stepped on his feet for hundreds of meters. I have to race against time to follow, so that you have more time to get to know me, and you are no longer young. You are in your 40s. Don't run away. Look, you also know that I am over 40 years old, and will be an old woman in a few years. Do you think I will believe in your pursuit? No. 30 years later, at the age of 70, you still maintain your current youthful appearance, including the girl next to you, with the same appearance. Sure enough, you have investigated a lot. Little is known about the fact that 100 healings mark and Baihao technique can maintain a youthful appearance. After that, Tsunade was not angry. Chiyu could no longer control her. Now she has no complete plan or purpose, so let's pester Tsunade first. I just hope to avoid her extreme disgust and resentment as much as possible, otherwise I will be heartbroken. Chapter 5. After being annoyed all night, he was also surprised by Chiyu's toughness and sincere expression. Tsunade suddenly felt that if this strange boy didn't figure it out, she would be very itchy. Are you eating? Tsunade asked, looking at the black-clothed boy following him. His attitude became a little more normal. Huh? Eat. Chiyu replied in a daze. So the three of them went to a nearby town, rented an accommodation, and then waited for the kitchen to deliver food. What's your name? Tsunade asked as he ate a fruit drink immediately after checking in. My name is Chiyu. I used to be called Uchiha sure. Chiyu replied after drinking a cup of tea. Tsunade was stunned when he heard the words. Uchiha annihilated. How did you escape? I noticed something wrong and made some preparations. When the clan was annihilated, the body was not in the clan land. How did you notice it? Those who do it shouldn't miss this flaw, right? Otherwise, it's as powerful as Uchiha. I'm afraid it's not so easy to destroy the clan. Tsunade said with an eyebrow. In the face of Uchiha, to quickly cut the grass and roots, Konoha must have a sophisticated design and will not give Uchiha time to react with a thunderous blow. Chiyu scratched his head. How did I know? Of course I watch anime, but what should I say? Tell the truth. Will Tsunade believe it? Is it possible to predict the future? Besides, since you have sensed the danger, why didn't you report it to your clan? Tsunade asked again. Oh, I'm not afraid of your jokes. Although I regret that Uchiha has stepped into such a situation, there is nothing I can do. This is not just the conflict between the family and the village, but there are several black hands behind it. Moreover, they are walking on the wrong path without knowing it. Not only are they stupid, but they are also overpowered. Someone has saved them, but they have chosen the wrong approach. Although I don't fully agree with Itachi's approach, I can't stand it. Wouldn't it be nice to have the child Uchiha Sasuke and I survive to regenerate a Uchiha who did not go wrong? Chiyu calmly said that although Uchiha Fugaku in the beginning, Shursui and Itachi in later acts were a little strange, but they did try to save Uchiha, but they failed. There is too much involved behind it, not just the past of the village. If you don't break or stand, renew a new family, that's not wrong. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then stared at Chiyu. Seeing that he didn't shy away from his own inspection, Tsunade became confused for a while. Oh, by the way, you said you looked down on Itachi, but what does Itachi do? Tsunade found a certain point and asked. He has always claimed to have surpassed the Uchiha clan, but he desperately tried to maintain the balance between the two sides, until he found that his father Uchiha Fugaku was completely standing in the attacker, and revealed to Itachi that he was using his Mangekyo Sharingan. He hoped that Itachi could use Mangekyo to control the Konoha high level to carry out a bloodless revolution. Otherwise, he would have to use Mangekyo to control Nine Tails. And then Itachi, who was still hesitating, immediately decided to choose the village. In order to prevent Uchiha from carrying the stigma of rebellion, he left his younger brother Sasuke as a deal, and Itachi personally exterminated the clan and carried everything on his back. Chiyu said while eating the fruit. Somehow, facing Tsunade, he didn't want to hide it, and said a lot. Uchiha Fugaku, is there a Mangekyo Sharingan? Tsunade was immediately confused. What's the situation? Oh, it was opened during the Third Ninja World War. It was aimed at avoiding the fear of Third Hokage, so it was kept hidden until it died in Itachi's hand without revealing it to outsiders. Chiyu said regretfully. The three wars started? Died by Itachi's hand? No outsider knows. Itachi, a 13-year-old child, even Mangekyo, can really beat his father, the old Mangekyo? Outsiders don't know. How did you know? Tsunade feels now more and more confused. After seeing Itachi's choice that night, Miyazu and his wife chose not to resist and were slaughtered, believing the patience of his genius son Itachi. How do I know? I don't know how to explain it to you. Tsunade suddenly became silly, not because of Chiyu's last sentence, but because of Uchiha Fugaku's behavior. Even if Uchiha Fugaku doesn't resist, the other Uchihas can't die in their sleep, right? Is it Umbu's hands or the roots? Tsunade asked with an ugly face. Although she admitted that both the teacher and Danzo, the old man, were for Konoha's sake, she couldn't understand many of these practices. It's the root and another Mangekyo powerhouse. Chiyu replied. Another Mangekyo powerhouse. Tsunade was stunned, staring at Chiyu and asked. Well, a strong Mangekyo who is not in the clan, who often wanders in Konoha, was spotted by Itachi when he went to see the stone stele of the secret room of the Uchiha clan and found him to help destroy the clan. He killed the entire guard by himself. Listening to this bizarre, unimaginable thing, Tsunade stroked his face suddenly. I said, that Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, plus one Mangekyo from outside the clan, for Mangekyo Sharingan, you rebels. Tsunade was speechless, and he spit out, and at the same time secretly rejoiced in his heart, my God, for Mangekyo, if they work together to rebel, can Konoha stop it? After all, Uchiha Fugaku is still eyeing Nine Tails. Chiyu didn't answer, and continued to eat the fruit quietly. He also slandered in his heart. None of the four Mangekyo stepped in to attack the rebels. Suddenly, Tsunade approached Chiyu immediately with a scrutinizing gaze, and solemnly asked, the Mangekyo Sharingan from outside the clan, you must know who it is, right? Who is he? Tsunade had to ask. Shursui is dead, Uchiha Fugaku is dead, and Itachi and that Mangekyo are still alive now. Hearing the words, Chiyu glanced at Tsunade, contemplated for a while, and took a deep breath. His name is Uchiha Obito. Chiyu still honestly said, as for the consequences, Chiyu didn't care about it. Now that I'm here, do you want to follow the original story? That is impossible. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito, Tsunade murmured, thinking for a long time without a clue. Tsunade-sama, that Uchiha Obito is 4th Hokage's disciple, Kakashi's companion, but he died at the Kamubi Bridge. Shizune, who was shocked from start to finish, replied, What? Why is it him? No, his eyes were transplanted to Kakashi. Even if he survives by chance, it can open Mangekyo? Yes, Tsunade was puzzled, completely messed up. She really didn't know much about Sharingan. I don't know if Sharingan alone can be upgraded again, but I will tell you quietly, when he upgraded Mangekyo Sharingan, his two eyes were very close. There is too much disclosure. Chiyu doesn't mind more. Perhaps, telling this unique superwoman more the truth, this ninja world will be more interesting, maybe. Chapter 6. Tsunade sighed. She doesn't care about this information anymore. What she cares about is, excuse me, Mangekyo Sharingan must have done the Nine Tails chaos. Who the hell is it? Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Fugaku? Tsunade asked Chiyu, with some expectations. Behind these things, there was a lot of fog. It was made by Uchiha Obito. Impossible? He was only 14 years old at the time, with only one eye and the other in Kakashi. Even if he can control Nine Tails, 4th Hokage is very strong. How did he do it? He really couldn't beat his teacher Namake's Minato. He was almost killed, but because his pupil technique is space-time pupil technique, his ability is a bit weird. As for 4th generation, Nine Tails was sealed to death, or it was a martyrdom. Chiyu said, although Obito was educated by his teacher at the time, he won as a result. Tsunade was stunned. Uchiha Obito is still alive. Why didn't he go back to Konoha? After all, his teacher is Hokage. Why do you want to attack the master? Tsunade asked softly with an embarrassed face. She was very puzzled. Hey, he knows that dozens of people in Kirigakure chased down Kakashi and Lin to help, but saw that his beloved Lin died on Kakashi's Chidori, and he exploded immediately. The terrible sadness directly made him Urgoya Sharingan, evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan, including the one in Kakashi's left eye. Finally, he learned that Lin was captured by Kirigakure and transplanted 3 tails into Lin's body. He deliberately asked Kakashi to rescue Lin. After Lin returned to Konoha, he let the 3 tails in Lin's body explode and destroy Konoha. But Lin was aware of this situation and committed suicide under Kakashi's Chidori while Kakashi was fighting with Kirigakure. Obito only had Lin in his eyes, and he didn't want to admit this fact. He felt that Konoha was not worthy of Lin's sacrifice, and he wanted to seize the power of the tail beast to recreate the world, so he made the Nine Tails Chaos. Chiyu said briefly, making Tsunade think about it for a long time. Transplanting 3 tails? Why did she commit suicide? Isn't this giving away a tail beast? Tsunade murmured and said confidently. Chiyu did not refute. Even though Tsunade was not in the village, there were a few people in Konoha who could single-handle 3 tails. 4th generation, 3rd generation, and Jiraiya Orochimaru could easily win 3 tails. No kidding, let alone several. Powerful sealing technique. Why is Konoha's poor education? I don't even know the strength of the tail beast, and he can't even evaluate the leadership strength of his own village. It is quite successful to be brainwashed by the will of fire. It is too much. Chiyu complained. Screamed. Dignified Hokage's students didn't even know 3 tails and couldn't assess the power of the village. As for whether it is a tail beast, if Madara doesn't stop him, he will really send the tail beast, but Madara has calculated everything, and Kakashi and Lin will not be able to leave at all. Well, do you know what Uchiha Obito is doing now? Tsunade asked again. Tsunade is still very worried about a person who has no good intentions for Konoha and has the idea of hitting a tail beast. Don't watch her wave. She will go back when Konoha is really in danger. He fooled a chess piece to create a powerful organization, ready to take the nine-tailed beast into trouble in the future, and the current Itachi and Orochimaru are in that organization. What? Orochimaru? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then frowned, rubbing his forehead. As a partner who grew up, she felt that she had never looked through Orochimaru. Once he was a little normal, where could 4th Hokage be Namake's Minato? How come you have fallen to this kind of terrorist organization now? Catching the tail beast, isn't that offending the entire ninja world? Why are they? Why do you know so much? After all, you didn't leave Konoha very much, and your strength is, it's okay. Can you tell me how you know? Tsunade shook his head a few times, and he was stunned. Examining Chiyu asked. After all, things are too bizarre and seem to be pretentious, but Tsunade can only analyze it by instinct and dare not really believe it. Chiyu was upset when he heard the words. What should he say? Say you are not from this world. Come through? It is estimated that Tsunade immediately turned around and left. Said to predict the future? Or is it a great immortal who knew thousands of years before and decades later? You said before that Shizune and I still have the same faces after 30 years old, really? Tsunade asked Chiyu, thinking about it. Huh? Well, yes, it hasn't changed at all. Chiyu nodded in response. Then, what were we doing at that time? Tsunade looked at Chiyu expectantly, as if wondering something. Seeing her look and question, Chiyu smiled and shook her head, a little funny about her tricks. Didn't she just want to test herself? It doesn't matter. Well, you have nothing to do. After all, it has been more than 10 years since Hokage resigned, and Shizune works in the hospital. Chiyu said. So, can you predict the future? Tsunade asked, looking forward to Chiyu, staring at Chiyu. She believes this. After all, Jiraiya has been shouting the son of prophecy by her side for decades. Chiyu heard the words and thought about it, nodded, and then shook his head again. Are you? Or are you? Tsunade broke a little. How to put it? It's not easy to explain. I know some of the main things in the past, present, and the next few decades, without Mount Myaboku's great Toad Sage's ability to predict the future. Chiyu said frankly. Slap. Tsunade immediately slapped the table upon hearing this. I see. You are coming back from the future, right? Tsunade immediately yelled wisely. Chiyu was immediately shocked by Tsunade's brain. It seems that he underestimated the imagination of people in this world. Master Tsunade? Shizune shivered next to him, looking at Tsunade very confused and worried. And Tsunade suddenly looked at Chiyu with great interest, because Chiyu was stunned for a moment. It seemed to her that she had guessed the facts, and then was stunned. Otherwise, how do you explain that Chiyu knows so much and still knows the future? Could it be made up? No matter how stupid Tsunade is, with her powerful perception and insight, she has never found that Chiyu has an acting element. If Chiyu has this acting skill at a young age, she will recognize it as well. How can you understand this kind of thing about people traveling back in the future? Is it possible that Namake's Minato didn't erase his memory and told you about traveling through time and space? Chiyu became curious for a while, and then asked in confusion. It's not that Chiyu looks at this world, such a backward and chaotic world. How many people really know that the world is a round planet? Fourth generation Go, traveling through time and space? What's the situation? Tsunade and Shizune immediately stared at Chiyu. Seeing this, Chiyu sighed inwardly. It seemed that he was thinking too much, but Namake's Minato didn't cause trouble. Well, I didn't travel in the future, but this world does have the thing of traveling through time and space. But the person involved, Namake's Minato, sealed the memory of the person who experienced it. Can you tell me something? Tsunade asked. About 10 years ago, Namake's Minato went to Lulan for a mission and met his son Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost 17 years old in the future. He traveled to Lulan to chase the enemy, who traveled through time and space. After defeating the enemy, Namake's Minato did not affect the future, sealed everyone's memory. Chiyu said that Chiyu is also inexplicably worried about the time and space of this world. The dragon veins and the time and space treasure plows in the Kaguya palace on the seabed are all things that blast the sky. I don't know if there are other things. Nonsense, what is Minato doing? Shouldn't this kind of opportunity be a good time to ask about his son's future? Wouldn't it be possible to avoid many crises? Tsunade said excitedly. How can such a good opportunity be wasted? Otherwise, fourth generation will not die in the Nine Tails chaos. Nonsense. Namake's Minato hadn't become a Hokage at that time. Kushina was pregnant with Naruto 2 or 3 years later. If it is not sealed, what if it affects his future son? Chiyu said, this world can affect the future through time and space. Just look at Bo Run and Shuzwa Crossing. Chapter 7. It's ridiculous that it affects his son. Is it important to have the Nine Tails turmoil? If you keep your memory and ask about it, you may be able to avoid the crisis in Uchiha Obito, avoid the Nine Tails turmoil, and prevent the messenger of Cloud Shinobi village from causing trouble in the Hyuga clan. It's about Uchiha. Tsunade slapped the table with anger, making Chiyu and Shizune stunned. Sorry, you are really wrong. When all these add up, it is really not as important as his son, because his son later became the savior of this world, not only the savior of mankind, but the savior of the whole world. Chiyu speaking of a sip of tea. Suddenly, Tsunade and Shizune were completely shocked, very unbelievable. How is it possible? What can there be in the world? No. Is the son of prophecy that Jiraiya Tenten yelled for is true? The son of fourth generation is the son of prophecy? The one who brought changes to the ninja world? Tsunade murmured. The change of fart, but the son of prophecy is true, and the savior is also true. The change is hard to say. The future world will only have an additional means of transportation, and the house will be a little more beautiful. Konoha village is still full of robbers and thieves, one robbed in 3 days, and one robbed in 2 days. The big country Darren village is peaceful on the surface, and the interior is messy. The small countries all over the world are messier than it is now. The old toad of Mount Myaboku doesn't know what to say no. I seriously suspect that he used the wrong words. Or it is because you and Jiraiya have problems with the education of the two of you and did not teach the son of prophecy. Chiyu complained about the messy world of the blogger's biography at that time. After all, the word change can't be talked about. Is it how? What's the matter with me? Why am I wrong? Tsunade digested it and immediately grasped the point. Because in the future, as fifth Hokage, you are the person who favors Naruto the most. Kakashi is the leader of Naruto and the person who teaches him ninja knowledge. Jiraiya is the person who develops his dreams, and you are the person who guides him to practice tasks. Chiyu said, but this is only Chiyu's position. With the vision and thinking of 2 generations, Naruto felt that Naruto had done little after the Fourth World War, but for the world, they felt that Naruto did a good job. Chiyu, I can only show my hands. What do you expect from a person who has no knowledge and culture and has 0 ninja written test? It's no wonder that the 6th Hokage of Lao-Ka took about 15 years before giving way to Naruto. Tsunade raised his head, took a deep breath and vomited for a long time. His face was very complicated, and then he shook his head. Can you tell me what happened to me? What will happen next to me? What will happen in 30 years? Tsunade seemed to have thrown away unrealistic hearings, but he still wanted to know. At the same time, I desperately hope that what Chiyu said is true. Well, you are confused and depraved for another 5 years. And then third Hokage died. Jiraiya brought Naruto to come to you to become Hokage. And then during your tenure, Konoha suffered a disaster and was beaten in various ways. Crack. When Tsunade heard the words, his face was distorted to anger, his fists squeaked, and Chiyu jumped. Although it is not your reason, Konoha was really troubled during the 4 years of your tenure. He was destroyed by large-scale enemy attacks many times, and the entire Konoha was blown up the last time. Bang, wow. Tsunade heard the words, and with a hard fist, the entire table was shattered, and his face was suddenly faceless. Master Tsunade? Shizun next to her immediately called her. Boom, boom, boom. A few people in the store ran in with a dumbfounded look. They looked dumbfounded and trembled a few times before tidying up the hall with Shizun. Is it true what you said? Tsunade asked with a solemn expression and complicated. Yes, many people died, including Shizun. Tsunade immediately exploded with a terrifying aura, and his whole body was full of golden light. The whole person was very angry, and Chiyu was speechless at once. No, you are not right. You have a problem. You clearly said, Shizun and I lived for 30 years. Why did Shizun die after I was in Hokage for 4 years? Tsunade immediately caught the doubt and retorted Chiyu loudly. It's like grasping the criminal's handle, very rigid, but at the same time, she can see the extreme regret in her eyes. How much she hopes that Chiyu is really a future man, so that many misfortunes can be avoided. You have finished listening. Konoha was destroyed, and the man died, but Naruto defeated the enemy and influenced that enemy. In the end, the man consumed his life and used the forbidden technique to resurrect the entire 100,000 Konoha. So Muyi just lost his property and no personnel at all. Chiyu shook his head and said, taking a sip of tea. Hearing this, Tsunade stared at Chiyu, biting his thumb and fingernail, and was stunned for a long time. I don't believe you, but I don't know how. I'm very fascinated. Tsunade said in a daze. The whole person looked very uneasy. He lowered his head in thought and raised his head to sigh. Miss Tsunade? We won't know after 5 years. Shizun next to him looked at Tsunade nervously and said. Tsunade frowned when he heard the words, but recovered a lot, and then said, yes, time will tell. Then that, Chiyu-kun, right? Can you predict tomorrow? Tsunade asked expectantly. I've said it. I don't have the ability to predict. Chiyubai gave her a glance. However, although no major events have happened in the past 5 years, Konoha's ninja green sunflower blue will trick his student Morinoi Kaiten to steal the Thor sword and scroll from your grandfather's second generation and defect to reign shinobi village within 1 year. F*****K. Tsunade slapped the table with anger. Is there any more? Other things are fine too. She continued to ask. Well, after a while, Itachi and Loquat Juzo went to the Water Country to assassinate a relative of the Water Country daimyo. They were stopped by 4th Mizukage, and then Loquat Juzo died. Itachi wounded 4th Mizukage, and when did 4th Mizukage die? I don't know, but Three Tails will be the only tail beast without Jinchuriki in the next few years. Is that so? Anything else? You can remember anything. Tsunade expected that she could easily investigate the green sunflower and blue matter, but she had to wait a year or two. Itachi and Loquat Juzo happened in Kirigakure. It's hard to find out. She needs to know more. Well, within a year, the sprites of the land of ghosts will be released, and then they will be sealed with death by Mithriya, the current witch. There is going to be a war in Lulon. Queen Sarah of Lulon is dead, and Lolon's magnificent 1,000 towers will be destroyed. Destroyed no longer exists. Well, there is a remote summoning island in the Red State Islands. The people on it are studying the dangerous ultimate summoning beasts. They will all be eaten. There is a 15-year-old girl from the Uzumaki clan. Oh, speaking of this, Kasano Kuni is now treating Uzumaki mothers and daughters as mobile medical treatment because they can recover from their injuries by biting them. That mother should be bitten to death due to overtreatment of others in the next year or so. Boom, Tsunade exploded again. Damn Kushinin village. Tsunade was obviously murderous this time. Go, Shizun, let's go to Kushinin village. Tsunade immediately lifted his leg and walked out. Chiyu was stunned. This, in the bewilderment of the shop, Chiyu paid for the room and meals, put the food in a scroll, and followed out. Chapter 8. It's not that I look down on you. You don't have the strength to rush in a Chao ninja village, even if you raid their medical department. Chiyu said to Tsunade, who was hurrying along the road. Tsunade's face was calm when he heard the words, but he didn't say anything. Do you know what happened recently? Tsunade ignored Chiyu's instructions, but continued to ask. Well, probably not long after, Danzo deliberately let the elite spies Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto fight, and Nanoyu died. Kabuto's faith collapsed, and then a rare genius in the ninja world went crooked. He finally became an accomplice of the World Destroyer and brought great trouble to the world. Unloading the mill to kill the donkey? It really was the old dog's practice. Tsunade sighed and said, and then you was not in the mood to inquire more. Hey, boy, I actually hope that what you say is true, so that we can avoid a lot of tragedies. Although it is impolite, I still want to ask, is everything you say true? Tsunade, after all, is still big probability believed the words of this boy who had only seen him for a day. Here, you can confirm it slowly, and I will accompany you to witness. Humph, if you lie to me, you will die miserably. Believe me, fear of blood can't stop me. Yes, you can get it if you didn't see it in the past. Well, but this time going to Grass Ninja Village does not count. It is difficult to confirm your statement. When I find the girl of the Uzumaki clan on Summoning Island, I will go to the Kingdom of Ghosts in Lulan to see if it is what you said. I will accompany you to witness. Tsunade snorted. Although she was unhappy, but she also wanted to witness. Well, it's a long journey, Tsunade. Let's talk about our feelings. What do you like? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After a while on the road, Chiyu couldn't help but asked for a topic. Oh, don't you know the future me? I have to ask. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. I don't know you in every way. I don't know except for gambling and eating sweets. Cut. Oh, yes, you said that 30 years later. I have nothing to do. Do I have no family? Didn't find a partner? Tsunade was curious about the future self. Well, no, the only suitable Jiraiya. After you gave the opportunity, he gave up. Chiyu said, thinking of the original Jiraiya before going to raid Shinobi Village, Tsunade and him drinking and talking, it is already obvious. Cole. How could that be D? Oh no, how could I be like that? Tsunade was suddenly confused. How could this mean he took the initiative? Still rejected? Tsunade was very angry. Although Tsunade's face was gloomy and angry along the way, when he arrived at Kushinin Village, he suddenly became cold. The ninja guarding the gate of Kushinin Village was still very eye-sighted, and when Tsunade came, he immediately received him respectfully. The village chief Yayoi Shin and several elders knew that Tsunade had come and immediately came to receive them. The diplomatic ninja village, which is well known in the ninja world, is not a ninja with zero political minds. Although Tsunade has not been in Konoha for many years, as a relative of the daimyo of Fire Country, a student of Konoha 3rd Hokage, and the best medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade can be said to belong to the ninja world, and this is also the capital of her comfortably swaying the ninja world. Tsunade exchanged greetings with some high-level officials from Kushinin Village, and then they understood their intentions. Yayoi Shin and several elders, without hesitation, immediately released the people who were confined in the backyard of the medical department. I always apologized to Tsunade, claiming that I didn't know that the mother and daughter belonged to the Uzumaki clan. As for the truth, who knows? Anyway, the mother and daughter never told her surname, Uzumaki. Even when Tsunade was invited to meet the mother and daughter, the village chief Yayoi Shin apologized to the mother and daughter. The attitude is so good that he is in the center of the ninja world, but he has been living well in Ninja Village. Look at his neighbor, Rainy Country, 100 miles away. He has been fighting forever, this gap. In terms of geographical location, the country of grass is sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of rain. In terms of strength, he was the weakest in this lap, but he flew well. No matter how strong he is next to raid Shinobi Village, he is not torn apart by the war. Chiyu sighed about their way of survival, and sure enough, there was something. Tsunade immediately checked her mother Miko after seeing her mother and daughter. Now Miko's skin is pale and blue, her body is thin, and her red hair has lost its luster. Suddenly, Tsunade's face turned black. Looking at the many bite marks on Miko's body, she resisted the killing intent, then angrily took away the beautiful son and daughter and left. Yayoi-shin was so scared that he grabbed Chiyu behind him, saying all kinds of good things, and offering countless money and valuable medicines. Chiyu took it politely and didn't look down on them. If conflict really broke out, even if Tsunade broke out in peak state, they would not be able to leave Chaorin village. What's the matter? In the evening, Shizen took care of Uzumaki Miko, who was conditioning her body. Tsunade carried a bottle to the roof and drank. Chiyu came over and asked, "Chiyu, will Konoha village in the future be very unpopular?" Tsunade asked melancholy. "I don't know. Anyway, 10 years later, in the Fourth World War of Ninja, the Ninja Coalition of Ninja, the president is Reikage, you are just a staff," Chiyu said, not wanting to tell her the whole truth for the time being. This kind of news will stimulate her more questions, and she will have more opportunities to communicate with her. Tsunade sighed heavily and looked deeply unwilling. After all, Konoha has been carrying a handle since her grandfather Senju Hashirama established Shinobu village. Unexpectedly, when she was in her hands, she could not get the lofty position of the Ninja Coalition commander. Chiyu asked afterwards, only to find out why she was so depressed. Bringing Uzumaki Miko and her daughter here, Tsunade immediately treated her body, and then asked about Uzumaki Miko. 20 years ago, during the Second Ninja World War, Uzumaki's country was raided and the country was destroyed and her family was destroyed. Under the protection of her elders, Miko Uzumaki ran all the way to the land of Northwest Ninja. In the last 6 or 7 years old, she lived alone in the country of grass. After all, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to cross the steep rocky mountains of the country of Earth. Then she got married, but the small village suffered a disaster, and only the mother and daughter remained dependent on each other, and the fact that she used her body to save people was revealed, and then the ninja from Kushinin village took her to Kushinin village. The condition of her willingness to be a medical kid is to let Kushinin village teach Phosphorus to become a ninja. Tsunade asked why she didn't go to Konoha, and finally passed by Uzumaki Miko to falter. Tsunade learned that the country of Uzumaki was destroyed in the past. Although Konoha village did not participate, it did nothing. They ignored it afterwards. They couldn't believe it. Leaves. It seems that the Uzumaki clan who escaped the catastrophe did not go to Konoha. Chiyu said, Kushina went to Konoha before the extermination of the clan. Do you know any other Uzumaki clan? The one from Rain Shinobi village. You've seen the one with red hair among the 3 children Jiraiya taught in Rain Shinobi village. But his parents were killed by the Konoha shinobi, and his friend was killed by Danzo. Now I want to make the world feel the pain. The one who will raise her Konoha in the future. Damn it, it's Danzo again. Tsunade's face was so bad that he smashed the bottle and finally sighed deeply. Anymore. The only known sons and daughters, the disciple of Rain Shinobi village Jiraiya, and Uzumaki on Summoning Island somewhere in the Red State Islands, I don't know. You said, how can we survive better in the future? Uchiha is too strong, squeezed out by suspicion and then annihilated. Back then, countless people were afraid of our Senju clan. Uzumaki clan was also besieged because of the strong sealing technique. Puff puff, Chiyu next to him heard Tsunade sigh and laughed directly. What are you laughing at? Tsunade turned his head and stared at Chiyu viciously and said, Kainin village is in the center of the ninja world, and the Uzumaki clan is 10 times stronger in the past. Why didn't you see it be besieged? Chiyu said amusedly. Tsunade was speechless. The Uzumaki and Uchiha clan were stronger, but they were only a clan, and there were more organizations stronger than them. Duh. Chapter 9. Maybe. Sealing is special after all. Tsunade murmured. Don't talk. This is political. Politics? How could it be possible that the Uzumaki country is so small? Or would it involve so many forces? Then you know the political structure of Uzumaki kingdom? This. Tsunade frowned and thought for a while. Alas, the Uzumaki kingdom is a country completely dominated by the Uzumaki clan, unified military and political. Isn't that good? Of course it's okay. Big names from all over the world think so. Forget it. Don't talk to you. It's so dumb and cute. Poor worldview and thinking. I will tell you directly. Chiyu couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Tsunade, she didn't expect her to be of this level. People can't clearly see the situation in the ninja world. Immediately, Chiyu took a sip of tea and said, your grandfather Senju Hashirama created the shinobu system in order to end the Sengoku chaos. This was fine at the time, but now the contradiction has emerged. Ninja Village does not know political affairs and is not good at people's livelihood. It is a purely military organization supported by the daimyo, but it is not under the control of the daimyo. There is a disobedient person in your family who keeps carrying the knife. Who has the final say in this family? Why should the daimyo be taken advantage of and give a lot of money to support Shinobu Village? Isn't it good to form a national army under his control? You wouldn't be naive to think that the coup d'etat of the 12 guards of the country of fire a year ago was the one who got involved with the horsebrain, right? People have proposed that a country can only have one jade, which is a daimyo, and Hokage must be eliminated, and the ninja power belongs to the daimyo. It's already so obvious, you still can't see through? When Tsunade heard the words, she was stunned for a long time, and a word shocked her. You think about it in another way. Are you willing to be a daimyo? So, although the country of the vortex is small, it has a unified military and political system and a completely cohesive system, so that other daimyos of the one country, one village system can learn from it. Next, let's talk about Ninja Village. Ninja Village is a pure military force that gathers Chunin people. It does not do administrative affairs and does not do well in people's livelihood, and it exists solely for the sake of war. There is war, and the existence of ninjas is meaningful. If there is no war, look at the country of the wind. The daimyo has already pinched Tsunade's military expenditures. It is supported by the bloodline boundary of 4th Kazekage Luosha. The Kingdom of Water is picking things up everywhere. Now in the country of water, Kirigakure is a mess, and the daimyo of the country of water has long distrusted ninjas. Only when there is war, shinobu has the meaning of existence. Without war, is the daimyo still willing to pay for the military? Does shinobu still have a large number of commissions? When your grandfather first Hokage died, the other 4 ninja villages immediately attacked Konoha, setting off the First Ninja World War and the Second Ninja War. It was clearly the expansion of Rain Shinobi Village, but Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure declared war on Konoha. The Third Ninja War was the disappearance of 3rd Kazekage, and Tsunade scattered the power to choose. Cloud Shinobi Village in the northeastern part of the ninja struck Tsunade in the southwestern part of the ninja. Are all wars very brain-dead? Almost for no reason. It seems funny, but it's all for survival. Only when there is war, shinobu has a reason to exist. And the Uzumaki Kingdom's military-political unity system has shaken the foundation of ninja villages' existence. So all ninja villages will naturally annihilate Uzumaki Kingdom and prevent the daimyos from swaying their thoughts. Snow Country, right? Their shinobu village rebelled and killed the king to usurp the throne, and the daimyos were also afraid. The system of one country, one village, the status of the big name and the shadow are equal. If the daimyo and shinobu do not decide on a priority, the infinite dispute will continue. Tsunade listened to Chiyu's long talk in a daze, but felt stuck in his heart. He didn't expect that there would be so many factors affecting the war, nor did he expect that the peace of this world would be so far away. If my grandfather agreed to Uchiha Madara's plan to conquer the ninja world, maybe the war would affect many people, but it should be able to avoid more casualties in the following decades of wars. Tsunade murmured to his grandfather for the first time. Doubts arose. Don't think about it. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and human desires cannot be suppressed. Thousands of years ago, an immortal woman ruled the world forcibly with the power to destroy the ninja world. So what? In this era, ordinary people dared to raise a hoe to resist the godlike woman, not to mention the powerful ninjas now. Chiyu said, Otsutsuki Kaguya was betrayed by her man-emperor and ate the fruit of the sacred tree to rule the world. What about it? There are not frequent rebellions. She often goes out to rehabilitate and increase the White Zetsu army. The filial son was fooled by the toad pill, thinking that Kaguya was too cruel. Then the mother and son fought for a few months, and the entire ninja world collapsed. Good guy, let's not say that Kaguya can't kill everyone and become White Zetsu all the time. and it has allowed many people to live a peaceful life for some time. Sage of Six Paths said that his mother was cruel, and he launched a war with his backhand. After a few months, 9 out of 10 of the creatures in the ninja world died, and he didn't know who was cruel. What's better is that his education is the same. The two sons directly messed up the ninja world for 2,000 years, and the civilization of the entire world has not improved at all for 2,000 years. Immortality? Destroy the world? What about her ending? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Such a strong force can't suppress ordinary people? I was beaten by her son for a few months and sealed in the moon. The world was almost shattered by their family. There are 10 human beings. Tsunade was directly shocked by this ethical drama. How can there be such a son? Don't. That's your ancestors, Sage of Six Paths. What? Then, looking at Tsunade getting more and more confused, Chiyu sighed, and then started talking about the sacred tree and stroked Tsunade again. Is that so? Do you think Sage of Six Paths is right? After all, his behavior has brought even greater disaster to the world. Who knows? Anyway, for us now, we have to thank Sage of Six Paths for doing that, aren't we? And chakra is also passed on to people by Sage of Six Paths, and later ninjas are born. It seems so, but the ninja has become the source of chaos in the world. Tsunade said with emotion. Sage of Six Paths can't be blamed for this. People pass on chakra because he has researched the essence of chakra and can connect each other's hearts through chakra so that people can understand each other and hope that people will be more cohesive. It's a pity that he failed. People have desires. How can they be willing to connect with other people's hearts? Isn't that the desire in my heart, and some embarrassing things are not all known? In addition, a strong force tends to give birth to people's ambitions. Without a higher education, chaos is normal. Does Sage of Six Paths actually think so? Let everyone connect to each other through chakra and understand each other. If successful, maybe they can really. Don't be delusional. Think about the memory of your bath being seen by everyone, and the fantasy picture of a handsome guy being seen by everyone. Would you agree? Chiyu interrupted Tsunade. Tsunade immediately sweated on his face when he heard the words. Chiyu thought of the scene in the original book where the two brother who became Ten Tails Jinchuriki was stunned by Naruto's mouth. His memory was pulled out by Naruto, the melon baby, and everyone saw his fantasy of having a partner and becoming a Hokage. Naruto also pulled out the scene. A lot of people are watching. Chiyu suspected that in the end it wasn't the Tuj chakra who couldn't win the tug-of, but the shame and indignation. Chapter 10. Wait. You mean, how can chakra connect each other's hearts and watch each other's memories and thoughts? Tsunade asked in confusion. The ninja world has been chaotic for so many years, and chakra has been in contact with each other a lot. Why no one noticed it? Generally speaking, people who have a deep bond with each other can enter this spiritual space consciously. That is, interpsychic communication. Or someone who has a broken belief and is forcibly broken into the spiritual space. I can look at your memory and then know what you said is a lie, right? Tsunade immediately stared at Chiyu with scorching eyes. Moreover, his hands had subconsciously grasped Chiyu, and his momentum exploded, as if he had taken Chiyu. His expression was very expectant. Chiyu was stunned for a moment, thinking that this method was quite good. It's you, I don't mind. Chiyu stretched out his hand and said to her. Tsunade reached Chiyu's hand, and the two chakra touched each other. But Tsunade couldn't enter Chiyu's spiritual space. Chiyu was a little helpless. It was not that she refused to let her in, but that she had experienced too much, escaped for too long, and self-paralysis made it difficult for her soul to touch others easily. Chiyu couldn't get into her mind even if she tried. It was too tight. I will adjust it, and it will be fine soon. Tsunade looked at Chiyu's speechless gaze and knew that she had something wrong, and then took a few deep breaths. Come on, turn your head and look at me. Hearing this, Tsunade tried to suppress her unnaturalness and looked at Chiyu's handsome face, but Chiyu's flexible and soft eyes made her dare not look directly. Then looked at Chiyu in amazement, covering her forehead with his hand, and couldn't resist a punch. Close your eyes. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, his expression struggling. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. She has never been an obedient person. In order to test Chiyu's words, she can only give it a try. Remember what kind of person the grandma who brought you up to was. Recall the person who was as cold as Grandpa second, but was gentle with you. Recall when your grandpa took you to the casino secretly. Tsunade closed his eyes, his eyelids twitched a few times, and then slowly reminded himself of his childhood life. I don't know what Tsunade thought of. After a few breaths, her breathing started to calm down. The corners of her mouth faintly curled up a few times, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down. Is this your spiritual space? After a long time, Chiyu explored the world of countless lush and towering trees. The spiritual space of most people is either a dazzling starry sky or a sea of flowers, which is rare. Tsunade stared at everything around him in a daze. Is it an illusion? Tsunade was a little unbelievable when the world changed, but he was very obsessed with looking around. Now, come, teach you to watch the memory. Chiyu walked to Tsunade and immediately began to pull out her memory, and the two browsed. The two of them looked at the scene in her memory as if they were standing in a third party. They had just met Chiyu in the village of Chaoren. Slap. Afterwards, Chiyu looked at a bathroom screen and was slapped. In fact, Chiyu is also experiencing this wonderful feeling for the first time. Together, the two researched how to watch memories, how to watch fantasy pictures, and so on. Master Tsunade? Master Tsunade. Shizune was anxiously spinning around in front of Tsunade, while staring at Chiyu who was drinking tea next to him very vigilantly. Blue Star, Crosser. Hokage. Tsunade's handsome facial features, but like a fool, his eyes lost their highlights, and he muttered. No matter how Shizune called, Tsunade just looked at her blankly. I. Shizune pointed to Chiyu, almost crying. Shizune was horrified and exhausted when he hadn't slept for 2 consecutive days and encountered such a thing again. Ahem, it's okay, look at me. Chiyu said. So I sat next to Tsunade, hugged her with his left hand, rubbed her cheek, and started to dive down. Putting her right hand on her thigh, she began to behave irregularly. Snapped. Pop. 2 pink palms patted Chiyu's face. Master Tsunade, are you awake? Oh. Seeing that Tsunade was normal, Shizune immediately hugged her and started crying. Tsunade froze for a moment and immediately consoled her. Why don't you protect me? Let this kid do it. Hey, is this my fault? Chiyu covered his face with one hand and rubbed his nose with one hand. Shizune was so cruel. As for why Tsunade was like this, it was hysteria after reading Chiyu's memory. The most obvious memory of Chiyu is the plot of Hokage, Crossing, and Blue Star. Before Tsunade had time to watch Hokage's memory, he had an insight into Chiyu's mysterious experience, already the brilliant source of Blue Star. An otherworld directly regarded her as stupid, and knowing that Chiyu's understanding of Hokage was entirely from anime, she was stunned. Although the science and technology of ninja are not developed, there are still TV movies and novels. Thinking of herself, her world is an anime. She was immediately confused, and Chiyu had to pull her out. You walked into the anime yourself. Don't you think it's illusory and absurd? Tsunade, who was too hysterical and slept for a night by Chiyu's hypnosis technique, asked when she got up. She still couldn't accept it. When things go undecided, quantum mechanics, unexplainable, parallel time and space, we are all living people now. What do we care about? Maybe it's just recording or predicting things in a certain world. Maybe it's just a past in the original Hokage time and space. Where's the parallel universe? Chiyu didn't care so much. So many scientists in the previous life talked about these spaces, time, and even the dimensional world, the two-way foil, the three-way foil, and so on. Although I don't understand, let alone understand, we can study together again. I am afraid that my memory is very vague. After all, I am very stupid. I can't learn and understand. There are some scientific explanations in our place. Look, there are countless connected spaces inside and outside this world. The small space of Kimui in Obito, the white space of Uchiha letter, the 6 spaces of Kaguya, Otsutsuki style, Otsutsuki peach style, and a few of them, as well as a treasure plow that can be traversed at any time. After wanting to know this, Tsunade will accept more soon. After that, the two entered the spiritual space again, and after reaching Chiyu's spiritual space, the two worked hard to unearth the pitiful memory of a scumbag. Tsunade just glanced at the information of dimension, was frightened and flinched, and watched Hokage honestly. Pop, after a long time, Chiyu was slapped by Tsunade again and returned to reality. Tsunade glared at Chiyu angrily, and then left to have breakfast. It's not that Chi-Rain Shinobi can't help, but has to stay in some of Tsunade's memory images, and then want to enter non-fee fantasy images to embarrass Tsunade. It's that Tsunade always looks at the Hokage plot, and can't help but flip through what dimensions, and gods. I deliberately stimulated her to make her a little bit of fireworks, so that she would not be stupid or become a god sickness. These things have to be accepted slowly, a little bit of contact, otherwise it will impact people's 3 views. When Chiyu just understood the nature of death, he was depressed for a long time. At that time, the elementary school teacher said not to believe in ghosts and gods like the elders in the family. That was superstition, but to believe in science. The little Chiyu was stubborn and wanted to jump up and slap the teacher. How much he hopes that God exists, no matter how bad it is. Hell will be a success. Chapter 11. This summoning island is good. After leaving Summoning Island, Tsunade murmured. In 2 days, a few people went all the way to the Red State Islands and went on the route to Thunder Country. They easily got information about Summoning Island from many navigators at a high amount of inquiries. Summoning Island has a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There is a huge volcano in the island. Although it is remote and not on the route, no one has noticed it. It is just that there are too many beasts on it that it is difficult to survive and approach, so no one goes there. When Tsunade boarded the island, they easily met Huanaka and others. They still knew the identity of Tsunade, and they received Tsunade politely. They were originally researchers in a country that perished in the early days of the Third World War. Later, they sought refuge in the Red State Islands, and they found the special summoning island by accident, and then borrowed a place to study the summoning beast. Uzumaki Miko also knows his surname Uzumaki, and Huanoka, who is only 15 years old, did not even know his parents, and was adopted by these scientists as apprentices since childhood. However, her adamantine sealing chains composed of golden runes still proves her extremely high Uzumaki bloodline. The scientists were very happy that Huanaoxiang and Tsunade became distant relatives, but they did not let Huanaoxiang go with Tsunade easily. Tsunade is not in a hurry. There is a lot of time. Huanaoxiang is not only talented, but also very intelligent, and has the knowledge of these scientists. Tsunade is very satisfied. Although these scientists are a little bit low, their level of education is low enough to point out. The world is already a good talent. She was accepted as a disciple on the spot and taught Summoning Katsu's summoning beast from Summoning Katsu. Those scientists were very happy because they really proved Tsunade's identity at this moment. You have a dark heart. Why don't you tell them that the ultimate summoning beast will run away? Is it possible that you think you can conquer that kind of monster? Chiyu asked curiously. When she came on the road, Chiyu told Tsunade the few information she had. She also went to Chiyu's spiritual space to get the information. I don't know why she didn't remind these people. Wouldn't it be bad if there was any accident? We only met for the first time. You said so much. Will they believe it? With Huanoka's talent, summoning Katsu is enough to protect them from escape, and we will talk about it at that time. The captain who sailed the last ship tremblingly sent them to the island of battleships, and Chiyu was driven down by Tsunade. A few years ago, a group of pirates occupied the island. Before they occupied it, the Aborigines quietly took their families and hid under the volcano. When Naruto arrives here 10 years later, the poor people are starving to death. Regardless of whether he was exposed or not, Chiyu ran away quickly, and Jane separated a dozen shadow clones and quickly slaughtered this group of pirates. Almost all of them were ordinary people, and only Naruto, the protagonist of the bloody heroine, had a hard time fighting them, and in the end they narrowly narrowed them. Chiyu has been obsessed with Tsunade recently. There is no time to waste here. There are countless detonations, and then massacres. By the way, Shadow Clone climbs to the crater to inform the Aboriginals who are hiding. I said, isn't it? In Short Book Street, Tsunade just borrowed tens of millions. Let Shizen take Uzumaki Miko and Xiao Xianglin to live here and teach them mother and daughter practice. Before Uzumaki Miko heard that Kanoka belonged to the Uzumaki clan, he followed him regardless of his body. Now Tsunade asks them to follow Shizen. And Tsunade's current plan is to go to the border of the country of soil and prepare to collect the mother and son of Yakushi Nono. I don't know if he now knows what he shouldn't know. or Danzo's brain pumped, and he will arrange for Yinayu and Kabuto to kill each other to clean up these Konoha's excellent spies. You have to go. No Nu is a very capable person, and Kabuto is a genius. I want to fight Orochimaru. What do you want them to do? Tell third generation directly, regardless of whether third generation nodded behind this. If you speak, don't talk about third generation. Danzo won't dare to touch you, right? Chiyu asked suspiciously. You think too much. Obviously, Yinayu and Kabuto have not eradicated the imprint of disaster. Danzo does not guarantee that he can control them, so he cleans up. He has this heart. Even if I speak, he has other ways to make them reasonable. Disappear. I want to create my team, one that belongs to my team even if Konoha is gone, and I will look for many allies. I want to change the world and protect the world, even if those enemies are too terrifying. Tsunade said seriously that compared to the Blue Star Society, which Chiyu thinks is very indifferent and affectionate, Tsunade's eyes are straightened with envy. This Chiyu is obviously AB****ch hypocritical, not knowing good fortune in the blessing, but he is still a deepening house for social animals. She wants to beat Chiyu to death now. Why don't you learn more when you live there? She wants to build a car, plane, high-speed rail, Tsunade, and the internet. She also likes the rigorous and mature laws, and rockets, satellites, mushroom eggs, and so on. However, Chiyu didn't have any complete knowledge, but there were a lot of game novels, film and television animation, and certain youth training manuals. Knowing part of ninja's past and future things, Tsunade was horrified. Uzumaki Nagato Uchiha Obito Uchiha Madara Black Zetsu, etc., did not expect to be so dangerous. These operations can be avoided properly. But what about the secret Otsutsuki? What about the upcoming Otsutsuki trio? What kind of power is Otsutsuki, who has plundered life planets across the universe? What is the evil spirit behind Yonokuni? Is there really an ancient god behind the spear of the sky? It's horrible. Tsunade is not optimistic. He must start now and plan. 1 month later, Tsunade and Chiyu appeared on the border of the land of the earth. Daughter-in-law, do you want to go and see your childhood friend? Chiyunu said toward Mount Shumi in the Jinluan Mountains. In a month's time, Chiyu still succeeded in the attack with a beastly face. I used a lot of methods to get beaten while she was resting. Instead of trying to get drunk, she poured herself several times and was despised for drinking. As for using computer accessories, Tsunade is the most powerful medical ninja known. Chiyu never even thought about it. Finally, I asked her to study and watch the 36 strategies of the computer counting and youth training manual in the memory, which made her look thirsty. Don't learn it. It's not that the thing is powerful, but the two people often communicate and study with each other. Chiyu is not honestly flipping through a lot of things. Women are beautiful and handsome. Over time, it will be natural. Huiliohu, Tsunade murmured when he heard the words. From Chiyu's memory, he knew that this would cause trouble after he was born for more than 9 years, and he almost succeeded in fusing the perfect ghost Yayuo technique. But I also know that he is just being too far apart by himself and the three of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and he wants to work hard to be recognized. A poor man in a deep house who hopes that someone will recognize him from the beginning to the end. She will accept this hairpin sooner or later, but not now. When the time comes, she will recognize him and recognize him as a shadow. That is not another service. Matsai, who is obedient. By the way, let him study Ghost Yayuo technique more, so as not to spoil his progress. If in the past, Tsunade would definitely ban this forbidden technique, but thinking about the future Otsutsuki clan, Tsunade thinks it's better to just turn a blind eye to such things. Chapter 12. The two who were frank with each other. Chiyu was also a little surprised by Tsunade's thoughts. Unexpectedly, she accepted it very quickly and abandoned many of her narrow thinking and visions, and now began to study many advanced systems of Blue Star. Prepare to change the ninja world, improve civilization, and work hard to unite the ninja world against the powerful enemies in the future. Now that she thinks about it, just follow her. It's a pity that Chiyu urged her to rule the world and become the king of the world. She didn't agree. Instead, 100 schools of thought could bloom together. Chiyu suddenly became confused, and she learned too quickly. I still want to be the king of the world, the man. After arriving in the land of the earth, Tsunade contacted Yakushi Ninyu via a secret signal, saying that he had gone to the land of the earth to find Konoha rebels, and there were some places where he needed the help of Nono, who was a spy here. Afterwards, the two briefly contacted Yinayu twice. As for the secret sign of Tsunade, it was naturally obtained from Jiraiya. Jiraiya has been away almost all these years, while traveling the ninja world to write books and find the Son of Prophecy. While helping the village to inquire a lot of news, he knows many things about Umbu's roots. He pays Tsunade's gambling debts all the year round. Tsunade naturally has a way to contact him. Tsunade's summoning gave a small Katsuyu clone to Nanayu, saying it was convenient for contact. In fact, the little Katsuyu avatar can report information to Tsunade at any time. Katsuyu avatars can share information with each other synchronously, and Tsunade can get the actions of Nanoyu at any time. One night, Yinayu received an assassination mission from the Roots. As long as it was completed, Danzo agreed to her request and released Kabuto from the Roots. And here, Kabuto also received the task. As long as he can complete this final task, he can return to the Dean, who has not seen him in 5 years. Dean, how could this be? In the dark night, at a rock mountain gorge on the border of the land of the earth, Yakushi Kabuto saw through the moonlight that the person who had just assaulted him but was killed by himself turned out to be his adoptive mother, Yakushi Nanoyu Empress. Scrambled over in a panic and immediately used healing jutsu. Why heal me? What are you? Yakushi Nanoyu, who was dying, was puzzled. He clearly wanted to kill him. So why did he heal himself instead? It's me, Dean. I'm Kabuto. Don't worry, I will definitely heal you, Kabuto said when she saw her adoptive mother, who was trying to see him clearly. Knowing that the adoptive mother had myopia, and the glasses fell off again, Kabuto immediately took off the huge eyes she was carrying and put them on the adoptive mother. These were the glasses that the adoptive mother gave her back then, and he has been taking good care of them. Who are you? Unfortunately, Yakushi did not recognize him even after putting on his glasses. When Kabuto heard the words, if he was hit by 5 thunders, he felt that the world had collapsed in an instant. He said his name is Kabuto. At this moment, a small white Katsuyu crawled out of Nono's arms and immediately treated the huge wound on Nono's abdomen. Kabuto, who had been so ashamed, came back to his senses when he heard the words and looked at Katsuyu, who was treating the Dean. He immediately performed healing jutsu again and looked at the Dean expectantly. The Dean is me. I'm Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto cried out, looking expectantly at Nono. Kabuto? Why do you do this look like this? Yinayu looked at the stranger, what he saw vaguely in the moonlight, but it wasn't Danzo's picture of Kabuto in himself. Who boom, Yinayu? Stop, who are you? A beautiful blonde woman jumped down from the high canyon and immediately exploded towards Yakushi Kabuto. Seeing this, Kabuto immediately protected him in front of Yinayu, staring at the powerful man. Shoot, ding, when Kabuto stared at Tsunade with all his strength, a figure attacked behind him. Kabuto turned around in horror to resist, but 3 Tomo Sharingan was oncoming. Boom, immediately, Kabuto was kicked by Chiyu on a distant rock, and then immediately attacked. Stop! Yinayu, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, drank it anxiously and hoarsely. Immediately Chiyu captured Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto's current strength has not yet reached its peak, and his mind was disturbed by the encounter just now, and he was attacked by Chiyu Sharingan, so he easily won it. Kabuto? Are you Kabuto? Are you Kabuto who has been away from me for 5 years? In spite of his serious injury, Nooyu stretched out his trembling hand to Kabuto, who was taken by Chiyu. It's you, it's really you, why? Nanoyu, who was being treated by Tsunade, rubbed Kabuto's face with his hands a few times, confirming that the child is really Kabuto. President. Kabuto cried immediately when he saw that Nono recognized him. As a top spy, Yinayu knows that the feelings that Kabuto reveals at this moment are definitely not acting. But why is Kabuto his mission? Master Tsunade, why are you here? After returning to mind, Nooyu asked Tsunade cautiously. She had too many doubts. The inexplicable killing of himself and Kabuto, the arrival of Lord Tsunade, and the young 3 Tomo Sharingan beside Tsunade. I came to chase Orochimaru. I didn't expect to meet you here. Is this the spy of Konoha you know in the land of Earth? What's the matter with you? So, are you guys getting the task of killing each other? After a while, Tsunade asked strongly, still knowing the whole story. No, Naoyu and Kabuto were a little sad. They didn't expect that they would fall to this point. Now that the Master of Life is in Tsunade's hands, they still don't know Tsunade's position and choice. That person is here. At this moment, Chiyu said softly, "My shadow clone was broken just now, and I brought shadow clone to get news." Damn Orochimaru, he dared to come? Tsunade immediately became angry. In Chiyu's memory, it is natural to know that in addition to Danzo's handwriting, Orochimaru followed. Orochimaru had been eyeing Kabuto for a long time. Tsunade was not angry about Orochimaru and her robbing talents, but in Chiyu's memory, after learning about the snake, he not only killed teacher Sarutobi, but also brought her grandfather and second grandfather out of impure world reincarnation. Playing with the undead, Tsunade was very angry. Although he did turn the tide of the battle in the 4th round because of the impure world reincarnation Hokage. But no matter what the future is, let's beat it up now. Speaking of Tsunade asking Chiyu to protect Naoyu and Kabuto, she rushed towards the front of the canyon. Here, Orochimaru, although he has now left Konoha and entered Akatsuki's organization, some transactions with Danzo have not been disconnected. Knowing that Danzo is going to clean up his spies, Orochimaru has long been greedy for Yakushi Kabuto's talent. The Rain Country is adjacent to the Earth Country, and Orochimaru stopped by to collect a talented worker. No matter who of these two survives, he needs it. But after waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, he was a little strange, so he went to take a look. First, a distant transformation technique stone found him and disappeared. Then he felt a violent chakra reaction in front of him and rushed quickly. Tion show feet. Boom. The gorge, which was not big in an instant, burst quickly, and amid the violent shaking, Orochimaru watched silently as a huge crack spread rapidly. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he didn't expect to meet Tsunade in such a place. Ha ha ha. Like a snake die. Orochimaru drew away in an instant, and wanted to say hello, first with a signature laugh. But before he could speak, Tsunade swung his fist cursingly, and Orochimaru felt very uncomfortable. Although his software transformation is very restrained, it is a general physical exercise. Tsunade smashed hundreds of meters with 1 foot without moving and blasted a hole of tens of meters with a punch. He couldn't stand it. Duh. Chapter 13. Hee Tsunade, you can't beat me. After avoiding a few tricks, Orochimaru said with a grimly smile, looking at the nearby scene of the cracked sky, very calm. It's just that he is puzzled. How could Tsunade be so angry with himself? I haven't provoked her before. Is it possible that she was annoyed when she left Konoha a few years ago? But aren't you a few years before I left? And he was very puzzled. How could Tsunade appear here? Is it possible that it was also for Nanoyu and Kabuto? As for Tsunade, Orochimaru didn't care about Tsunade, not to mention that Tsunade didn't even use 100 Healings Mark and Baihao technique. So what if it was turned on? Seeing Tsunade that hit, Orochimaru smiled gloomily, took out kunai in his hand, and immediately made a huge wound on his neck. It was bloody instantly, accompanied by his gloomy smile, just as terrifying as it was. I'm afraid more. Go to hell. Boom. However, in Orochimaru's bewilderment, Tsunade not only had no fear of blood, but finally glanced at him with disdain, snorted contemptuously, and smashed Orochimaru's head with his fists mercilessly. It used to be before, but now with goals and motivation, the panacea is naturally and easily resolved. Afterwards, a small white snake crawled out of Orochimaru's body and immediately swelled and grew up. Orochimaru crawled out of the mouth of the snake wet and looked at Tsunade in amazement. It's disgusting. It's a snake. Now you are probably on the taboo? Are you still a human, Orochimaru? Tsunade asked disgustingly that the scene Orochimaru gave was too much. I made the fool of Tsunade. I didn't expect your phobia to be cured. Orochimaru said softly. How many of my second grandpa's forbidden techniques did you steal? You'd better stop studying, or you will be killed. Tsunade pointed at him angrily. Other forbidden techniques can study Orochimaru casually. Even her grandfather's cells will do, but impure world reincarnation must not allow Orochimaru to study. He dares to use it once and fight it once. Jia. Tsunade, if I can revive the person you want to see. Impure world reincarnation? The old lady killed you. Before Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade knew in advance, and then he was so angry. Boom! Small scenes, don't mind. In the continuous sky and earth cracks, Chiyu and the three people who were affected at the edge, he comforted the secretly drooling Yinayu and Kabuto, and then took them away from the collapsing canyon. Orochimaru suddenly became confused here, and felt something wrong while running away. Although Tsunade has always been very temperamental, when did he start calling himself a mother? Don't be angry. I can't bear to hit Sundara with a heavy hand again, and sooner or later I will be angry with myself. Chiyu said to Tsunade, who rushed back. The two had no conflicts before, and even Tsunade personally asked Orochimaru to accept her brother as a student. In the original book, Orochimaru only jumped out to fight when Tsunade wanted to return to Konoha to succeed Hokage. In the last 4 wars, Orochimaru also went to save Tsunade and other movies, and also sighed that Jiraiya had left. Tsunade did not deny that the two people who are close today are not clear about each other's situation. You are not immortalized by Danzo's tongue. He dare not use you. Since the village has made such a choice, then you will follow me from now on. Tsunade said to Nanoyu and Kabuto. The two agreed without hesitation or hesitation. They are both excellent spies, and they know the situation better than many people. It wasn't until the 4 people walked far that 2 people emerged from the rock peak not far from the canyon. Master Lus, what should I do now? Asked one of the young ninjas with a scar on his face cautiously. Huang Tu's face was solemn, and he was chasing a spy tonight, but he didn't expect to encounter Konoha's legendary Sannin No. 2 to fight. Feeling that things are not simple, Huang Tu didn't have to act rashly. Those 2 are not easy to provoke, and he can't deal with any of them, so he should go back and report it to his father. Master Tsunade, where are we going? Yakushi Kabuto asked on the way. He was worried about the abdomen injury of Nanu. Even if Katsuyu was treating, even Tsunade had treated the wound, but this caused the dean to be seriously injured, and he was very worried. Go to the southern sea. There are some treasures there. You can heal your foster mother faster. Tsunade replied. Now with Nuyu and Kabuto, Tsunade feels more at ease. Kabuto's talent, Tsunade has long known from Chiyu's memory. What to go to Ryuchi Cave to practice immortality. She is not bad in the wet bone forest. Moreover, Kabuto's medical talent is extremely strong. Even Orochimaru is greedy, and her Tsunade can't ignore it naturally. But now it's not good to accept disciples, so I'll talk about it later when I go to the south. As for the reason for going south, Tsunade was eyeing the Greer Vein, an empire that once ruled the world, an energy that once destroyed half of a continent. Tsunade was very curious, because she had never heard of this country since she was a child. During this period of time, no documents have been found, except that there is a family that has been trading for generations along the coast of several countries in the south. The energy that can destroy half a continent. A few tail beasts are not so strong, right? Moreover, it is also the source of life energy. Tsunade is eyeing it, and now she is paying attention to any means that can increase her strength. Kabuto carried no Nayu on his back, and the 4 rushed to the country of grass all night. It was not until early morning that they found a town to rest. Seeing Tsunade and Chiyu opened a room, Kabuto and Yinayu were taken aback. It was surprising that an exterminated Uchiha 3-Go Jade followed Tsunade. They thought it was a student secretly taken away by Tsunade before the extermination. They didn't expect. A few days later, the 4 of them arrived on the coast of the country of River. Tsunade ordered Kabuto and Nanoyu to wait in a town, and then set off with Chiyu. According to inquiries, it was known that Yin and his caravan had already gone to the country of fire and tea. Chiyu Tsunade took the boat directly to the country of tea on the huge peninsula. Although Yin and his caravan didn't have a fixed residence, they set up tents wherever they went. This caravan is very rich, with all kinds of valuable goods, beautiful and solid wooden carts, as well as a few huge and gentle animals pulling carts, and many wildebeest mounts. In addition, almost all people in the caravan were ordinary people, and those guards were not as good as samurai. But even so, they came and went to many countries along the southern coast, but nothing happened. As a well-known tourist caravan, it has accumulated strong contacts and relationships from generation to generation. In addition, doing business is very honest and affordable, and has won the respect of many people. Tsunade kicked Chiyu to ask for information. Chiyu had to find a good opportunity to use hypnosis and illusion to get the address of the underground ruins from Hien. He thought that Tsunade would make a deal or win over the caravan, because he respected his wife's morals. Passed through the country of Sichuan to the southern coast of the country of Wind, which is extremely remote and high mountains. The two rushed all the way to their destination and saw the entrance of the underground ruins in the huge canyon. So in Tsunade, I browsed this magnificent and quaint underground giant ruins. Finally, through the plot in Chiyu's memory, it was easy to find a way to enter the sealed room vertically. Of course, it is the shadow clone of the two who go down. If the main body goes down, if there is any danger, how will it run? Shadow clone is the most correct thing to do this kind of thing. Chapter 14. After Shadow Clone's exploration and bringing some Greer energy, Tsunade was also very strange, and the body went down to the sealed room. The two looked at the simple and detailed colorful murals around the sealed room, and they admired again and again. This place, but even a single inheritor like Hien has never been to it. I don't know how long the past history is. I don't even need to record this in words, but use murals to explain it. Looking at the ceiling above, Shadow Clone just found the key to the vein door and immediately opened the Greer vein that leads to the seal above the seal room. The green gas that is now escaping, the strong life energy makes the pores of the whole body relax, and the feeling of numbness is fascinating. The two carefully collected some of the seal scrolls and also watched for the mineral veins to collapse. After all, Timsy is not here now, and he does not have his blood. If you really want to accidentally damage the veins, the two of them may directly play GG, which can destroy half of the continent's things. Although they don't know the truth or not, it's better to be careful. This thing, if properly researched, should be able to build a lot of powerful armies. Tsunade said with emotion that this Greer energy can not only heal injuries and improve vitality, but also increase strong strength. Forget it, that Hyde still needs the aid of technological props. His three subordinates are neither human nor beast. No matter how strong the energy is, the human physique has the limit, just like the grandfather cell. Obviously, it is a very pure life energy cell, but no one can bear it. This Greer energy is most likely to be natural energy. When a person reaches the limit, it will be abnormal. Hyde has become a red-eyed and gray-skinned monster. His three sisters, but behind him, a bloated deformity, a wolf-a bat. Look at Shigeo, the same is true after their Libra family bloodline transforms. On the spot, Chiyu also knew the horror of this Greer energy. But in the theater version, Hyde and his subordinates are really not very strong, but Hyde's technology props are good, and his defense and vitality are quite strong. You can't say that. They have too few Greer stones in their hands, and it is difficult to make progress in the research. That Timsy has not been affected, hasn't it? Maybe they haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Besides, they are even ninja and chakra. I don't know. You said if this thing works with chakra, can you go further? Tsunade said hopefully. Neither she nor Chiyu have the qualifications to practice immortality, but they can look for opportunities in this source of life energy. Don't expect too much. You also know that the number of people who need to be guarded in the future cannot be dealt with. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara to play in the 4 wars, all the ninja coalition forces would definitely not be enough to kill. Think of Grandpa First Generation, using sage art and wood style with all his strength. It is estimated that the entire ninja coalition can be wiped out without injury. Except for a few people in the ninja world, who can try to improve their strength and see if they can reach the level of 6 paths in Grandpa, it's better to study technology. In the future, the chakra cannon of Cloud Shinobi Village will be good. The first cannon can destroy hundreds of thousands of miles of meteorite fragments between the moon and the ninja world, and the second cannon can drive the moon into a different space. Chiyu said, regarding Tsunade, he wanted to make the ninja humanity as a whole stronger. Chiyu felt that it would take time, at least 100 years or more. Nowadays, the level of civilization in the ninja world is too low, and everyone's cognition level is too low. They gain power in vain, and ghosts know what will happen. That's true, but now that the Senju clan has fallen, Uzumaki and Uchiha are only a few people left, and the Hyuga clan. I don't know if there is still room for improvement. It seems that the maiden of the ghost country has to go to see her wish. I don't want to fuse sprites, and don't know what divine body it is. You think it's quite strange. They separated the evil thoughts of the witches and became sprites in the past. Is it possible for you to let her merge with the sprites? It's almost the same for the sprites to swallow her. Chiyu shook his head. Unless Tsunade conquered the sprites and let him melt the sprites. Almost Miko. It's a bit difficult. Isn't this Huang Quan going to do something? Do it. Then the witch will know the truth in the sprites. Plus for her daughter and the future witch, she will try it if she wants to. You are very dark-hearted, Chiyu said with emotion. In special times, special methods. Tsunade waved his hand and didn't care. What happened to Hyun? What we want is the result, and also for the good of these people. These should be enough. Don't be greedy. And prepare more sealed containers in the future, and it won't be too late to move them away slowly. Watching Tsunade testing the Greer energy, while watching the countless green flowing Greer energy flow above his head drooling, Chiyu said, I think. This energy is really fascinating. It's so comfortable to inhale the escaped gas. It just so happens that my body is also tired. This place is also good, You're wrong, my wife. But I really like it. Someone has been thirsty for more than 40 years and understands. Xianshu, except for very few talented people, ordinary people who want to practice can only use the vast chakra to suppress the absorbed natural energy and slowly allow the body to adapt to the natural energy and merge with the chakra and spiritual energy. If the cells cannot bear it, they will be eroded by natural energy and the body will be upgraded. Although this Greer energy can be absorbed as natural energy, after excessive, it will appear as natural energy erodes the body. It seems that not only a large amount of chakra is needed, but also the strength of the cells must be promoted. The activity of the cell viability technique can assist in the practice of immortality. The two woke up 2 days later. Tsunade began to study Greer energy again. Seeing the large area of erosion and destruction in the arm, Tsunade regretfully stopped the absorption of Greer's energy and slowly healed the arm. So it's still a little bit. First, slowly adapt to absorbing the Greer energy, so as to regenerate the advancement of your Sinja bloodline. Then you can better absorb the natural energy and suppress it. Over the years, it's just that Tsunade has been confused and degenerate. If Ishin wants to practice immortality, with her good blood, 100 healings marks huge amount of chakra from 100 healings mark, by how technique, in the teaching and treatment of Katsuyu immortals, at least she can do so. Like Jiraiya, it's a broken sage mode. No, who knows how much time it will take. I plan a lot, and I am too busy. And there are many techniques to improve cell viability. The lightning-style chakra mode of Reikage is to improve cell viability. I don't know if Shinnong has stolen Konoha's regenerative ninjutsu. The physical activity technique he studied is quite good. The Ziluo's 7-day calling method is also good, but he is only 8 or 9 years old now. If cell activity research is fast, not only can we quickly improve the cultivation of Xianshu and purify the blood, we can even transplant cells to see if the blood can return to the ancestors. I also want to play with double Byakugan. Huh? Is Sharingan bad? We are the blood of Sage of 6 Paths. Why are we looking at the blood of immortal Yumura? Chiyu was bitter and was also overwhelmed by Tsunade's brain. Didn't Sharingan have you? Byakugan can upgrade Tensigan, even Rinnegan, so many directions. But it's even more demanding. Chiyu replied, unless it was to get Otsutsuki's blood. Aren't there Otsutsuki homes? That child may not be 10 years old now. Where can his blood grow? Forget it. Let's study the active arts and immortal arts first, and then gather some power to change the situation in the ninja world. Tsunade also knows that it is far away. Anyway, there is enough time. It is better to look at the things in front of him. If you have time to do a research on the energy of White Zetsu and Geto statue, maybe you can play with style. Chiyu is still looking forward to the scene of the Suzuto Buddha. This is okay. Chapter 15. The effect is unexpected. Tsunade and Chiyu return to Nanoyu and Kabuto. Kabuto has been taking good care of No Now, his healing jutsu and Katsuyu doppelganger treatment. No Now also escaped the danger of life. Just need more training, and it will get better after a period of time. After Tsunade, Chiyu and Chiyu returned, Tsunade wiped her with Greer energy. Her injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 1 minute, she recovered completely, which surprised Ineyu and Kabuto. This is a special rich energy formed by the gathering of natural energy. Now you two will help me analyze the function of this energy and the means to study cell activity and strengthening in the next time. No Nayu has very good medical knowledge. Kabuto's talent is aloof, not to mention that Kabuto still rarely has the qualifications to practice celestial arts. The two of them helped with the research, and it was much better than Tsunade Chiyu. After Tsunade accepted the two of them, they rushed to Duanbao Street to join the organization, although the enterprise was only initially planned. Tsunade continued to use Greer energy to quickly replenish Uzumaki's exhausted vitality. Then let the five of them live together, do research by the way, and try to absorb Greer energy a little bit to see how strong Greer energy can assist in practice. Then Chiyu and Tsunade set off again. Although Tsunade has some talent in research, she still needs to be busy. Chiyu doesn't have that talent. All my advantages are given to Tsunade, and now I only have the advantages of Sharingan. I don't have the firm idea of Tsunade to change the world of shinobi, so I just go around with my wife and focus on cultivation. The daughter-in-law wants to be the boss, and is now busy recruiting employees. With treasures such as Greer energy, Aya worked hard at all times except for rushing with his wife. Under the guidance of Tsunade, perform physical training and thunder and lightning exercises. The so-called muscles are strengthened by repeating the process of destruction and regeneration. At the same time of destruction, muscles with stronger regeneration cells are also obtained. Now that Greer energy is the source of life energy, Chiyu can improve the quality of regenerated cells. Sharingan is born of spiritual energy and Yin power, and it also needs strong vitality to support it. When the body's chakra and vitality are strong enough, it can avoid the ending of Itachi, and then it can be like a Beidou possessed by Uzumaki Afe. Use Sharingan frequently and losslessly. In this process of Chiyu's cultivation, he not only had to improve the quality of the cells, but also allowed the cells to gradually adapt to the power of thunder and lightning. The lightning-style chakra mode was really too greedy. Tsunade and Chiyu passed through the country of fire and river and entered the country of wind. Tsunade inquired about Lolan's address and Lolan's own situation, and looked for Ziluo. Namikaze Minato once led a team to Lulan for a mission. Tsunade naturally got Lolan's information. The two went to the edge of Lulan and watched from a distance about 1 kilometer in a radius of about 1 kilometer and thousands of beautiful towers. Tsunade sighed. No wonder Lulan will be destroyed. Didn't you recruit robbers on purpose? Not to mention you have no power. You said that the queens of Lulan can control the dragon veins. Why not try to use it? Tsunade regretted that the power of the dragon veins is similar to the energy of Greer. However, the power of the dragon veins is a combination of the special natural energy flowing from the great underground and chakra, unlike the Greer energy, which is pure natural energy. Nonsense. Look at the Baizu's suggestion that the previous generation of Lulan Queen agreed to use the dragon vein power. You know they have thought about it, but they are ordinary people in the past. Bar. If it is not helpless, who wants to be an ordinary person while guarding treasures in a chaotic world? You said we were trying to win this ally, or did we take the opportunity to grab it? Tsunade muttered. Grab it. Chiyu turned Byakugan and urged. Before coming here, Tsunade had already made a decision. What choice could she make if she was kind-hearted? I don't know how to make Sarah absorb the power of the dragon veins. You said she is also red-haired, so why is she not from the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade said regretfully. If Sarah is of the Uzumaki clan, maybe she can really absorb the power of the dragon veins. They said they were robbed, and they were used by Uzumaki Miko. No matter how bad, after a few years of growth, her powerful Uzumaki physique may be able to hold it. Chiyu said, the blood of the Senju clan is strong in the quality and burst of chakra. As for the Uzumaki clan, there are more chakras than the Senju clan. The pure strength lies in the quantity, which can better seal the huge chakras, such as the tailed beasts. Forget it. People are born with the ability to control dragon veins through the ages, but they can help them. Tsunade said, on the one hand, they don't want to take power, and on the other hand, they have the ability to control the dragon veins. Maybe they can better exert the power of the dragon veins. Let's go. Sarah and her people have been very careful over the years, and the situation here has not been revealed. However, The surrounding forces have begun to chaos. Sooner or later, the war will spread here. We have to wait for some time to come. Huang, let's go to Numa no Kuni first. Tsunade said, the land of wind is too vast, and most of them are desert areas. The northern location where Lulan is located is also extremely desolate and almost uninhabited. It doesn't matter if it is the land of the Kingdom of Wind. It is said that it is also the country of Lulan, or even that it is no man's land. Queen Lulan has led the people to live here to guard the dragon vein for generations. The population has always been very sparse. Look at the theater version. It was a disaster for 100 feet. Now the population is only a few hundred people. There are thousands of towers that are hundreds of meters high. They are more than their population. Only a few years after the end of the 3 wars of the ninja world, several nearby forces began to grab resources, and Lulan could not avoid it sooner or later. It was uncomfortable to stay in this vast expanse of desert without entering Lulan. Tsunade and Chiyu left and headed for the country of swamp in the northwest. Even Ziluo didn't continue to look for it. Just spend some money to let the spies continue to probe. This desert area is really uncomfortable to stay in. In the next few months, Chiyu practiced frantically, and Tsunade stared at Huangquan. Huangquan established Huangquan sect and recruited some people, and now he stays in the dark of marsh country. Huangquan often secretly went to a large volcano in marsh country to study the seal in the sealed ancestral hall inside, where the sprite's body was sealed. Even more often, he ran to the country of ghosts and went quietly to the underground palace to study the seal under the eyes of Methria, where the souls of sprites were sealed. You are too slack. Tsunade sat on Chiyu's back with weight-bearing push-ups and slammed Chiyu's head in hatred for iron and steel. Daughter-in-law, I have worked very hard. Chiyu almost cried. Now he is exercising with a few hundred kilograms of weight strapped to him. After a few hours, many parts of his body have been red and swollen. Now I have me to help you explore the bottom at any time and help with Greer energy. In the repeated destruction of muscles, you must complete the metabolism as soon as possible and improve the speed and quality of cell metabolism as soon as possible. You are not at the limit now. It is simply your depravity. Tsunade continued to flick the back of Amma's head with his fingers, asking him to lift up his spirits so as to avoid being exhausted and giving up. I know the truth, but I really can't hold my wife. Chiyu muttered pitifully. His only stubborn will reminded him not to cry. The rewards that my old lady gave you to do whatever you want can't motivate you? Is it too much to hold the rewards for doing whatever you want 3 times? Isn't it rare? Tsunade pointed to Chiyu more quickly. No. I can still hold on. Chiyu's body trembled badly. His barely conscious waist straightened up desperately, and then continued to bend his hands and press down. His face was flushed with blue veins, sweating profusely, teeth clenched, and face tight. It's a problem of your will. You have to correct it. Tsunade felt distressed looking at Chiyu, who was about to cry, but the strong medicine still had to be added. This person is very honest and not hypocritical, and is rarely seen through life and death. When the two of them communicate in the spiritual space, they can clearly see how they are suffering from physical pain. Do you have great mental pressure on tiredness? Chapter 16. Social animal, depravity, living away, not aggressive, timid, deep house, social fear. You are really enough, husband. Your environment has changed. You can't still be imprisoned by the former restraints. You have been too accustomed to giving up, accepting all kinds of unsatisfactory gains too frankly, meeting resistance, gradually lowering your goals, and acknowledging your mediocrity, all of which will tear down your pride and determination step by step. This is not possible. You have to learn to make your will stronger and not be affected by these many and mixed thoughts. Tsunade said. Then the jade hand stroked Chiyu's violent veins and deformed neck and face and continued. You have used too much will to fight against the negative effects of these pains. Look at these irregularly popped blood vessels and muscle masses, although they can relieve you. The pain and powerlessness are not beneficial to refining the body. Instead, it will cause the danger of rupture of blood vessels and nerves. You have to learn to practice with a hollow mind, so that all thoughts will not live, death, life, panic, and fear will not enter your heart, and you will be able to protect your mind. Only then can you develop your body's potential to the greatest extent, Tsunade said, leaning on Chiyu's back and hugging him who was crumbling, gently rubbed the back of his neck with his face and whispered in Chiyu's ear, "Except for not forgetting me, you can forget everything and go digging. Your potential. Now try to focus continuously, and then try to let go of your mind. In the last and most difficult stage, you have to learn to enjoy the pain, exhaustion, weakness, etc., so that people can reach the natural state and be free. Only in this way can we complete the qualitative change faster, complete the practice of immortality, complete the grandfather's cell transplantation, and wait for you to set up the Buddha. I will be with you all the way." Yes. In a cave, Chiyu woke up. The pain all over made Chiyu frightened, and then he was very guilty, and finally fainted in embarrassment. "Sorry," Chiyu said with guilt, holding Tsunade lying on his body. After he fainted, Tsunade took him back to the tent set up in the cave next to him, and heated hot water mixed with expensive medicines. While bathing Chiyu in medicine, he used Greer energy to help him destroy the regenerated body cells to absorb energy and increase the energy. Quality strength. Don't say that. I asked you to do this. Tsunade rubbed his face and pressed his red lips. Thank you very much for your supervision. This is my blessing. It's good to know, and honestly forget that big-breasted steam girl. Tsunade Kienkienyu gently clicked Chiyu's eyebrows and said seriously. Chiyu heard the words and muttered embarrassingly, "Please, my wife. Hinata is only 7 or 8 years old. Tintin is in the spiritual space. You know, I'm not that kind of person." I'm staring at it. Who knows if you will be lustful again when that child grows up. Look at it now. How much is left? During this period, Tsunade also deliberately went to the remote snow country in the north of the country of ghosts, where it snows all year round, and is a very strange country. Although it is very poor, it has developed very well in technology. There are advanced technologies such as trains, snowmobiles, airships, chakra armors, and geothermal generators. You said that kid Kakashi, who wandered around in the country of snow back then. Even as a ninja, he disdains props like chakra armor. But how come he ignores things like trains? Tsunade said angrily that in the future, the bloggers said that lame men was awakened by the bloggers who had traveled through the past. They invented the Thunder Car and created the largest company in the country of fire. Konoha seems to be developing well, but he is still severely restricted by daimyo's funds. If the train technology appeared at this time, Konoha's life would be much better, and it would accelerate the progress of the ninja world faster. Come on, let's not say that it is difficult for Kakashi to touch the hidden thing. So what if it is? Now the situation in the ninja world can really support Konoha to get the train traffic? The village Tintin was attacked by others, let alone laying outside. Railway. When it comes to Muyi Tiantian being attacked, Tsunade becomes angry. In Chiyu's spiritual space, I learned about the future. During her term as Hokage in the future, Konoha will be troubled. The village was arbitrarily entered and exited by the dragons. The whole village was plagued by profound energy. The 4 people who were cheated to death and Ma were attacked and broke through. They were attacked in many places, and they were almost demolished by the forbidden technique of liming Liai. And Shinon, damn it, even attacked Konoha by air, causing a lot of damage and casualties. And the tragic Nagato nuclear Hira Konoha. Although Tsunade doesn't refute Chiyu's words, he still needs to prepare. Master has a lot of capital knowledge and economics knowledge of Chiyu's previous life Blue Star. Tsunade is still confident in his promotion of transportation. It's just, when I think that cars and airplanes can't be made, and the internet can't be made, Tsunade becomes angry. He glares at the person in front of him, and then gives his head. If you can't learn, why don't you watch more? Deepen the memory more, I Tsunade learn. What kind of memories are in my mind? I am not ashamed of it. The train is ready. It is not difficult to continue to improve it. As for the car, the power system of the Master Snow Country Snow Car and the train, it is not difficult to rebuild. As for the plane, the Snow Country also has an airship. Chiyu cried and made suggestions. The airship airbag is too big and heavy. Isn't there a ready-made Sora no Nation? Use it to study it carefully, and the flying summoning beast not only relies on its wings to fly, but also accelerates the flight with jets, and find him. You can try it in Bailu. Even if the flying fortress of Shinong and the others is empty, what I want is to popularize civil aviation. How can these aircrafts that rely on chakra consumption to support civil aviation? Ordinary people can't afford this consumption. Then try the propeller and study the helicopter first. How do you think I should get that ridiculous snake to study technology obediently? Tsunade asked sadly. Aren't there distinguished heavenly gods with Itachi and Danzo? What if it affects the wisdom of the snake? Chiyu suddenly lost his temper. It is not difficult to find Orochimaru to trade, but long-term trading and letting him work for his wife is probably impossible. The person said that the visionary thinking broke this world of ninja and took one step more than others. But in fact, he is still sick, a serious mental patient. In the following days, under the supervision of his wife, Chiyu practiced hard and performed body exercises that broke through the limits of ordinary people. With the best medical ninja in the ninja world to check his body at all times, and Greer with super life energy, Chiyu's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. But it's not enough. Maybe you can try fairy techniques, but transplanting Hashirama cells is still a lot worse. I'm afraid I'll have to grab a white Zetsu to study first, as my wife said. The Hashirama cells on white Zetsu's body should be gentler. More importantly, I gradually learned to relax my mind and avoid the influence of negative emotions. Thus, Chiyu learned a realm, ultimate concentration. Although there is no such thing as the selfless state of Shao Li when he is drunk, Tsunade is also amazed again and again. Ultimate's concentration, unity of mind and mind, free from negative emotions and various external factors, maximize the use of one's own abilities. Occasionally, you can also make your own physical memory appear, and you can attack and defensively. With extreme effort, maybe one day you will reach the realm of Shao Li's drunken state. And Tsunade spent a lot of time focusing on Chiyu's physical examination, studying Chiyu's physical changes and progress. Speaking of my daughter-in-law, I have 72 rewards for doing whatever I want. When can I use it? Looking at Tsunade, who swallowed his saliva to check his body, Chiyu felt that he was careless. Tsunade, is this a handsome husband? It just happens that my strength is not better than her. What is it called every time to be beaten? Wow. Tsunade snorted and gently kneaded Chiyu's handsome face with both hands, looking at Chiyu with agile eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. Here again and again Chiyu gave up the struggle, lost the highlights in his eyes, and couldn't win. Chapter 17. Haha, Sarah. I am good at medicine. I think your daughter is very talented. I can hardly be her teacher. You can see if those debts. In the palace of the witch of the kingdom of ghosts, a certain unscrupulous blonde with double ponytails prayed to Mithriya, a beautiful gray-haired girl, to act like a baby. Chiyu almost hit her face and ran away ashamed beside her, and Mithriya the maiden looked helpless. But Cheyenne, the little kid, liked Tsunade very much, giggling and calling Tsunade teacher. She wants talent. Forget it. Mithriya said regretfully. Firstly, her daughter Cheyenne, like herself, did not have the talent in this area. Tsunade was just talking nonsense, and besides, she didn't want her daughter to be exposed to spiritual practice. Since her birth, her daughter's Yuan has a huge force in her body that surpasses her understanding. Mithriya knew exactly what kind of sprites existed. She was worried that one day her daughter would not be able to rationally control the energy in the body and would become a disaster like sprites. So she sealed her daughter's strength in her body. Mill, don't be like this. You don't study, and your daughter doesn't study. Then how can I pay your debts? You won't want to keep people in custody? No. The woman in her 40s was holding her a child in his 20s acted like a baby. Chiyu was about to collapse. After Huang Quan started to act, Chiyu and Tsunade came to the capital of the country of ghosts. Although the folks here are simple and there is no casino, Tsunade itself is a human-shaped casino, which has developed all of a sudden with Chiyu as the support. The most famous medical expert in the ninja world, the rich and powerful here in the country of ghosts still know it. Plus the name of the casino Fat Sheep is spread under the guidance of Chiyu. Then Tsunade owed tens of millions. If it weren't for Mithriya, they found that the situation was serious and immediately blocked them, or they would have to continue to owe more. Mithriya Maiden sternly warned the dignitaries who participated in the kingdom of ghosts and confiscated half of their gambling funds. As for those foreign merchants, Tsunade owed them the gambling funds. Mithria had no choice but to fill in for her. Then Tsunade Chiyu was taken to the Miko's palace because the two of them had no money to eat. In addition, they provoked national gambling and had to pay for their debts. She was also not a wealthy Miko. Although Mithria did not dare to offend Tsunade, she still had the attitude she should have. She was kind and benevolent. She wanted Tsunade to reform and abandon her bad gambling habits. Chiyu heard that he raised his hands and feet in favor. Of course, all of this is also the purpose of Tsunade. Chiyu, go get ready. Don't cause innocent casualties, Tsunade said. In 2 days, Huang Quan had already acted. He brought the sprite's body from the marsh country and was about to rush to the underground palace where the ghost's soul was sealed. Chi-Yuing went out quietly, feeling somewhat general. Chi-Yu previously suggested that his wife use the name of the Holy Land Wetbone Forest, pretending to foresee the future and fooling Mithria, but Tsunade did not do so. There was a guard in the underground palace, and the people of Huang Quan's sect came over, and they couldn't avoid being completely destroyed. Boom! In the silent night, a violent roar broke the silence. Here, Huang Quan looked at the front with embarrassment, thinking that a group of ordinary people could easily win it at night. He didn't know that there was a crossbow shooting head-on, and a lot of detonating talisman exploded, and his Huang Quan cultists lost a lot in an instant. But he didn't care about this. Knowing that there was a strong ninja opposite, Huang Quan had an ugly face and ordered a few good subordinates to stop the ninja, and he went straight to the underground palace. Chi-Yu originally thought about how to act, and he was relieved when he saw Huang Quan's actions and worried that he was an Iron Man and would influence him. It seemed that Huang Quan still knew the importance. Now that Huang Quan is gone, Chi-Yu is not interested in the remaining followers of Huang Quan. After more than a dozen shadow clones, they are like wolves and sheep. Except for a few ninjas and a few samurai, most of these dozens of people are just stronger ordinary people. Without Sharingan, Chi-Yu is almost comparable to Kaga-level chakra and strong physique. There is no enemy of the two. My lord, thank you so much. The guard leader hurriedly got up amidst the roar and saw that the enemy was easily resolved by Chi-Yu, so he immediately came up to thank him. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield here. The opponent has a stronger person. Your Royal Highness and Master Tsunade will come to stop them immediately. Thank you for your kindness. The enemy wants to release the sprites. We must stop them, even if we give up our lives. The guard leader said generously, causing everyone to agree. Although the situation on the scene made them very confused, they still have responsibilities. Are you afraid that the maiden may not die fast enough? Do you deliberately increase the burden on the maiden? Chi-Yu mocked them and rushed to the underground palace. However, although these people are ordinary people, they are very disciplined. After Chi-Yu used illusion techniques to guide the guards on duty to launch an attack, all these people gathered quickly, but their strength was too poor. Master Tsunade. The sudden explosion caused Mithria the Miko to leave the palace, and Tsunade also came out of the guest house. My husband Chi-Yu has already gone to investigate the situation. Let's wait for the news. Tsunade said. No, that direction is the underground palace sealed with sprites. I must rush to it. At this time, Chi-Yu's shadow clone rushed over and reported the information, and then Mithria ordered a few words from the guards around him to immediately start the Miko mode. The red light all over his body was shining, and Tsunade next to him was surprised. To be honest, the country of ghosts is too remote. Almost few people arrive here, and this small country in the northwest is continuous. The country of ghosts, the country of swamps, the country of snow, the country of bears, the country of stone, etc. It is difficult to cross. The ninja world rarely knows about this, and he didn't expect the Miko to have such a strong power. Think about the Super Witch mode in Chi-Yu's memory that Cheyenne will grow up and transform into. If you get the correct guidance and practice since childhood, how will you be a dazzling existence in the future? Tsunade decided at this moment. In any case, Mithria had made a deal, and Cheyenne had made a deal with her. Boom! When Mithria and Tsunade rushed to the underground palace, there was a violent roar, and Chi-Yu was flying upside down. Chi-Yu, are you okay? Tsunade asked. It's okay. Although the sprites are extremely powerful, their combat skills and reaction capabilities are average. Chi-Yu replied. Just after Shadow Clone reported the information to Mithria and Tsunade, Chiyu came over slowly. It happened that the body and soul of Sprite were combining, and Chiyu attacked towards Huangquan. In the theater version, the four subordinates of Huangquan broke out, all of whom have the strength of authentic Jonin, and they are not weak when they want to come to Huangquan. But he didn't expect the sprites to merge so quickly. His black energy raging like tentacles quickly attacked Chiyu. Sprite's attack speed is still very fast. After all, even Naruto is in Shien's vision of the future, he has said. However, after being madly trained by Tsunade for 2 months and using ultimate's focus carefully, Chiyu still escaped easily. But unfortunately, in addition to not tempting the close attack, Chiyu's several ninjutsus have no choice but to use sprites. People don't hide at all. His own attacks are like tickling others, and they are very aggrieved. However, the full body of the sprite floats in the air, forming a blue glowing energy person and floating with a pair of blue energy wings. But seeing the arrival of Mithria in the witch mode, he obviously paused and was sealed by the witches of the past for thousands of years. His inner fear was more than hatred. But the maiden is worthy of the incarnation of kindness, and she calmly persuades the sprites, seeing Chiyu and Tsunade speechless for a while. Why don't you understand? Combining my energy with you, you can become a divine body and easily rule the world. As a villain, if you don't say this, wouldn't it be out of gregariousness? Spirits, why can't we believe in humans? From the perspective of the witches are actually a collection of separate parts of the witches of the past dynasties. They are also another evil self. I'm afraid I don't have to talk about this kind of thing, Tsunade muttered softly, bursting into full momentum with a boom. Tsunade's whole body was golden, with blonde hair and clothes fluttering. The prismatic mark on his forehead glowed purple, and black lines spread all over his body. Chapter 18. Seeing Tsunade erupting with golden light all over, Mithria secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tsunade is rumored to be very powerful, she has no bottom. Now that Tsunade has erupted, knowing that Tsunade is at least self-preserving, she is naturally much more relaxed. Yes, it is the power of self-preservation. Although Tsunade's burst of energy was almost lost to her at this moment, only the power of the maiden was effective against sprites. Otherwise, the maidens of the past would have asked the powerful villagers to eliminate the sprites. And the outbreak of Tsunade also frightened sprites. Although the golden light on Tsunade's body is not as dazzling as Mithria's, Sprite is worried about another witch. After taking a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. What he was afraid of was the power of the witch. Regardless of the amount of chakra, he threw a few blocks away from these people. Miko. Due to the overpowering power, in order not to let myself use the wrong way, I separated into 2 hearts and thoughts, guarded each other, but missed each other, paying attention to each other and coexisting. Unconsciously, the name changed to Sprite and Miko. Words such as light, dark, good, and evil cannot be used to describe us. The union between us is inevitable, and what determines the outcome is the amount of chakra between you and me. Now that I have been born again, your struggles are meaningless. Spirit, since you choose this way, I am not without the means to deal with you. Don't underestimate the power of the witch, Mithria said decisively. These words also made Sprite a little frightened, and then an angry and helpless emotion bloomed. As a helpless creature formed by the separation of mind and thought, although it can gradually become stronger over time. However, the witches of the previous generations either sealed him with their lives, or used the power of the witches to continue to seal him before leaving. Now, even if his soul is combined with his body, the minds of the witches in his body are still very restrictive to him, and he is not sure, if the witch laid down her life to seal him, he could hide. My soldiers, get up. Now, Sprite will naturally not shrink back. Not only will it not shrink back, but also the power of the Miko. Now the union of his soul and body is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom rumbling. In an instant, countless small stone bags burst, and countless stone figurines with bright eyes came out one after another. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit his finger and slapped it on the ground quickly with blood. Boom, in a huge white mist, a white katsu more than 10 meters thick and more than 40 meters long appeared. Master Tsunade. Katsuyu's sweet voice came. Katsu, please do your clone to stop these stone figurines from letting them out. Yes, Master Tsunade. Immediately, Katsu split into Katsu hundreds of meters in size, lined up at the entrance of the underground palace, preparing to stop these stone figurines. In Shiyu's memory, Tsunade knew that these stone figurines moved slowly and attacked not strong, but infinite regeneration was a bit tricky. Mile, I didn't expect your sealed monster to be so dangerous. Let's destroy him here today. Shiyu, deal with that Huangquan. No problem, Shiyu replied. I'm really sorry to involve you, Tsunade-sama. I have a way to deal with sprites. If I have any accidents, please ask Tsunade-sama to help care for my shine. Mithriya said softly with a complex expression. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then took Mithriya's hand with one hand, gave her a katsu, and said seriously, What nonsense will not let you die? Tsunade said. I am the strongest woman in the ninja world. Looking at the very manly Tsunade encouraging herself, Mithriya was very moved. Kienkienyu held Tsunade's hand tightly, and a sense of security spread throughout her body. Some admiringly looked at Tsunade, who encouraged her. Mithriya suddenly felt that her confidence had increased infinitely. The huge power gushes. Ugh! Shiyu originally looked forward to fighting, and immediately noticed something was wrong, and looked back at the scene that made him extremely dangerous. Ha ha! That's right. It's really the woman I like, Tsunade. Believe in your own strength. Today I will kill the sprites with you. I'm on it. Weird punch drink. Boom, Tsunade said very boldly. Then he bowed his body and instantly bounced out like a cannonball. A shock wave flew in place, leaving a crater several meters in size on the slate floor with a crack spreading dozens of meters. Boom, Tsunade slammed into the sprite in the midair in front of him very quickly. The sprite was also taken aback by Tsunade's aura, and a few huge black and purple energy tentacles counterattacked hastily. With a roar, Tsunade retreated, and in the smoke, the sprite's powerful tentacles collapsed, and the body was blasted off the palace wall. Before she could watch out for the gray-haired and red-haired beauty who saw her daughter-in-law's eyes were wrong. Shiyu stared at Huangquan, who was standing behind the ghost. At the moment when Tsunade sprites fought against each other, Huangquan was expecting to see the result of the battle, but was shocked by a huge shock wave. Boom! Shiyu approached Huangquan vigorously like a cheetah, and amidst countless gunpowder smoke, he blasted Huangquan's head with a punch. In a hurry, Huangquan's hands could be resisted. However, the huge force directly bombarded Huangquan's hands and head directly and twisted it directly into the stone figurines below the side. Shiyu immediately followed, thinking that he had succeeded in a blow, but he didn't expect Huangquan to be so powerful that he didn't break his body, which was really rare. Puff, wow, Huangquan was rolling before he could stand up. At a huge critical moment, he was stunned by stuffing a few disgusting black-handed bugs into his mouth, and then chewed. Here, Mithriya saw the shocking scene of Tsunade's first blow, and his eyes sparkled, and he immediately rushed to Tsunade's side. Tian Shou sure. Tsunade drank violently and slammed it down with a high leg. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if the sky was breaking and the earth was cracking, and the entire underground palace shook violently. Just exploded with huge energy. Countless black and purple energy tentacles spreading hundreds of meters. The spooky, who became angry and furious, had yet to counterattack successfully, and there was another collapsing attack on the face. Mithriya, who had just arrived next to Tsunade, was taken aback. The shock caused her to fall over, and Tsunade immediately picked her up. I'm very sorry for Mithriya. Sprites are very strong, but he doesn't have much combat experience and skills. I crushed the underground palace, which blocked his vision and affected his actions. It would be more advantageous for us to fight him. I know, I listened to you. Mithriya hugged Tsunade and said while being held in the collapsed palace by Tsunade. After all, she didn't have any combat experience and skills. She only learned a seal technique. Shiyu stared blankly in the distance, and suddenly felt nameless and sour. Master Sprite is the strongest. You all have to die. I will also be invincible after receiving the gift of Master Sprite. Invincible There happened to be sandbags on this anger. Boom. After avoiding countless huge collapsed rocks on the top, Shiyu slammed into Huangquan with a swift punch. He didn't know the buff of those bugs. This person was more rough and thicker and more suitable for boxing practice. Go to death. Fire style, fire. Flying upside down and crashing into the Huang Quan, which had destroyed dozens of stone figurines, immediately resented Jin, and several fierce fire beams rolled around. Playing fire style in front of Sharingan, feel offended. Chiyu dispelled his idea of continuing to practice boxing. After all, someone was playing with fire in front of Sharingan. Can this be tolerated? Fire style, holding out the arrow. Chiyu Jin sprayed a blazing fire toward Huang Quan in the air. The violent flames destroyed the fire style of Huang Quan all the way and exploded in Huang Quan, with countless flames spreading around hundreds of meters. Chapter 19. A figure full of flames struggling in the sea of flames. Huang Quan wrapped himself in a water-style water polo at a critical moment, but it was still shocked by Chiyu's fire style. Although he was not dead, his whole body was burnt and distorted. Fire style can't kill people? I don't believe Chiyu today. Then I saw Huang Chuan's madness in Jin, and a huge water dragon rushed towards him. Chiyu was disdainful, making marks on his hands and using the fire dragon ball technique. Boom! 2 ninjutsu exploded, and the surrounding stone figurines 100 meters away were affected. Fire style, fire dragon flare. Chiyu quickly settled, and a manic fire dragon danced from his mouth, rushing towards Huang Quan violently. Your youth is over. I bring salt for fire style. Looking at the yellow spring of coke, Chiyu threw 2 stone figurines over and smashed him. He had to learn from Kakashi, and he had to do a good job of making up the knife. Then he would give these infinitely regenerated stone figurines a great fireball explosion to delay them. Progress. Chiyu quickly approached Tsunade and the others on the battlefield. His own ninjutsu and physical skills had almost no effect on sprites, but there were some other abilities that might help. As the palace continued to collapse, the sprite was severely affected here, losing sight of Tsunade and Mithriya, and trying to maintain his figure. Go to hell. However, a golden figure appeared next to him, so scared that sprite stretched out 2 huge tentacles to resist, but unfortunately, it was smashed by Tsunade with a punch, and the huge force used it to blast the sprite into the ground. Tsunade didn't succeed in attacking the enemy's joy, but frowned. The sprite's energy tentacle manipulation made people a headache. He didn't expect his pure energy body to be too strong. After attacking his body twice, he hardly suffered any damage. Wow, boom, what? A golden energy ball exploded after the sprite was attacked by Tsunade and exploded on the sprite's body. Although the destructive power is not as good as Tsunade's strange power, it makes the sprite scream. Good job, Mithriya. Let's continue to work together. Tsunade saw this, his brows stretched out, and he said happily, and then he drew near Mithriya, leading her to dodge the collapse of the palace while rushing towards the sprites. Please, Tsunade-sama, said Mithriya, who was held in Tsunade's arms. If you don't have to die, who wants to die? Coupled with the fact that he has not received any pictures of people dying around him in the future, Mithriya's confidence has increased even more. Boom rumble, as Chiyu approached, the sprites suffered several joint attacks from Tsunade and Mithriya, and had begun to lose his mind and run wild. The underground palace, which had collapsed, shattered more violently. Chiyu. After several more rounds of attacks, Tsunade shouted to Chiyu, who was close to watching the battle. Clear. Immediately Chiyu opened the realm of ultimate concentration and rushed towards the sprite, avoiding countless collapsed rocks and sprite's tentacles, and approached him directly. At present, Chiyu cannot use ninjutsu and physique to cause damage to sprites, but illusion is not necessarily. Tsunade made preparations early. That is, in the theater version, when the sprites finally broke out in shine, he was actually terrified. In other words, this creature that has lived for thousands of years is actually not strong in will, so you can start from this aspect. In fact, think about it. It has been sealed by the witches of the past, and a person has been alone in the sealed land for thousands of years. Now he still has normal thinking, which is not bad. Seeing Chiyu flying in, the ghostly face screamed and attacked Chiyu, and Chiyu, who was facing the ghostly gaze, opened his eyes in vain, and the scarlet evil 3-tomo Sharingan opened. Magic, Songhang technique. In the illusion space, the sprite saw a girl with purple light all over, with a golden halo on her head, mysterious red lines on her face, purple energy wings, and a long silk scarf. Just like a goddess came to the world, this is Cheyenne in the anime. The appearance of the sprite's body when it broke out. In the spooky panic, he was attacked by powerful energy while being swallowed by energy, roaring in fear. It turns out that he can't use such a huge energy because the souls of the witches of the past have restricted him. I have seen countless young souls and stars. Chiyu said after the line that had been prepared long ago, after Tsunade Mithria arrived. Mithria froze for a moment. Then his face was sad, and tears could not be restrained. This, Mithria, do you want to see them? If you kill the ghost, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to see the souls of the witches of the past. Tsunade hesitated and asked Mithria. Mithria naturally wanted to see him very much, so under the leadership of Tsunade, he rushed all the way into the spirit of the sprite attacked by Chiyu's illusion. As soon as Mithria appeared in the sprites, countless shining stars immediately cheered and encircled Mithria. Mithria lightly held the stars in both hands and closed her eyes and wept. After a while, Mithria woke up with deep resentment and happiness in her eyes. There, she met her long-dead mother and many witches of the past. You all deserve to die. Sprite woke up, watched in anger at these people breaking into his body, and then launched a fierce attack. Although Chiyu's illusion technique was suppressed, after he broke free for the first time, the follow-up effect was much less. Nowadays, even in the spiritual space in his body, it is difficult for a few people to cause effective damage to him. After all, accumulating the power of the witches of the past and surviving for thousands of years is really not something ordinary people can deal with. Master Tsunade, I am glad I met you. Thank you for your help. I am going to seal the sprites. This is the fate of our maiden. Cheyenne will ask you in the future. What stupid thing to say. I said, I won't let you die. Tsunade pulled Mithria out of the sprite. Chiyu, continue illusion to suppress sprites. Mithria, pass the power to me. I don't believe that my fist can't kill him. Tsunade is not convinced. Naruto can use the power of Rasengan and Cheyenne's Witch to kill sprites. Why can't she? Mithria, who was held in Tsunade's arms, looked at Tsunade closely, and then transferred the power of the witch to Tsunade's hands. Super, strange power fist. At the moment when Chiyu tried his best to interfere with the sprite, Tsunade twisted the red light of the strange force fist and slammed into the sprite. Boom, the huge sprite body shattered immediately, and then roared and struggled. Tsunade looked a little embarrassed. Naruto, that boy, his Rasengan at the time was definitely not as strong as his current strange power. She was in full state. Even the power of the pinnacle rakeage was not enough to see, but she did not kill the sprites. That must be the power of Mithria's maiden, not as good as the power of her daughter's maiden. Mill, compete with sprites for his chakra and reduce his power. But it is not ineffective, a huge attack. Sprites may not have the mind to compete with Mithria for chakra. Mithria was stunned for a moment and hesitated. As a witch, she always thought that sprites were evil, and they all disliked him. Except that the witches of the past could not have the advantage to absorb the chakra of sprites and fuse with him. They were very disgusted with him. Never thought of fusing him. Please, Mithria. Tsunade looked at Mithria and begged. Okay. Mithria met Tsunade's eyes and immediately stopped hesitating. So Mithria sent more chakra to Tsunade, and the spooky energy began to come. Sprite felt that he was about to be absorbed by Mithria and was very furious, but he was disturbed by Chiyu's illusion, and Tsunade continued to attack with strange power fists that merged with the power of the witch. His energy was quickly absorbed by Mithria, but there was no resistance. After a while, the shattered and messy underground palace, you can already see the starry sky above your head. The sprites have long since disappeared, and what is left is Mithria, the light man whose body is full of blue light after absorbing the sprite's energy. Just after Mithria absorbed more energy than the sprites, he easily extinguished the disturbed and involved sprites. After fully integrating the sprite energy, Mithria sat quietly, watching her closed eyes and tears streaming down. Chiyu and Tsunade were stunned. Here in Mithria, when the sprites are completely killed and the sprite's energy is absorbed, the energy of the two becomes one, exploding with a powerful aura. She was also saying goodbye to the witches of the previous generations who had transferred to her body. The sprites were wiped out, and the souls of the witches of each generation went to the Pure Land happily. Chapter 20. Sprites were eliminated, and the country of ghosts was celebrated here for 3 days. Although many people find it inexplicable, the insiders of the Miko family are particularly excited. The things that have been worrying for generations disappear, and they feel that their restraints are gone. I'm very sorry for involving you in Mithriya, but now the ninja world is weak, and that day will really come, and you really need your strength to stop it. Tsunade said to Mithriya sincerely and solemnly from the Miko palace. Arrive, Master Tsunade, I believe in you. I will take good control of the current powerful power and practice hard. If that day comes, Mithriya will be at your disposal at any time. Mithriya agreed without hesitation. He didn't even give himself a way out, and didn't need time to distinguish between true and false. After eliminating sprites and Mithriya merged with sprites, Tsunade still told Mithriya some information. Mithriya is very strong after incorporating the energy of sprites, but it is only as strong as first Hokage and Uchiha Madara back then. In addition, Mithriya's combat experience and skills are pitiful, and if he really has to face those two people, it is estimated that he will lose in 2 or 3 rounds. For Mithriya, a friend who is likely to face the strength of the enemy in the future, Tsunade not only revealed the truth and dangers of the shinobi world, but also prepared to change their concept of witches. Milik, people are not born as gods, and even the Sage of 6 Paths that created the world of ninja has left many major mistakes. Both people and gods need to grow up. People are complicated, with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. 7 emotions and 6 desires. We can choose to suppress and correct them, but we can't help but look straight, you understand. Master Tsunade, I will listen to you. From now on, I believe in myself and every maiden in the future. We will no longer escape from our shortcomings, separate our hearts and consciousness, and will not allow monsters like sprites to be born. You are right. Power can indeed change people's desires, but what is above power is always wisdom. Master Tsunade, I will no longer seal Shine's power. I also ask Master Tsunade to accept Shine as a student, please. In the past few days, Tsunade and Mithriya had a heart-to-heart conversation and learned about the relationship between the witch sprites, and also learned a lot of inside information from Chiyu. As a result, he slowly convinced Mithriya with many viewpoints and theories from Chiyu's previous life. Regardless of Mithriya or the entire shinobi world, what is missing is only a breakthrough in vision and thinking. There are so many heroes in the ninja world, and they are limited by thoughts and the world pattern. It is so sad that Tsunade decided to overthrow the world. That's great, Mithriya. To tell the truth, we were weak before and carrying these secrets on our backs. It was really fortunate. Now that you join, I suddenly feel a lot easier. Thank you so much. Tsunade took a bold sip of wine and took Mithriya next to him and patted his shoulder affectionately. Then Tsunade-sama, what are you going to do next? How to do it? Actually, I am also very hesitant. My grandfather can't do it. I really don't have the confidence. What this world lacks is not only the strong, but also civilization. Thousands of wars, deformed wills, tattered politics, hostile and scattered all parts of the world. How can we work together to deal with the real danger? If it were not for partners with the same dreams, in such a desperate world, it would really not be able to survive. But Mithriya, I think the sages in the past have gone in the wrong direction. Although love and peace are noble, you let those who are illiterate and rushing for the next meal to understand and identify with these things. How can it be possible? The prosperity of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. Songlin knows the etiquette for the real, and knows the honor and disgrace for the food and clothing. Many people can't see through the fact that Tintin fights and kills to snatch resources. In fact, development is the last word. If you go to the mountains to pick fruits, dig wild vegetables, and hunt, how can it be better to grow crops and raise poultry? Therefore, today's ninja world needs to develop and tell them how to make money, how to improve the quality of life, how to develop education, and how to promote civilization. Not only have to worry about this, but also have to guard against wars between various forces, guard against certain careerists from dominating the world or destroying the world, and also help them guard against people outside the world. It's so difficult, Mithriya, So difficult. While talking, Tsunade continued to sell miserably in the eyes of Mithrida's enlightenment and worship. Mithridat was indeed shocked. Everyone shouted for the sake of the world and the people of the history she knew and read. But like Tsunade, thinking about promoting the economic development and life improvement of the ninja world, starting from the most basic level of people, the most basic level of food and clothing, she heard it for the first time and felt that this was the most practical way. Ordinary people don't have enough to wear well, who will consciously understand what is right and wrong. Ordinary people do not know how to read and write, how to develop and promote civilization. Then Tsunade-sama, what should we do now? Mithridat, who spoke speculatively, was burning with fire in his heart, preparing to abandon the rules of the maidens for thousands of years and follow Tsunade to work hard, because Tsunade is special. I have spent decades participating in wars and traveling the world. I feel that countries, and even regions, are too far apart from each other, not only do not understand each other, but also limit their horizons. If I want to build roads before getting rich, I am going to give it a try. I will use transportation to connect various countries and increase communication with each other, thereby increasing human activities and business progress, thereby stimulating production and planting industries. Do you know why I came to the northwest side of Ninja World this time? I just heard that Snow State is a large and advanced means of transportation, so I came here. Tsunade immediately showed Mithridat's thoughts enthusiastically, hearing Mithridat's 3 views sublimated, looking forward to it. Of course, these are ideal states. There is no shortage of people with brain problems in the shinobi world. The traffic is not as easy to promote as imagined. It may even be possible to get in. Chiyu saw Mithridat see his wife. His eyes are getting more and more wrong, and he has to call out twice to increase his sense of presence. So in Mithridat's solemn and regretful look, Tsunade and Chiyu explained to her the current predicament. First of all, the first point is that the Snow Country is now the Ninja Village Rebellion, and the Wind and Flowers are usurping the throne. They cannot cooperate with the usurper, and it is easy to be destroyed by countless Kunsi morals in the ninja world. Second, the second point is the problem of technological progress and branch distribution. Then it is how to promote and find partners. After all, it not only needs a lot of money to start, but also needs to maintain the safety of the industry chain. In the end, that is your own strength. If you don't have the strength and play such a big game, you will be swallowed by whales sooner or later. The railway is a huge project, but a few people in the ninja world can destroy the railway, making the railway nameless. Therefore, not only must we increase our own strength to deter Xiao Xiao, but we must also prevent all forces from moving the railway. Ideal is beautiful, reality may be cruel, but my heart is as hot as a volcanic eruption when planning. Mithridat, I don't want to regret it, so I need to find a lot of friends. Master Tsunade, Mithridat is looking forward to seeing those friends. Tsunade was very happy, and he poured a cup of Mithridat abruptly. Mithridat, who had never been drunk before, grabbed Tsunade and fell asleep with a blushing blush. Jealous. Tsunade laughed and teased when Chiyu came over and pulled Mithridat's hands away from him. Jealous? Do not. This is already war. In this Shura field, Laozi must not lose to a woman. Chapter 21. You work hard to practice, and when I find Fenghua Xiaoxua, we will go to Lulan and then to the Kingdom of Snow, and then let our dreams bloom. Leaving the next day, looking at the Mithridat mother and daughter who came to see off, Tsunade said boldly. Finally, he waved goodbye in reluctance between Mithridat and Ziyuan. At this point, Chiyu was slightly relieved. Oh, poor Mithridat. After being sold, he helped a certain number of people who have no morals. Chiyu sighed. Now Mithridat, who has integrated the energy of sprites, turns on the witch god mode. Its strength and energy are not weaker than Senju Hashirama. What it lacks is only the means of fighting, skills, and experience. When Mithridat used her own strength well, she would have a place in the age when 6 paths did not make it. Such a strong, Tsunade made a lot of money. In any case, there is such a master as Mithridat, at least in the northwestern part of Ninja, the country of snow, the country of ghosts, the country of marshes, and the country of bears. There is no problem connecting to a transportation alliance. Are you deliberately opposing me? and then letting me alienate Mithriya because of guilt? I'm not so scheming, daughter-in-law. Yo, Orochimaru, why are you here now? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Let me wait until now. Somewhere in the Kingdom of Wind, when I saw Jiraiya of Orochimaru, he immediately yelled in discomfort. Ha ha. I didn't expect, Jiraiya, that you would contact me on the initiative. Why? Did you catch me back to the village, or did you want me to return which forbidden technique? Orochimaru arrived, keeping a complete distance, and said, although he is confident in his ability to escape, Jiraiya is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and Orochimaru dares not try the danger behind his sealing technique and sage mode. What can happen? Tsunade sent me a letter to see us and threatened me to find you. Jiraiya said discouragedly, his face very melancholy. Jiraiya is very uncomfortable now, because he knows that Tsunade has a husband, and his heartbreak has been relieved for a long time. Looking at Tsunade's letter over and over again, the couple wanted to see themselves and Orochimaru to discuss something. Jiraiya watched it again and felt heartache again, and then slowly relieved. I didn't expect Tsunade to find someone she likes. It seems that she has changed a lot, Orochimaru said with emotion. No wonder that Tsunade felt different when she was hammered before. Ugh, Jiraiya sighed. Regret it? Ha ha ha. You had a lot of opportunities at the beginning, and you didn't know what you were thinking. Jiraiya smiled bitterly when he heard Orochimaru's sarcasm, then glanced at Orochimaru suspiciously. I didn't expect Orochimaru to talk about this, which is really strange. Boom, go to hell, you two bastards. Somewhere in the desert, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just appeared on a sand dune. Tsunade rushed over with a black face, twisting his fists and giving a hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Don't you know that the desert is hot? Don't you know if you are in a bad mood after staying in this place for a long time? Tsunade roared while beating. Tut, the picture is too cruel. Chiyu behind hastily blindfolded. How do you call it when you first meet? A strange figure quietly appeared beside Chiyu, and then asked softly. Looking back at Orochimaru with long black hair, pale skin, and golden vertical snake pupils, Chiyu replied after seeing him. Hello, Uncle Snake. Just call me Chiyu. Orochimaru was taken aback. What the hell is Uncle Snake? At the same time, some gloomy eyes flashed with surprise. This friend from childhood can play and found a young man. Tsunade, what kind of temper is this? Orochimaru asked suspiciously. In the past, he didn't care about these things, but he was a little backed recently. The fancy talent was intercepted by Tsunade and beaten by her. After returning to the organization, Loquat Jizo died. He took the initiative to team up with Itachi and wanted to move Mangekyo, but he killed him in seconds. Recently, the fortunes have been bad. Even when he meets old friends, he is very cautious. Tsunade wants to do something. He naturally runs off immediately, regardless of whether Tsunade is true or not. I think you are slow to come, and you have taken away the second-generation Lord Forbidden technique and some personal enmity with Jiraiya. Chiyu answered vaguely. It was true that Tsunade was in a bad mood waiting in the desert. The second is to know about the original future Orochimaru in Pure World Reincarnation, first generation, second generation, as well as Jiraiya, the guy who gave a chance not to go to Rain Shinobi Village to die. They are all inconspicuous, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya are now very innocent. After learning the plot of Hokage from Chiyu's memory, Tsunade also knew that Jiraiya really liked her, but he never made up his mind, or he had a choice from the beginning. From the time Toad Sage prophesied him, he knew that his mission was very heavy. Your disciple will become a ninja who will bring about great changes in the ninja world in the future, bringing peace or destruction to the world that has never been seen before. One day, you will usher in a day of major choices. These words, as long as you are not a fool, you know what your ending will be. Jiraiya likes Tsunade very much, but he knows that he may not be able to bear the responsibility. Otherwise, he only needs to be a little bit restrained and less promiscuous. It is really not difficult to win Tsunade, and he has the right time and place. It's crazy, Tsunade, but what benefit do you give me? The four chatted briefly in a sand hole, and Orochimaru licked his mouth excitedly. He is not interested in this aspect of science and technology, but it will affect his own research progress. He is excited that he feels that the ninja world is about to be a storm, and the source of this wind is the firm in front of him, who has grown up since childhood. Great partner. Orochimaru, anyway, You have to help Tsunade. If you have anything you admire here, just speak up. Tsunade, I support you unconditionally, but can you tell the teacher about them? Jiraiya rubbed medicine. With a puffy face, he frowned and said, Forget it, Jiraiya. Don't be emotional. Those old age things. Either stay at home well, or crush and nourish the earth. Tsunade said firmly. She wanted to change the world of ninja, but she didn't follow Chi-Yu's suggestion, such as spring rain moisturizing things and warm water boiled frogs. What she wants from Tsunade is subversion. Even if this era collapses, she must ensure that the next era will not be affected by the old solidified thinking. The vision of the ninja world should be the sea of stars. If it doesn't break or stand, if Tsunade can't achieve her ideal result, she will plow the ninja garden fiercely and dig out all the original vegetables and weeds on it, and then bury them to become new seeds. Nourishment. The lunatics of the Otsutsuki branch house may be too extreme, but some theories still make sense. It's just that Tsunade doesn't agree. When the moon falls, not to mention a lot of innocent people, but you don't have a large number of people, how can civilization be promoted? In the ninja world, civilization is destroyed. How many years will you build your civilization base? Why don't you trust everyone, Tsunade? Is it too arbitrary? Everyone's power. In this broken world, there is always more ignorance than truth. Instead of expecting to persuade the frog at the bottom of the well to come out and look at the wonderful starry sky, you might as well help it smash the well, and they will come out to touch the world. Tsunade decisively interrupted Jiraiya. Chapter 22. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk more about it now. Uncle Snake, let's study the cell viability and how to better transplant first-generation cells. After his wife's passionate speech, Chi-Yu quickly changed the topic. It's okay to deal with Jiraiya, who values Tsunade. No matter how beautiful these empty words are, you can't get Uncle Snake. These are just the determination that Tsunade trusted the two of them, and Chi-Yu's words were one of the main points to find them this time. This can't be said by Tsunade, who called her Tsundere so long before, otherwise it would make Orochimaru feel very abrupt. Tsunade patted Chi-Yu's head in annoyance. She still wanted to escape Orochimaru to see if she could subdue him. By doing this, Chi-Yu didn't think that her goal could not be achieved. Why in the future Sasuke's second stunner can accept Orochimaru, she can't. Hearing the words, Jiraiya froze for a moment, and looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru. On the other hand, Orochimaru happily stuck out his long tongue and licked his mouth. What is my reward? Orochimaru asked with interest. Long-winded. Boom, Tsunade punched Orochimaru unhappily, and his head broke. But when he didn't see it, Uncle Snake's neck squirmed a few times, and a new head grew out again. Ha ha, Tsunade, trading can't do this. Orochimaru said with a smile. Now that Tsunade found them, he would never empty the white wolf. Tsunade is not that kind of person, he is looking forward to it. Not killing you is reward. Tsunade roared angrily. You have not thoroughly studied the cells of the first-generation adults? Otherwise, you would have transplanted them earlier, but we know that some of the good products of the first-generation adult cells are obtained. Not only can the transplanted organs perfectly fit the body, but also can give you research make progress. Chi-Yu still gave Orochimaru the conditions. Although there are some empty checks, Orochimaru likes it, and he doesn't lack the time. As for what it is naturally white Zetsu. This Uchiha Madara is a product created with the energy of the sacred tree and Hashirama cells. If it can capture the biological weapons produced by the two sacred trees of white Zetsu, or Uzumaki Ife. Needless to say, Orochimaru agreed. He studied the arm of Danzo, the survivor of the experiment, with style Yamato, who also took some cells from Danzo to study, but unfortunately, he didn't get any results. Now that Tsunade and Chi-Yu said so, he agreed. He has been greedy for Hashirama cells for too long, but he hasn't studied it perfectly. If it is for Danzo's level, he disdains transplantation. I think we should talk about the issue of money. Train manufacturing requires money, and road construction requires money. Even if it is the name of the country of fire, I can't afford it. Jiraiya doesn't like to talk about forbidden techniques. He is more opposed to cells. Research. We don't need to talk about the money issue. It's just the lack of technological advancement and time, as well as strength. Otherwise, it will be no problem to spread the train to various countries within a year. Tsunade waved his face and said proudly, With a lot of knowledge about business and economics of Chiyu launching. In this backward economy and underdeveloped business model, Tsunade can make a profit even before building a train. You don't even need to repair roads. Others will rush to spend money to repair them, and you only need to give ideas and instructions. Of course, all of this must be based on the situation where others dare not mess with you. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stared blankly at Tsunade. The changes in Tsunade caught them off guard. With this self-confidence, is it possible to steal the treasury of the 5 major countries? Still dug to Jinshan, Jiraiya doesn't believe it. If Tsunade can pay back the hundreds of millions of gambling debts he helped to pay, he can try to believe it. Orochimaru is also very expensive. After all, his experiments are very expensive. He has a lot of gray industries and knows a lot of big businessmen. If so, his expenses are also withheld. Even if his own ideal laboratory construction cost is not a fraction of the Tsunade Railway's envisaged construction cost, what confidence does Tsunade use? Boom! Oh, Master Sasori, are you sure Orochimaru is here? We have been chasing for so long. The desert of your country of wind is really uncomfortable. There is no artistic atmosphere. Looking at the sand dune in front of it being blown and collapsed, I like it the most. Deidara of explosive art is also unhappy. This desert is more uncomfortable than the rock forest of their land. Don't be long-winded. I've seen Orochimaru upset for a long time. Please stay away. Don't interfere with me and him. Before they finished speaking, Deidara and Sasori looked straight ahead blankly. The 4 of Tsunade, who were still in the Rongjong confrontation, jumped out of the explosion ruins, and when the dust cleared, they looked at a big white clay bird in front of them. 2 people in Akatsuki's big cloak costumes. 1 Failyohu, and 1 Rejoice. Yellow hair. Sasori, Master Sasori, are they fake? Shadow clone transformation technique. Deidara stared at the 4 people in front of him in a daze. A little transparent boy in black can ignore it, but didn't you come to chase Orochimaru? Why did Konoha Sannin appear here? Isn't Orochimaru Konoha Rebellion? How could Senju Tsunade and Jiraiya be with him? Tang-Tang, Konoha Sannin, and Deidara still have this knowledge, no matter how young they are. What's more, when they came to chase Orochimaru with Sasori, they also made some knowledge supplements. Deidara, who is underage, has grievances written on her little face. This is obviously a trap, waiting for them to come up. Have pity for him. Deidara just wanted to be famous in the ninja world. So is it going to be severely beaten by the society? God is unfair to him, Xiao Di. Be careful, it shouldn't be fake. Sasori said solemnly. Even if there is no real body, Sasori feels a chill in his back. Let him fight. Orochimaru heads up. He is not afraid, but facing Sannin. Why? I turn around. Deidara asked quietly. Sasori, who seemed unmoved, also felt that this was the first time he heard what Deidara said. Here, Chi was a little confused at first, but Tsunade jumped out of the collapsed sand hole as soon as he realized it. Now seeing the duo of art on the opposite side, I suddenly feel a little funny. Are you surprised or surprised? Swish. Then Chiyu flew up on his own in the stunned circle. Don't say Deidara and Sasori are dumbfounded. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are dumbfounded. Chiyu was kicked up by Tsunade and threw it towards the fleeing duo. She just wanted to laugh at the art duo, and now she suffers. While in the air, Chiyu immediately entered ultimate state of concentration, adjusted his body shape, quickly formed a seal, and a huge fire dragon spurted out of Chiyu's mouth. Swish swish. Immediately, thunder and lightning broke out in his hand, and Senbon, who was holding the lightning-style chakra, flew towards Deidara. The puppet master Sasori and Deidara's explosion style in this big desert are quite unfavorable for Chiyu. Had to start fire style to limit Sasori's shots, and use lightning style to restrain Deidara. Chong, when passing them in the air, Chiyu's Taitu attacked them. Fortunately, the series happened too quickly. Although Sasori's defense blocked Chiyu's attack, it also restricted Deidara's counterattack. Regardless of how young Deidara is now, he still has the talent he should have. Lightning-style Thunderball. The passing Chiyu turned around with one-handed Jin and blasted their clay birds with a Thunderbolt ninjutsu. Lightning-style restrained Deidara's technique. Without air superiority, he could still try it out. Swish, Sasori's eyesight is quick, and a scapegoat puppet is quickly thrown. The Failyohu on his body has a lot of iron. which is inconvenient to resist. Wow! Using a puppet to resist the thunderball, Chiyu's attack was unsuccessful, and when the two were about to counterattack, they quickly turned their heads back. Both of them knew what to watch out for, so even if the boy in black flew over, most of their attention was still on Sanon's side. Hearing the sound behind, he immediately turned his head to be vigilant. Tear and pull. Then he saw a shining thunder sword hit the clay bird at their feet. After Chiyuhui was in a state of ultimate concentration, he was asked by his wife to practice double swordsmanship. I just mentioned a knife to the past, in addition to the need for the other hand to make the seal, that is to prepare the sword in the blind zone of Sasori and Deidara to follow. Chapter 23. Are you sure it's okay? Jiraiya was here, staring at Tsunade in a daze. This throws his man out without hesitation. It's really cruel. What if you become a widow? But Orochimaru came interested. Tsunade is proud. It is impossible to find a little white face at will. He also wants to see what is special about Chiyu. He just isn't resolute enough. His character needs to be tempered. Tsunade looked at the dazzling sun, took out a bottle of ice wine, and took a sip. Jiraiya curled his lips and watched a certain tsundere woman summoning Katsuyu with one hand, and he didn't bother to talk. If you don't know Katsuyu, space transformation, and you don't know Katsuyu, Tsunariji, would you really dare to mess around? Swish swish. When the clay Asuka was pierced by the lightning-style sword and Sasori and Deidara fell, Sasori's scarlet amber shot countless needles. As soon as Chiyu hit the ground, he turned around and quickly backed away. Sasori had been immersed in puppets for countless years. He was also a super genius. These needles were all poisonous and extremely fast. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Following Chiyu's rapid leaping, countless fireballs spewed out and attacked Sasori and Deidara, who had just landed. Boom bang bang. Bahis. With a few slight explosions, countless white mists of water vapor quickly emerged. Sasori has already manipulated the puppet to use the water style to meet Chiyu's fire style, and his proud work third Kazekage has also been sacrificed, very stable. Swish swish. Chiyu issued lightning style several times. Shimoto continued to press Deidara and couldn't let him use explosion style. Although he is less than 13 now, the explosion in this place is really uncomfortable. Immediately the seal was closed, and a more violent flame spurted out of his mouth. Chiyu used the fire style. What to extinguish this more powerful fire style to put pressure on the two of them. He immediately picked up the sword and rushed away. On the way, he picked up the sword that pierced Deidara's clay Asuka, and the two swords rushed towards the two of them. Swish swish. From the explosion of gunpowder and war, countless dense rain like thousands of thousands hit the sky. Chiyu didn't move and instantly turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan, without any reduction in his own speed. As Li Kaipao said, the brave wins when he meets on the narrow road, and now he is rushing at him first with the knife. Relying on the dynamic views and insights of 3 Tomo Sharingan, Chiyu made a lightning leap all the way, clanging to block some 1,000 books, rushing into the smoke and fire, and killing the chakra reaction point in Sharingan's insight. Chong, whhhhhh. Chiyu rushed in. Sasori's reaction was not slow. The Fei Lu Hu puppet spell summoned a huge 1,000 arms. Chiyu quickly rotated like a small top. Before his 1,000 arms released the poisonous mist, the 2 knives in his hand were rotated and all cut open. Chiyu's right hand is 2 sword, which is reversed. The commander told us that the double sword flow or something, of course, should be a small whirlwind top. Chiyu is barely 20 centimeters taller than the commander, so it is better to make a whirlwind top. At this moment, rejoiced little yellow-haired Deidara saw the scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes, took a step back subconsciously, and immediately opened his left eye. After being ruthlessly crushed by Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi some time ago, he specially trained his left eye to fight Sharingan. Although the progress is not good now, he can't hesitate. Master Sasori stepped back. After Deidara shouted, he immediately leaped back and threw a dozen clay birds over with both hands. Shoo-hoo. Drink. When Deidara saw the clay Asuka approaching the 3 Tomo Sharingan Black Ninja, she immediately detonated. But embarrassingly, these clay birds stopped falling and did not detonate. Observing the faint electric light on the clay bird, Deidara's face went black. No, I am a fledgling kid. How do you know to use lightning style to restrain my explosion style? Still so confident not to look back? What if it bursts? Sasori has a puppet to block the explosion. How about you? Deidara doubts seriously at this moment. Is this person someone who has been a spy with him in the land of the earth in the past few years? When Chiyu's two knives turned and quickly turned towards Sasori, he did not move. Even the puppets in front of him did not move. Chiyu is very vigilant. It is impossible that Sasori can't react. He is a genius. In an instant, a huge black blunt object blocked Sasori's body, and Chiyu immediately slowed down his sword and his own speed. Your own sword is not a treasure, and it may break in front of the sand and iron of third Kazekage. Swish swish. Chiyu's light body was weirdly avoiding the 3-meter black sand iron bricks, and countless black gravels leaned toward Chiyu like bullets. Jingle bell. Rain Shinobi burst out with all his strength, and his body burst into thunder. Its speed seems to be very irregular, but the speed is very ultimate. Sasori has already appeared Fei Liuhu, revealing his young face, although he is still a puppet. Although the young Sharingan on the opposite side hadn't reached the level of threatening him, Sharingan and ultimate speed exploded, and it was already difficult for Fei Liuhu to observe him. Whoosh. In an instant, Sasori opened his chest, countless chakra threads came out, and immediately opened dozens of puppets from the scroll. He also manipulates the Sasori tail and dozens of red-cloaked puppets who are often used by the Scarlet Husband to surround the Sharingan boy in black. Most of his attention is still on the side of guarding Sannin. Most of the puppets and third Kazekage are arranged in positions. Defend there. And here in Sannin, Jiraiya turned his head mechanically and glanced at Tsunade, and saw Tsunade drinking ice wine calmly. For a while, he didn't know where to say it, so he turned his head in confusion. Orochimaru's eyes flashed brightly, and his tongue licked his mouth unconsciously. Things became more and more interesting. Uchiha has just been annihilated. If his brain is normal, he knows what the village is playing, but here Tsunade is with a Sharingan. Of course they would not think that Tsunade was controlled by this Sharingan. This young man was not worthy of his strength. Even Mangekyo could not control Tsunade. Detonate the clay biplane. Deidara watched the black-clothed boy quickly fight with the dozen puppets operated by Sasori, and threw a few clay birds over. Chiyu, not surprisingly, Chiyu, who was rushing to the battle, took off the knife with his left hand for a second, and countless lightning-style Senbons blocked Deidara's attack. Relying on Sharingan's insight and ultimate state of concentration, he solved the puppet that Sasori exquisitely manipulated with a few breaths, and rushed towards him. Suddenly, as soon as Sasori's main arm lifted, a violent flame was immediately ejected from the machine's mouth. The flame temperature was extremely high, and Chiyu quickly retreated. Sasori, who has many puppets, is too difficult to release this kind of densely packed thousands of books. It's a pity that I didn't learn Earth style, and I don't have any good defensive ninjutsu. I can only rely on agility to dodge. It seems that I have to practice some Earth style ninjutsu. Surgery. Lightning style.go. Chiyu dodged and jumped close to Deidara, and immediately attacked the sand layer under his feet with the lightning style, seemingly comical. Then a body flicker technique killed Deidara. At this moment, Deidara's mouth turned upturned, and his eyes exuded a strong horror. Because several of his attacks were quickly resolved by the black-clothed Sharingan boy lightning style, he quietly infiltrated clay mines and clay centipedes underground, waiting for the black-clothed boy, who frequently jumped left and right to detonate when he passed by. Unexpectedly, he was eliminated by a lightning-style walk before he was ready to detonate. The world was really bad for his shouty. Chong. Chiyu's blue thunderous figure passed Deidara like lightning and took his head away. Fire style, fighting out the arrow. Chiyu, who had just passed Deidara, did not pretend to put the knife in a posture, but quickly Kiin turned back and spouted a terrifying fire. In the sea of flames, a black shadow flew away, and the third Kazekage puppet used Magnet Style's flying ability to take away Sasori and Deidara. And Deidara, not far from Chiyu's feet, has become a clay clone. Even if you're less than 13 years old, you're not a friendly person. Chiyu sighed with emotion. He has confidence in dealing with Deidara Chiyu, but I am afraid it is not Sasori's opponent. Currently, there is Sannin next to him, so he can't use it. Orochimaru, did you put us together? Tsunade asked, grabbing Orochimaru viciously by the collar. In Chiyu's memory, she naturally knew that after Orochimaru was seconded by Itachi, Sasori and Deidara were chased by Sasori and Deidara, and in Pure World reincarnation was played against Third Kazekage, against Sasori's puppet, Third Kazekage. Third Kazekage was also pitiful. Sasori and Deidara came here by coincidence. It was definitely Orochimaru's weird. Otherwise, with his concealment ability, almost no one would be able to find him. Unexpectedly. Boom, without reasoning, Orochimaru lost his head again. Chapter 24. The fact is, as Tsunade guessed, Orochimaru naturally knows Akatsuki's tracking these days and deliberately lured the art duo over. It's just that it lacks some effects. He doesn't have the opportunity to show some things. He doesn't care about the eyes of others, let alone his own methods. He has only his own pure purpose, and tells everyone to mess with him, Orochimaru, to weigh himself. It's a pity that they were all confused by Tsunade's violent temper. Although Akatsuki's effect has been achieved, how about Tsunade and Jiraiya? Orochimaru never thinks that the so-called transaction can be measured by friendship, and the gains and losses are always based on the benefits, unless your strength eats the other party. These are the things I will do next, Jiraiya. I will give you 2 years to go to Konoha, obediently put a good Konoha management rules, and wait for the old lady to come to the top. One day my mother is in a bad mood and returns to Konoha. But if there is anyone who is not pleasing to the eye, Jiraiya, believe me, besides the teacher, there is one who is over 30 years old. I will kill one for you. The weak, poor, and helpless Jiraiya sat cross-legged and shivered. He looked up at Tsunade, who was holding her hair. Her huge chest almost covered her Haki's leaky and fierce face. Standing condescendingly, with a condescending posture, the golden bangs on both sides made the fierce and gloomy eyes set off in the shadows. Jiraiya swallowed unconsciously, and for a while, his back became cold. As for Orochimaru, Tsunade snorted after seeing Jiraiya's performance, and walked up to Orochimaru indifferently. Faced with a pair of cold, golden vertical snake pupil Orochimaru, who still kept his skin smiling, Tsunade picked up the collar of his white robe and said, "As for you, Orochimaru, I hate smart people the most, especially men who are smarter than me men." Orochimaru heard this, with a non-smiling face, showing a real smile. The gloomy golden snake eyes looked at Haki's Tsunade, showing strong interest. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru for a short breath. Although Haki looked domineering, his eyes changed countless expressions: disgust, indifference, joy, expectation, disdain, worship, sigh, pity, etc. Orochimaru, it's unlucky for you to be stared at by me, perhaps for your horrified wisdom and talent. Now when I am still human, I will trade or cooperate with you. But one day you make me unhappy, you will be miserable. It is not the great men and gods that can change this absurd world, but the devil. You, the unqualified demon, looks sad, pathetic, and ridiculous. In this sad world, many people fear death, poverty, strength, and failure. None of these threats can restrain you, who has no humanity. Even if you die, it will only make you start a life in another world with joy. After a pause, Tsunade continued, "Unfortunately, my old lady has several ways to make you so unqualified forever, sadly, ridiculously. Of course, Orochimaru, the old lady is not an unreasonable person. If you want a horse to run, you have to give grass. Quietly tell you that even the power of an immortal may not be able to fulfill your long-cherished wish for eternal life. Immerse yourself in the narrow worldview, and bear with it for a few years. Follow my old lady. My old lady will let you see what the sea stars are. You are a smart person, and I don't want to talk empty words to you. However, you, me, and people of this era are very poor and very lucky. Orochimaru, for the next 10 years, you must never die. Otherwise, it will shock the world. Inside and outside the world of ninja, you can't see the countless scenes of the city. Try to improve your strength. The lowest point is my grandfather's. Otherwise, even if you see the scenery outside the world, I am afraid it will only use the time of burning up your life to see the beginning." After Tsunade finished speaking, he looked at Orochimaru with a weird smile, took a sip of ice wine, and then looked back at the sun that was about to set. Don't get me wrong at this party. I didn't mean to disturb you. I am threatening you. You should be thankful that you have the value of being threatened. After a few more words, Tsunade left in a cool manner. Jiraiya was stunned and his eyes lost the light, and Uncle Snake was chuckling. The power of the immortal is too far away. Uncle Snake, let's be pragmatic. Uchiha believes you will find it first. That person has turned on Mangekyo. Pupil is the pupil technique of space-time pupil technique and the ability of manipulating objects. Look for pupil technique first. Let us comprehend the power of time and space together, which will be of great use in the future. The wife's aura is too strong, and the three poor, weak, and helpless men waited for Tsunade to leave before Chiyu confessed. Then, see you now? Looking at the broken Jiraiya and the broken Uncle Snake, Chiyu touched his head embarrassedly, tilted his head slightly, barely showing a smiling face, and said goodbye to the two in embarrassment without losing a smile. The daughter-in-law's performance on the spot is a bit scary, which is different from what was discussed. Seeing that Chiyu was about to trot to chase Tsunade, the godless Jiraiya suddenly woke up. Senior Jiraiya, please speak. Chiyu turned around and said to Jiraiya, senpai or something, just no need. Thinking about the appearance of Tsunade's haki just now, Jiraiya persuaded. Chiyu-kun, may I ask the future, what do you know? Jiraiya spoke, but intermittently. He didn't even know what he wanted to ask, but he felt a little anxious and confused. The great toad sage of the Holy Land is not willing to tell you. We won't tell you. Chiyu refused Jiraiya. What Tsunade worries most is Jiraiya, a person who has too much burden and hardly lives for himself. Very pitiful. Even if we are not collaborators, we are also businessmen, right? There is no product display. Should I give some information? The stick was given to me, and it should be time to give sweet dates, rules, or compliance, right? Chiyu-kun. Orochimaru's eyes became brighter. The future is not Uncle Snake the wind blowing the windmill you want to see, but the raging storm disaster. The one you see in that organization is not even a chess piece, but just a puppet of someone else. I know that you are studying them, but I hope you are cautious and cautious. Otherwise, you will not see the wonderful new life or destruction of the future world. Since his wife is forced to be so high, Chiyu naturally can't embarrass her daughter-in-law. After leaving, Chiyu looked back at Jiraiya and Jiraiya standing slightly in the distance, wondering if they recalled the fear of being dominated by Tsunade more than 20 years ago. I think Uncle Snake reluctantly helped Jiraiya bubble Tsunade, pretending to be a gangster intercepting Tsunade, but was vented by Tsunade, who lost money in gambling. Uncle Snake was so embarrassed and very experienced. Today's Uncle Snake looks as steady as an old dog, but he who doesn't do anything from start to finish may be as scared as he did in the past. Daughter-in-law, will you play off? It's a good thing to have a pattern, but if you go too far, you will be out. Chiyu ran to Tsunade and looked at Tsunade speechlessly. Oh, where is it possible? Jiraiya's stubborn criticism needs to shatter the senses he used to treat me, or he will stand opposite me sooner or later. Quality, wife, quality. My old lady has been holding back for decades. What's wrong with venting? This batch of stuff like worlds, you make me damn good. Tsunade muttered helplessly, taking the wine bottle in his hand and giving Chiyu a sip. Mount Miyaboku still needs Jiraiya to sit around. As for Orochimaru, the snake likes the truth the most. If you tell it now, don't worry about him now. When things come in the future, he will come together. Tsunade is rare. People who know Orochimaru well. With Chiyu's memory here, she also knows more about Orochimaru and understands Orochimaru more. Chapter 25. Girl, the old lady sees that your bones are unique, and you are an unparalleled waste of martial arts. So come and learn to be a queen with your old lady. As long as you sign this IOU, you will become the most handsome eldest sister in the ninja world. Save the task of the world depends on you. Help me. In a hotel in the country of fire, a 14-year-old girl who has just stepped into the entertainment industry looked at the broad-minded golden-haired gentleman shiveringly, trying to stay calm, hesitating whether to squeeze the anti-wolf eye spray and the earrings come out. The black-clothed boy next to him covered his face in shame, showing no self-confidence. Since she took off her fat CI, her ethics has moved closer to Jinsokyo, and she has been mumbling to Chiyu about who doesn't matter, the world is invincible. Until he hurried to the side, but respectfully called Mr. Tsunade, the director of the crew. The frightened Fujikaze was stunned for a moment, and then carefully, looking forward to the holy golden angel in front of him. So, look, what a deceitful kawaii queen. In the luxurious private room of the hotel, Tsunade hugged the somewhat helpless Fujikaze, or Fenghua Xiaoxue, hooking his shoulders and back while pinching Fenghua Xiaoxue's collagen face. Master Tsunade, call me Xiaoxue, I'm not the queen yet. Fenghua Xiaoxue replied somewhat cautiously. At the same time, she looked at Tsunade with fiery eyes. The IOU, or the contract, she signed without hesitation. Rewarded by the trains, snowmobiles, and airship technology of the Snow Country, Tsunade helped her eliminate the usurpers of the Snow Country. She did not hesitate at all. From now on, you will be the queen. You must have the cultivation, temperament, and decision-making that the queen should have. Also, don't limit yourself to the small closed country in the northwestern corner of the ninja world. Sister, I am ready to take you in the shinobi world to do something big. Tsunade gently stroked Fenghua Koyuki's head and said. Then they cried directly. Fenghua Xiaoxue witnessed her favorite father being killed by her uncle, who overwhelmed the country 6 years ago. After being rescued by Kakashi, she wandered for these years. She of Tsundere lived by herself and did not hide in the mighty Konoha village. The country's daimyo lives there as a guest. I have tasted all the flavors of life since I was a child, and now I saw Tsunade who had seen through all her disguise. She let go of the final stalemate, and, believing it, she cried with Tsunade in her arms. Tsunade hugged her lightly, stroking her hair comforting, and looked at Chiyu, who was also surprised. He didn't expect it to be so easy to capture this little queen. Sister Tsunade, what you just said about us is more than 3 of us, right? After a while, the 2 happily sisters chatted while eating. As for Chiyu, when his wife teases his sister, does he dare to be verbose? Of course it's us. Do you know the witch of the country of ghosts? The king of the country of ghosts. I have contacted her before, and we are going to wait for her to come. We will see a queen again. Then we will be here. Everyone thinks that the northwestern part of the impoverished ninja world is blooming with its brilliance and brilliance. Miko, queen. Subsequently, Tsunade ate and drank boldly while planning some blueprints for Fenghua Xiaoxue in recent years. Fenghua Xiaoxue, who had just been abducted into the organization, his eyes became brighter and brighter. At that time, my old lady Ano, sister, I will take over Hokage, and then hook up with Mizukage and Kirigakure, the country of water. At that time, we women will teach the whole world of ninja. Let everyone help us translate. What damn name is surprise? Fenghua Xiaoxue heard the blood spurting, longing for it. Xiao Claw couldn't help shaking twice. B************* G the table. Well, I think we will first study how to improve the technical issues most efficiently. Do you need to be abducted again? Oh no. We will cooperate with a few scientists to make the product good, and then we will be able to make a beautiful battle. Chiyu felt that it was better to give Fenghua Xiaoxue some difficulties and problems. Don't keep telling her about her dreams. What if you get rid of it, or you have some setbacks? Lulan Sala is okay. As for Terumi Mei, Summer Star or something, let alone cooperation, you are unknown if you ignore it. Long-winded, we are the leaders. In this regard, we will open up the policy and give it some benefits. Most of them are not people to study. Most of them are not workers doing things. Now Tsunade's loyal little girl, Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded without hesitation. Chiyu, over there in Snow Country, you have a trip. After eating, the 3 people in the hotel and living room were chatting and discussing. Tsunade finally said to Chiyu, if the king wants to return, there must be a ceremony, even if it is now a country that has been usurped. The Snow Country must have a representative to welcome Fenghua Xiaoxue back to kick the usurper down, and this is what the people's popularity will be. No problem, daughter-in-law. I invite you to my room before leaving to talk about some details. Huh? I just recognized Kawai's sister today, so I can't bear to leave Zyok Suijiang. It's okay. This silly Baitian was tricked into the thief ship and can't run away. Chiyu came over to hold his wife and returned to the room, leaving Fenghua Xiaoxue with a dazed look. The Snow Country is the most remote small country in the ninja world. Located in the northwest corner of the ninja world, It is in the snow and ice all year round, and only in this era when it is very backward. The Fenghua family has been thinking about giving spring to the snow country for generations. If this is placed on the blue star, the tourists from my great celestial dynasty can step on the snow in their country. However, their geographic location is indeed terrible. The north is an uninhabited area and the sea with ice and snow, and the west is a colder glacier. The eastern part is the land of the land, which seems to be very close to the big country, but in fact separated by a thick, high, and insurmountable mountain range. It belongs to the kind of ghost place that the ninja can't get out even if it enters. And the only south that is connected is the same poor ghost country. Snow country uses geographical location to explain what is called autism. Of course, this is Chi-Yu's view. For this world, because of the geographical environment, the snow country can stay there safely, without the chaos like the rain country and other small countries, and it doesn't need to be like the forest country mountain. The country of the vortex has the disaster of annihilation like the country of the vortex. As for the usurper's throne, royal family affairs, is it a matter of civilians? I haven't heard of any tyranny in Fenghua and Rage. If it wasn't that Fenghua and Rage's location was not correct and not suitable for business partners, in fact, Chi would be more inclined to him, not because he was worried that Fenghua Xiaoshua's eldest sister would take love with a knife, but Fenghua Rage was more obsessed with technology and value. Larger. But since his wife wanted to sacrifice him to heaven, Chi had no plans to imprison him for research. Instead, he rushed all the way quickly and quietly found the San Taifu. This guy is Fenghua Xiaoshua's loyal father Fenghua Xiaoshua, and secretly accumulating forces against Fenghua and raging waves. Chi found him and took out Fenghua Xiaoshua's token, indicating that he would deal with this matter, and then come out to be with Fenghua Xiaoshua for a period of time, so that he could just assault the snow country. It's a crying cry for Santa Fu. It's not easy to raise money these years. I thought I would wait a few years to raise enough money for Konoha to release the commission. I didn't expect that my queen was tied to her thigh outside. Chapter 26. There are thousands of exquisite towers in Lulan, and in the exquisite tower of Yamato in the center, Shinji, the courtier of Queen Sarah, is busy, directing the attendants to serve drinks and dishes. The brows that have not been stretched for a long time are very overflowing today. Over the years, Lulan's magnificent building has made them very worried. After all, they often go around to satisfy the people of Lulan, and naturally they know how chaotic the neighborhood is. Even as desolate as here, the gorgeous buildings in Lulan have been discovered recently. How can a nation without much power protect all this? But now there is no need to worry about all of this. The Miko from the Kingdom of Ghosts and the Princess Tsunade from Konoha Village have arrived, and all of this can be solved. Come here, drink, and celebrate our team's first gathering. Tsunade shouted boldly at the huge table. At the seats, Tsunade, Mithriya, Sarah, Fenghua Koyuki, Uzumaki Miko, Chi-Yu, Shizun, Nanoyu, and Yakushi Kabuto were seated. Shinji also came over and helped bring 3 children, Xiao Xianglin and Xiao Shiwan, and Sarah's daughter Xiao Qinyu, and the Santa Fu also stood behind Fenghua Xiaoshua with a look of joy. Since Tsunade hooked up with Fenghua Xiaoshua, he notified Mithriya, and then they went to Lulan together. After having a good chat with each other, Tsunade asked Shizun in the short book street to come over. One day after Chi-Yu came back from the snow country, the 3 wives also arrived. Everyone sighed with emotion of Lulan's thousands of exquisite towers and looked forward to the next development. After eating and drinking, Shinji led the attendants to clean up, put melons and fruits, and then went out to play with Santa Fu and the 3 children. Now that everyone knows everything, Lulan will serve as our important base from now on. From the perspective of location, the east can be connected to the country of fire, the west is the area we are about to develop, and the north is connected to the bird. The geographical position is also very advantageous. When we succeed, it will be convenient to develop from here to the entire ninja world. In terms of technology, there are not only ready-made ones, but also continue to improve. Since we are going to do something big, we have to show our force, so by the way, we will solve the crisis that Sarah is facing this time. Tsunade stroked through what to do next. To gain a reputation, a few nearby scum forces are not enough. It just so happens that there is Tsunade Gekire's shadow in this incident. Otherwise, in the animation, A place as big as Lulan would not be so completely broken. Now that they know that there is Tsunade's dark hand, Tsunade and the others will step on Tsunade. The details here and how to seduce more sand shinobi over will be what Chiyu and Kabuto will do. The direction is planned, and the next step is the welfare time. Kabuto, a genius, after being exposed to the energy of Greer, he began to practice according to the immortality cultivation method that Tsunade told him, and he was able to absorb natural energy very quickly. He immediately used Katsuyu as a liaison, accepted Kabuto as a student, and gave the summoning contract from the Wetbone Forest. After a few months, with Katsuyu's help, Kabuto not only completed Sage Mode, but also used medical knowledge with Yinayu and Shizun, developed a variety of usages of Greer energy, healing, diluting cultivation. Now Tsunade has even taught him regenerative ninjutsu, hoping that they can study the physical activity so that it can not only strengthen themselves, but also better practice immortality and transplant cells. Under Tsunade's persuasion, Sarah began to practice frantically. Neither she nor Fenghua Xiaoxue had the qualifications to become ninjas, but they could become strong with the Greer energy. As long as you control them well, don't let them become weird forms. Several people also visited the place where Namikaze Minato sealed the dragon veins and felt the power of the vast dragon veins below. Tsunade decided to work hard to promote Sarah's growth. When she could absorb the dragon vein energy one day, it would be at least not worse than the perfect Jinchuriki. With a big wave of Tsunade's hand, Kabuto and Shizun distributed the Greer energy that Kabuto and Shizun had studied to everyone. Not only did they work hard on their own practice and study, but Sarah and Mithria's subordinates also began to practice with the Greer energy. Tsunade Chiyu took Kabuto and Nanoyu to the country of rain. Kabuto, who has Sage Mode, can already perceive White Zetsu. Several people want to capture White Zetsu. After all, this is a very good experimental subject. Well, how can I get the White Zetsu body and the cells of the Geto statue? After Kabuto and Nuyu went to work, Tsunade murmured, "This is probably difficult. The White Zetsu body seems to be integrated with Black Zetsu most of the time. It is difficult to deal with. After all, it has existed for thousands of years. The Geto statue, let alone winning or not winning Nagato, it is also possible to win. It's not necessarily that he will come out summoning. Well, don't worry about it. If you understand the basics, you won't be able to run anyway," Tsunade said, but she had some plans in her mind. One day later, the four of them still couldn't find White Zetsu, but Rain Shinobi Village was enveloped by Nagato's Rain Tiger free technique, and they did not dare to sneak in. Afterwards, there was only Chi Rain with a mask, revealing that 3 Tomo Sharingan had injured the Rain Shinobi Village ninja who went out. Sure enough, several White Zetsu quickly dived, and Itachi and Kisame followed White Zetsu from a distance. According to Kabuto's perception of Sage Mode, several people easily captured 2 White Zetsu who were confident in their concealment ability. Looking at the Itachi in the distance, Tsunade snorted softly, and then the 4 quickly left. For Itachi, Tsunade is very complicated. The grievances of the ancestors have accumulated to this generation. Not only that, there are multiple black hands behind. Tsunade could only sigh. If she were Itachi, maybe her attitude towards Konoha would be more extreme. For Konoha, who can enjoy peace now, at least thank Itachi for his righteousness. However, after he arrived at the Akatsuki organization, he really didn't do anything. Otherwise, Asuma would not die in the original book. Facing the Akatsuki organization, the ninja world would not pay such a high price. When things were done here, Tsunade and Nanoyu took White Zetsu to Tanakuni to find Orochimaru. After Chiyu and Kabuto came back, they went to Tsunade. Before Kabuto spent some time, he has roughly fiddled with several scum forces near Lulan. This time Chiyu and Kabuto came to Tsunade, not simply to provoke Tsunade to come to Lulan to deliver food, to start the Tsunade team's name, and to help 4th Kazekage Luosha. Yes, it was to help him. Now that the name of the Country of the Wind has cut off Tsunade's military expenses, he can only live on the meager commissioned gold and Luosha's magnet-style dust. Don't always complain about how Luosha died in the original novel. Except for Orochimaru's sneak attack, people have already turned their strength into money. What do you want from him? Moreover, Tsunade not only has many rebels, but also has many internal parties. This time, looking at Lulan, Luo Sha's acquiescent subordinates quietly proceeded. How does this work? The task of Chi Yu and Kabuto was to let Fu Yi of the attacker know and let him come over and make trouble. Lolan's magnificent buildings and the mysterious and powerful dragon vein energy must be made clear to Fu Yi. It is only for him to go over and kill him to establish his power. The rest depends on whether Luo Sha can be a human being. The lack of such a Fui is enough for him to gather Tsunade. Tsunade hadn't planned to attack Tsunade from the beginning, but had to help them develop. Amidst the doubts of a few wage earners, Tsunade said that the richer these people are, the more they can make more money for these people. In this way, mutual benefit can allow many forces in the ninja world to join and maintain this alliance together, so as to do more things. Chapter 27. Tsunade is located in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Wind, but due to the huge size of the country, it is actually far away from the other places. Therefore, when Third Kazekage disappeared, the reckless man of Third Raikage traveled all the way from the northeastern peninsula, across the country of Frost, the country of Yunakuni, the country of Fire, the country of Grass, the country of Rain, and the country of Kaze, and so on came to fight the most southwestern Tsunade. This Watsaw operation, it is impossible to say that there is no purpose, such a thing as distant and close attack. It is so difficult that the ninja world that has been chaotic for thousands of years does not understand. In fact, as I said before, they were all deliberately provoking war, because Cloud's shinobi village barely participated in the Second Ninja War, so their stored combat power was relatively strong. If you don't fight, the country's name will not give you military spending. After all, it's peaceful, so why waste military spending? The current Tsunade has a difficult time. The name is economic sanctions, and there are few tasks. It's no wonder that Luo Sha will agree to Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan in 4 years and take a gamble. Tsunade is surrounded by a circle of high natural dams. Except for a slit in the main entrance, Tsunade is almost impossible to enter. Of course, the air raid in Xiao Di's original works is an exception. This is what ninja is like now. There is no air force and natural air defense is inferior. I don't know why Konoha learned how to create science and technology and develop the air force after he destroyed the Kingdom of the Sky during World War II. As an experienced spy, Kabuto travels across the ninja villages of various countries. If it weren't for Danzo's troubles, he would never fail. So Chiyu honestly followed him and easily entered Tsunade. Because the current Tsunade really needs businessmen, tourists, and clients so much, it is almost eager to make investigations and let people go in. Kabuto waved his hand even more and asked the guard ninja to be a guide, buying experimental equipment everywhere. Tsunade puppet technique is very developed, so there are a lot of experimental equipment, high quality, and affordable. On the other hand, Chiyu commissioned some powerful puppetry and sculptors, and used valuable materials to help him build a lot of hands. Laozi couldn't afford it in his previous life. He was all paper people. Now let's talk about addiction. Nine-tails beasts in Hokage, Shinsu Senju, Susanoo, and summoning beasts in the 3 Holy Lands. There are pesticide heroes, canyon heroes, Gundam, Ultraman, monsters, saints, giants, heroes, angel succubus, Pokemon, etc. It took a long time to draw Chiyu. When Chiyu is over here, Kabuto has come back speechlessly, and he has already done everything. Fu Yi took people to Luosha for a while, and the village exuded a lot of vitality. He quietly left the village with a lot of people, and Kabuto is still waiting for Chiyu with speechless hope. The guide who led Chiyu and Kabuto felt that the local tyrants were so real, and they took good care of the 2 money-spreading tyrants. When reading this document on Luosha's desk, he moved left and right with the unimportant document. Nothing was arranged for these 2 tourists, but Luosha thought of a way to make money. Look at how beautiful these custom-made figures are made by this customer. If Tsunade expands the business and sells them to the world, will they suffer less of their own gold sand? Then Kabuto looked at the Q-version Tsunade that Chiyu loved so much. He thought for a while and asked the same engraver to help him make the Q-version Yakushi. Brother Dai, your filial piety has deteriorated. Chiyu patted Kabuto's shoulder and said with some emotion, in the original book, you are not close to female S*X to the bloggers. It's not because of this, right? No way. No way. Chiyu rubbed his chin, thinking that Yinayu was also a first-class stunning beauty. Could it be really bad? Kabuto looked at Chiyu suspiciously, feeling inexplicable, thinking about not paying attention to Chiyu. I heard that Uchiha is sick, just in case. Brothers are interested, although you are only 15 years old, but your brother supports you. Come on. Chiyu said. There is a high probability that Yinayu will not be able to cultivate his wife's 100 healings mark to maintain his youth, but Greer can be studied energy. Besides, with Kabuto's wisdom, you can transplant white Zetsu cells sooner or later, let alone worry about it. If you can get Chakra Dan from the Otsutsuki clan in the future, it will be even more fun. Huh? What's the oil? It's nothing. I wish you an early soak in Yinayu. Oh, pal. Dean? What is this? Well, I'm a wife's figure, to give her a gift to make her happy, and you also did Yinayu's figure, doesn't that mean? Boy, be brave, try to pursue happiness. Chiyu also, through Kabuto's expression, he knew that he had misunderstood him. But young people, help, in case it succeeds. Pattern, Kabuto was horrified for 10,000 years. The item in his hand fell to the ground with a look of horror. He didn't mean that. When Chiyu went out, looking at the scorching sun above his head, he felt that the world was so beautiful. The original novel Yinayu was lonely all his life and gave all his tenderness to the orphanage. Kabuto's lifelong obsession is only Nooyu, and his fate allows him to spend eternity in memory. He is doing good deeds now. Boom, on the next night, Chiyu and Kabuto, who were on their way to Lulan, watched in horror at the sky that looked like a blazing sun. A huge blue mushroom cloud exploded, and countless air currents swept through, and then shook, and the dragon. There was a groaning roar. Chiyu and Kabuto looked at each other in a circle and rushed forward immediately. After a while, a violent hurricane hit the two people dozens of miles away, and they hid on the back slope for a while. When the storm subsided, the two people continued on their way. Don't you just wait for a day to do things slowly? How come Li Wei's business started so early? When Chiyu and Kabuto hurried to Lulan, most of the people in Lulan were cleaning. Tsunade, Mithreya, and others were watching shockingly with telescopes on the very edge of the tower. A few kilometers away, a huge crater, nearly 1 kilometer long, appeared there, and countless dust around it had not yet dispersed, and under the clear moonlight of the sky, clouds of clouds were lifted in all directions. In the nearby Lulan, although the high tower is of good quality and has not been affected by the disaster, many windows and greenery have been swept by the shock wave, and countless dust and sand fell, and there were no dormant Lulan people who were all cleaning. Although it was a sleepless night, and although busy, the hundreds of Lulan people cheered and were very happy. This shocking roar declared that now Lulan would no longer dare to provoke him. Super, Sorcerer God Jade? After Chiyu and Kabuto arrived at Tsunade and the others, they whispered Mithreya's powerful technique. Fu-Yi is a very direct and efficient person. I heard that Lulan are almost ordinary people, and hundreds of tribesmen have thousands of exquisite towers, dragon veins stronger than the power of the tail beast. He started from Luosha, who was covering up, and wanted to do it in an upright manner, and went straight to Lulan. Being bet by Sarah Mithreya and Tsunade a few kilometers away, he doesn't care about the maiden, and Tsunade is a little scared. But he was not only with the Fai monk who could control the tail beast, but also knew that Tsunade had a panic attack. After some trials, he decided to come hard. Sure enough, Tsunade was terrified of blood and moved back to Lulan. Since the two sides had smashed their faces and the Miko Tsunade was there, Fu-Yi was even more convinced that there was a treasure. As for whether it will cause a war, to put it ugly, Tsunagakure is almost time to start a war. If they can get the benefits and go back, even if the war is started, the ninjas in the village will support it. But suddenly changed into the witch god mode, Mithreya, who was dazzling with blue light all over, flew up, and Fu-Yi paused for a while. Although he didn't retreat, he didn't make a move. In the end, he fought for a while. Fai attacked and used Xianchu Lizi in an attempt to seal Mithreya. After Mithreya evaded easily, he flew to Lulan, and when he looked back, he threw the Super Sorcerer Jade and completely responded to Tsunade's policy, which was to use the strongest attack to stand up. Then, the power exceeded everyone's expectations. In fact, Mithraea used his full strength for the first time. However, the effect has been achieved, and now it is not only Tsunade in the 4 weeks. The news that Lulon, even Tsunade intervened in the secret treasure was accurately distributed by Yinayu to several forces. There were many spies nearby. After tomorrow, it will be known to the world. Chapter 28. Well, this power is comparable to a normal-tailed beast bomb. Chiyu murmured, and then attracted a crowd of people. What? Such a shocking scene is just the power of the ordinary tailed beast bomb. This has spread to a radius of 10 miles. Indeed, Tsunade nodded slightly too. The general tailed beast bomb is definitely not as powerful as this, unless it is a huge tailed beast bomb that is 100 meters in size by the tail beasts. Husband and wife connect their hearts. Tsunade naturally knows what Chiyu means, nothing more than reminding a few people that this is a small scene. Back then, my grandfather and Uchiha Madara. So Tsunade briefly described what Chiyu remembered about the battle between the grandfather and Uchiha Madara and the scenes of the Fourth World War. Directly let a group of people shut down. Mithraea secretly squeezed his fists and decided to work harder to become stronger. Then everyone didn't care about the number of night owls nearby, as long as they didn't enter Lulon. Chiyu gave a few beautiful tailed beast dolls and magical girl figures to Xianglin and the 3 little girls to play. Tsunade looked at the hundreds of figures in Chiyu's hands. Most of them were nerds and goddesses, and immediately became angry. Finally, looking at a few of her own Q version of the figure, she did not smoke Chiyu on the spot. Several hundred figures were confiscated by her. Some were given to 3 children, and only some of them were not beautiful girls like Ultraman. And to do. Hey, Kabuto, don't you give the gift to Nanoyu yet? Kabuto said in horror. What can I do if I suffer? Under Chiyu's reminder, everyone looked at Kabuto curiously, which made Kabuto's face changed, his body trembling slightly, and he tremblingly took out Yinayu's figure. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief when everyone gathered around Yinayu's hand to make comments, and Chiyu didn't say anything nonsense. Chiyu looked at Kabuto's hopeless appearance and snorted, Huh, naive. Women are the most emotional. In this group of women, which ghost hasn't seen Kabuto's appearance different from usual? It's just that Kabuto is too embarrassed, and Nooyu is a senior, so it's not easy to tease. Now Tsunade has decided to use Lolon's gorgeous thousands of towers as an important base for the next transportation alliance. At that time, Shizune, Kabuto, Nono, and Uzumaki Miko will be stationed here all year round, and they will not worry about what will happen. Moreover, Mithraea, the maiden, is very idle and can communicate frequently. Little Cheyenne has just found a friend and will always be here. Now that Tsunade gives enough Greer energy, take some time. Lolon's guards can quickly gain Genin level strength, and those with good talents may reach Chunin level. As for the level of Hyde and his subordinates, such as the animation, it may take some time and talented talents. Of course, with Greer's energy blending with chakra practice, it is not difficult to want a group of basic military forces, especially the few people with good strength, except for the little help of Mithraea's level. Everyone relied on Greer's energy, and they all had a lot of improvement. Today, Kabuto is very busy. He wants to start learning all kinds of knowledge from Orochimaru, what cell transplantation, cloning technology, etc. He wants to transplant while studying White Zetsu. On the morning of the 3rd day, Luo Sha brought 2 guards to Lulon in a very official manner, and very sincerely apologized to Sarah, Mithraea, and Tsunade, and declared that this was something that the internal hawks were hiding from him. Tsunade didn't mean to bully him either. After a few words, he asked them to issue an official announcement, and Tsunade was free for Sarah to entrust a few times. I didn't expect it to happen now. Routine summoning about Katsu to learn about what happened in other places. This time Tsunade received the news that it was from the island of summoning, Kanaka, that the ultimate summoning beast was still running away. Oh, there is no loss, right? Chiyu asked while driving the Sharingan to make the figure. Katsu's avatar saw Tsunade's Q version of the figure and liked the kawaii slug on it, so Tsunade bought some white jade, and now the two are busy getting Katsu's portrait figure. Don't worry, Kanaka is still sensitive. Summoning Katsu's clone. Although he can't defeat the monster, it's not a problem to protect them from escape. Katsu doesn't have many methods of attack, just spitting acid, but the healing ability and defense ability are very strong. The group of people, are you going to let them stay on Summoning Island, or call here to study technology first? Let's see what they choose. Tsunade looked pretty open. She only cared about the incense of the fire. Without being taught, she had awakened the chic adamantine sealing chains early, and she was so talented. Katsuyu, do you think it's okay? Do you need to improve it? Chiyu handed the delicate Katsuyu figure completed in his hand to the Katsuyu separation, asking for its opinion. Kawaii. Well, watching Katsuyu's split body holding self joyfully, Chiyu obediently shut up. Afterwards, Chiyu still miscalculated, carrying his daughter-in-law and a load of several hundred kilograms, and hurried along the border of this bear country. Chakra could not be used for help, and he could not shake too much, which would affect the daughter-in-law to sleep on his back. Looking at Chiyu, who was almost fainted in the bathtub, Tsunade was very satisfied to help him massage and soothe his body. Seeing his daughter-in-law saw that her eyes were getting more and more wrong. Chiyu also gave her a blank look. The flesh and blood blended together. It really blended flesh and blood. When sending the energy of white Zetsu and Greer to Orochimaru, Tsunade asked Orochimaru to extract her cells and prepare them, and when he came back, he gave Chiyu a shot. Hashirama cells and white Zetsu cells are too advanced. Before Orochimaru can study them thoroughly, Tsunade naturally did not dare to give it to Chiyu. Although her blood is not as good as that of her grandfather Senju Hashirama, she is relatively prominent among the Senju clan, so she gave Chiyu a shot first. In a few days, Chiyu practiced frantically, frequently creating cell destruction and regeneration, allowing Greer's energy and Tsunade's cell genes to quickly fuse themselves. The body that had been strengthened by Greer's energy for a few months has now gone further. The survival of the fittest in the body is obvious. Under Chiyu's frantic destruction and regeneration, metabolism has been rapidly accelerated, and the genes of Tsunade Yang attribute have begun to take root in his body. During this period of time, the transplanted Tsunade cells have been digested, and the newborn cells have begun to divide her genetic cells, so Sharingan has also been gifted and has been significantly enhanced. Tsunade noticed that the effect was good, and he was ready to finish the work in the country of bears, and then he would take a look after returning. The fusion of yin and yang, the power of all phenomena, the stone monument left by the sage of 6 paths of the Uchiha family. I am afraid that the original intention was to combine the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan to not only gain stronger strength, but also to resolve the contradictions between the two parties. Pity. Tsunade murmured. The situation in the ninja world for thousands of years is sad and ridiculous. The inexplicable education of the Otsutsuki family has affected thousands of years. Now that Senju has fallen, Uchiha has fallen, and now the two are still combined, together with Chiyu's memory of Blue Star's 3 views and thinking horizons. Tsunade is confident to change the fate of ninja for thousands of years. Remember to send the soul of Indra Ashura to the Pure Land in the future. Forehead. Thinking of this, Tsunade became angry again. My high-speed rail plane, my internet, my spaceship. Daughter-in-law, I'm tired. 1 second while looking at Tsunade, he was drooling while looking at him, and the next second, he shook himself like a dead person. Chiyu felt that it was time to rest, and was too sleepy. Tired? Don't move you. Chapter 29. Every husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. After crossing a huge yellow poisonous fog canyon, Tsunade and Chiyu stood far away and looked at Shinran village. After all, they rely too much on the achievements of their predecessors, instead of trying to develop and improve the practice system. Chiyu said, 200 years ago, a star fell here. A few decades ago, the first-generation star Shadow created the peacock magic method through the star, which allowed it to occupy a place in the entire ninja world. He even called himself a shadow, a title that only the heads of the 5 ninja villages could have. It's a pity that no one bird them, and even wanted to grab them. To be honest, if they perfect the cultivation of the stars, remove the side effects, and rely on the magic of the peacock, they might really become the 6th largest forbearance village. Among other things, the energy of the magical beast of the peacock's magic method can not only attack and defend, but also fly with wings. With the performance of the summer star, not to mention that it can resist the tail beast, at least it has no problem with the large summoning beast. The Bear Country is located in many small countries in the northwestern part of the ninja world, between the Snow Country and the Ghost Country in Lulan. This time Tsunade came to find a worker. Now Star Ninja Village has stopped using stars to practice cultivation for nearly 6 years. Almost all ninjas of the older generation have passed away due to illness. In addition, there have been many other forces trying to grab stars, so their strength has dropped to a trough, and 4 years later, it has been reduced to a low point. Go to Konoha Village to issue guard orders. It's a pity that Kabuto didn't come. Even if we knew that Xia Xing was in the Valley of Poisonous Mist, it would be difficult to find her. Chiyu said that the collaborator that Tsunade was looking for this time was not the undead third-generation star, nor was it ambition. The thriving red star is the summer star that has suspended for 10 years. You became like her son Subaru, and then I was beaten all the way in the canyon. I don't believe she can't come out. Daughter-in-law, do you see what you were talking about? Long-winded. Is it okay to use Shadow Clone? You try. Bang, Chiyu, who succumbed to his wife's lustful prestige, turned from heart to a black-haired, brown-eyed boy. That kid is only 11 or 12 years old now. What have you become? Tsunade called out. When a mysterious man with a gas mask attacked Tsunade, Chiyu was dying. His wife said it was to exercise his fighting ability. It turned out that Jiraiya said it was true that he was almost killed. Chiyu changed back to his body and gratefully glanced at Xia Xing here. I said he was not your Pleiades, he just tricked you out of it. This. Xia Xing was dumbfounded. She usually moves a little bit at night and hears the noise. She saw a woman in green and blonde clothes beating a teenager until she saw the 11 or 12-year-old black-haired and green-eyed teenager. Xia Xing suddenly went crazy. Isn't this his son who often peeped from afar? Putting on the mask directly, Jane rushed out. Tsunade looked at the purple energy nearly 10 meters in Xia Xing's body here, and looked at it with interest. I don't know what Tsunade-sama is looking for. Xia Xing took off the gas mask, revealing her black hair and green eyes. She was still young and looked at Tsunade with some respect. She was just a few years old, Tsunade, who was closely connected to the Ninja World War II and 3 World Wars, and she was a person who grew up listening to the story of Tsunade since she was a child. Immediately Chiyu took out the tables, chairs, and fruits from the seal scroll, and Tsunade chatted with Xia Xing. For Tsunade's desire to build a railway in the northwest region of Ninja and create cross-border transportation, Xia Xing was very shocked. Can Tsunade-sama really solve the disadvantages caused by the stars? Xia Xing looked at Tsunade hopefully. Regarding transportation, she agreed with 100 and didn't want her to spend any money. Just put in a little effort. She didn't dare to guarantee safety in other places, but to protect the railways in the Bear Country, she felt that Shinrin Village could still do it. Xia Xing was even more surprised when she heard Tsunade felt that third-generation star shadow was old, and Qi Xing was displeased with her eyes. Look at your situation first. Tsunade didn't care. In the original book, she could heal the disease of the body being corroded by the stars. In fact, before coming, Chiyu Tsunade and the two had guessed that Zingren-kun used the special energy of the stars to strengthen his chakra, so that his body would be eroded by the stars. The high probability is that the control force is not good, and the body's ability to bear it is not good. Xia Xing is a rare genius with strong control ability, so he is not only strong, but also lasts for so long. In the next few days, Tsunade used Greer energy to slowly resolve the erosion of Xia Xing's dying body. The source of life energy is not a joke. But this is a symptom, not a cure. Tsunade is also reluctant to use Greer energy for her all the time. Although she uses it a few more times to strengthen her body, she might be able to withstand this energy. But it's not in Tsunade's interests, and she is not here to do good deeds entirely. If it's okay to just help Xia Xing, she can't help everyone who relies on Xing for cultivation, right? So Tsunade suggested that she create a physical activation technique to increase physical strength and counteract the damage caused by stars. He also taught her part of regenerative ninjutsu, as well as some of the Greer energy modulated by Kabuto. I hope she will go back, restart Xing's practice, and work hard to create vitality techniques. Tsunade didn't give her much time. If the railroad connects to the Bear Country and she hasn't met Tsunade's requirements, then Tsunade will come to take away the stars and the peacock magic. No one can stop it. The sweet jujube is given, and a stick is indispensable. How can you be motivated without pressure? The peacock technique of Xingnan village, the talent of the fairy clan in the Temple of Fire, the magical use of this energy is really magical. Sooner or later, I have to study it for an early flight. On the way back, Tsunade muttered, Xiaxing's flying wings are too dazzling, too convenient. Slowly develop, deepen the relationship between summer stars, study it sooner or later, and get a litter of wage earners. If Star Ninja Village is on the right track, then the entire northwest of Ninja World, Tsunade can do whatever it wants. The cooperation of several not weak forces will make it easier to attract investment in various places here in the future. When the matter was settled, the two returned to Lulan, and Fenghua Xiaoxue should also return to Daxia. Although there are ninjas in this world, there are countless cheap labors, and railways are built quickly. But it can't be turned on immediately at the beginning. It has to be done step by step. First, Fenghua Xiaoxue took the position and changed the snow country policy, and then built short-distance railways in the Ghost Country and Lulan, and at the same time actively invited senior officials from various countries to visit the railway in the Snow Country, and then talk about the benefits. Only after getting more partners and investors can we start building, otherwise there is really no money to repair now. Moreover, there is no official government policy. It is really difficult to work, but as long as the word official is used, it is much more convenient to find investment and business. When the two returned to Lulan, they took away Ziluo, who had been looking for a long time. The 9-year-old child was very easy to deceive. They were also poor in the northern part of the Wind Country. Knowing the name of Tsunade, Ziluo's parents were also very happy. Let Tsunade take Ziluo away. Huh? Restart Xing's cultivation. Senju Tsunade helped us solve the problem of body erosion? Third-generation Star Shadow looked at Xia Xing in shock. Happiness came too fast. As for the cooperation and the threats of Tsunade, third-generation Star Shadow didn't care about it, and everyone gave a solution. If we can't finish it, we don't need her to grab it. Let's give it a hand. Anyway, the Star Ninja Village is getting weaker and weaker, and keeping the star is hot. And third-generation Star Shadow has confidence in the Peacock Magic Method, but only solves the side effects. If the negative situation caused by Xing is really resolved, then the shadow of Xingrenkan, maybe there will be a day when it will become more normal. Third-generation Xingying rejected the medicine Xia Xing gave him to repair his body. He is old and will not live for a few years. Leave it to young people. It's just a pity that it was a few years late, and Summer Star's husband, Firefly, couldn't catch up. So the third-generation Star Shadow immediately held a meeting to celebrate the return of Summer Star, saying that it was arranged to go out in Summer Star to find solutions to the negative effects of star cultivation. Now it succeeded after encountering Tsunade. At this time, Xia Xing, who was holding her son Subaru, was so happy that she knew that Tsunade had risen to fame recently, and she was friends with the maiden, and even saved Lulan together. Methriya, the maiden, shocked the entire ninja world with her nuclear explosion. Xia Xing, like everyone in the ninja world, was shocked by the humanoid-tailed beast Methriya. How powerful is the maiden? But I also believe more about what Tsunade plans to do next. If the kind of transnational fast transportation can be really established, then Star Ninja Village will develop better. After all, the budget given by the Bear Country daimyo is pitifully small, let alone commissioned tasks. Chapter 30. Chang, a blue slash passed by, and the three Shuaren wearing gray chakra armors in front of him immediately avoided. Nearly 100 meters away, the crescent slashed. Chiyu nodded secretly, not in vain of these days of hard cultivation. However, he rushed to the back and got cold, and Chiyu took the knife in a shameless manner. Since transplanting his daughter-in-law's cells, the daughter-in-law has begun to strongly demand that he play strange powers, and Chiyu is not allowed to start Sharingan unless he has to. In the snow car behind, through the window, Fenghua Xiaoxue, Tsunade, Methriya, Sarah, Huanaoxiang, and more than a dozen people, even Xia Xing were invited to come. They didn't bother to do it, and arrived at the rainbow crystal wall of Fenghua's secret treasure. Before, they deliberately disclosed the information to Fenghua Ritao, seduce him, and then the thug Chiyu took the place. There are a few people here, and their faces are very bad. It was hard to hear that little snow princess, who had fled for many years, came back, and they hurried over. Just following Master Fenghua and Rage's instructions, he came down to capture the enemy, and before he could speak, he slashed in front of him. Winter Bear? Kill him. Lang Yeshua Bao said gloomily. Hearing this, Hail Dongxiong rushed out on the skateboard. Halfway through, a claw shot at Chiyu from the device on his right wrist. Then in their surprise, Chiyu directly slapped the claw with his left hand and rushed towards Dongxiong swiftly. Weird power punch. Dongxiong was surprised, and then his heavy right arm faced the boy in front of him. He is known for his brute force, and with the increase of chakra armor, he is not afraid of a ninja. Boom! A burst of air exploded. Hail and Winter Bear's savage face. In the horrified eyes, his right arm was directly folded, and he flew back with his armor. Hiss! Chiyu shook his hand and took a deep breath, his hand still aching. Even if she was urged by his wife Tintin to practice her strange powers, but the time was too short, and the body had not fully transformed into Senju's physique. Therefore, the current strange force fist is in its form but not in its quality, let alone its god. However, this is the case. Hail Dongxiong directly played GG. No matter how bad it is not what Hail Winter Bear can withstand. Their chakra armor can absorb ninjutsu and chakra, but it can't stop physical skills. Besides, after the increase of Greer's energy and transplanting his wife's Senju cells, Chiyu's chakra is now comparable to Kage level, several times that of Kakashi. The strength is also higher than Kakashi. Of course, it is hard to say whether he can beat Kakashi. His own ninjutsu is not as much as his, nor is he as advanced. But his chakra and physique are stronger than him, and his ultimate concentration state will beat him in terms of speed, strength, and reaction. However, the combat experience, combat skills, and combat wisdom, Kakashi, a man who has experienced many battles, is above himself. Kakashi, who doesn't know Kimui yet, Chiyu thinks that he will be like him. Hail Dongxiong was killed with a punch. Chiyu didn't keep her hand. Fenghua Xiaoxua said before that she didn't want to see alive. Under the guidance of the daughter-in-law, this baby girl already possesses the queen's heart. Fang Shuebong and Feishua Chuyen looked at Dongxiong, who had been deformed and died not far under their feet, with a cold back in vain. As they rely on chakra armor, they naturally know their own weaknesses, that is, those with strong physical skills are not easy to deal with. Seeing this, the wind and raging waves on the airship couldn't sit still. He himself was not sure to kill the Winter Bear with a punch, so he looked at the black-haired boy below extremely solemnly. Is this the confidence of Xiaoxue's return? Being done. Yinchuksu. Being done. Dragon and Tiger. After the reaction, Lang Yeshua Bao and Feishua Chuyen immediately attacked Chiyu. Countless sharp ice flakes came, and an ice tiger rushed violently. Boom! Chiyu's body twisted slightly to the right, and the condensed right fist instantly collapsed to the ground. The huge force caused the entire land to be shattered by 100 meters of ice, and all of them flew up. The bursting ice block resisted countless ice flakes and blocked the power of many ice tigers. In the sun, countless icy debris emits a charming light. Swish! Even if Chiyu didn't open Sharingan, he could easily shuttle through the numerous ups and downs of ice, assaulting them like a cheetah. Ice done. Ice prison technique. The horrified Feishua Chuyen reacted first, and Jane launched an attack, so from under her feet, Bingfeng came up and down towards Chiyu one by one. Boom! Chiyu's speed was incomprehensible, and he smashed the ninjutsu that wanted to freeze him with a punch, and rushed towards them all the way. Fang Shuabao immediately retreated from his heart. Seeing that the attack had no effect, Feishua Bloyen immediately spread the wings of chakra armor and immediately spread his wings into the air. Swish swish. Then, Chiyu used brute force with a large chunk of ice around him, blowing the swallows one by one towards the flying snow in the sky. Ice escape, Dada Beluga. The retreating Wolfang avalanche immediately issued a big move to Chiyu Jian. In an instant, the ice on the lake next to it broke, and a narwhal with a length of tens of meters jumped out and smashed towards Chiyu. Swish, Tian Shou feet. Chi Yudingkong jumped to the head of the ice whale, kicked the upper part, and stepped on the head of the ice whale. Boom, click, the huge ice whale broke directly. Among the countless debris, Chiyu directly and swiftly raided the location of Spike Avalanche. The speed was so fast that he couldn't keep up with the attack of the flying snow and blowing swallows in the air. Seeing Chiyu leaping up and lifting his foot to press down, Lang Yushuabao immediately avoided him. Boom! Chiyu did his best with one kick, even if the opponent had avoided it. The immense power caused the place to vibrate violently, and the Wolfang avalanche, who wanted Jin to fight back, lost his body shape due to the shock. Stop! Boom! The anger of the wind and flowers in the airship did not stop Chiyu. The wolf-tooth avalanche, which was affected by the shaking and cracking of the terrain, was directly knocked down by Chiyu's instantaneous punch, which was worse than the hail and winter bear. Looking for death. Black Dragon Blizzard. The angry wind and raging waves jumped down, forming a seal in the air, and a black dragon like thunder and lightning rushed towards Chiyu. Boom! The iron-headed Chiyu greeted him with a punch, and he didn't care that he was a mortal corpse. These days, he exercised his body and practiced strange powers, and had done brutal and inhuman training. Although Chiyu fisted and resisted the opponent's attack, his hand broke the defense, dripping with blood for a while. Chiyu took a deep breath, ignoring the injury of his fist, and kicked against the wind and raging waves coming from his anger. Boom! A black chakra heavy armor of wind and raging waves was directly knocked out by Chiyu. His strength is good under the chakra armor blessing, but he spent a lot of time researching, and his fighting skills are average. Chiyu cleverly avoided his offensive and kicked him quickly and viciously. With the increase of strange power, his armor was shattered with one kick, and Chiyu was also surprised that his armor was good at defense. Drink. Seeing Chiyu chasing and attacking with victory, Fenghua angered and greeted him with a ferocious fist. Boom! Chiyu was dumbfounded. Was that punching performance not shocking enough? Why is he still think it is a skill? This is a general attack? Grown-ups. Swish swish. Feishua Chuyin immediately flew to the tumbling Fenghua and raging waves, and threw countless kunai with white balls at Chiyu. Click, click. Wherever these sufferings fell, they immediately exploded, and countless ice thorn clusters emerged. Chiyu, who insisted on using physical skills, was too lazy to fight back and dodge lightly. Sanjiang Blizzard. The wind, flowers, and raging waves supported by the flying snow and swallows saw Chiyu approaching indifferently, and under the pressure of death, he forgot the pain of his body. He abruptly propped up the almost deformed right hand and made a seal with the left hand, and his face made a terrifying move. Two huge black dragon-shaped energies bent right and left and swiftly attacked Chiyu. As early as when the wind and flowers were raging, Chiyu knew his purpose and immediately shook up an ice block of more than 10 meters and threw it forward. Boom! The attack of the wind and the raging waves directly blasted through the ice block, and countless ice chips flew all over the sky. Just as the two of Fenghua and Nuteo were retreating and checking the battle situation, a figure on their heads fell with countless icy debris. Chiyu jumped into the air with the help of the broken ice and stepped down from above. Tian Shou feet. Boom! Chapter 31. The wounded Fenghua and raging waves couldn't dodge, and she was directly trampled to death. Feishua Bloyen retreated horribly, but was overwhelmed by the aftermath and shocks. Chiyu immediately fisted her to death. Swish swish. The icy debris fell, and watching the leaders all die, Shuirun on the airship was horrified. While turning around, he shot a dense group of Kumu with the kunai launcher. Call out. A dazzling blue light passed by, and all these karma was shaken down, and within a few breaths of screams came from the airship. Methreya surrendered all those people, and the airship was reluctant to destroy it and kept it for research. After the airship fell, Santa Fu immediately led people to clear the battlefield with excitement and took the enemies on the airship into custody. It's a pity, what a beautiful place, it's a mess, Tsunade murmured. Her idea was to rush to Fenghua and Rage and directly press them on the ground and rub them. But Fenghua Xiaoxua felt that her uncle had always been obsessed with the Fenghua family's secret treasures. It would be good to come here to wait for the rabbits, and to fight in the capital. It would be bad if there was a loss. Immediately Tsunade urged Fenghua Xiaoxua to activate their Fenghua family's secret treasure, and the key was the hexagonal crystal that Fenghua Xiaoxua had been carrying around her neck. In fact, Fenghua Xiaoxue has never known what the secret treasure is, and Fenghua Rage even thinks it is something that can enhance her strength. These years, she has been searching for Fenghua Xiaoxue. However, this is just a large-scale geothermal generator built with the help of geographical advantages. It is Father Fenghua Xiaoxue. Fenghua Xiaoxue wants to create spring for the snow country. Following Fenghua Xiaoxue's dull gaze, countless hot springs slowly flowed out of the secret treasure after activation, behind the crystal wall near the huge ice lake. Here is a volcano covered with ice and snow, and with the help of a geothermal generator, the nearby ice and snow began to slowly melt. Following the deaths of Fenghua, Anitao, and others, their remnants were tied up one by the three Taifu and Chiyu. The geothermal generator gave the nearby capital of the snow country a short spring, and the people of the royal capital greeted their queen ascended the throne lively. Afterwards, the Santeifu took the officials around and rushed around, sending a lot of the wealth of the wind and raging waves to the people as welfare, and went around to announce the construction of the railway. Everyone is looking forward to the future. After all, the publicity is very powerful. The country of snow, the country of ghosts, the country of marsh, the country of bear, the country of stone, etc., is about to build a railway in the northwest of Ninja, and it will be able to drive economic development. So the elders of Summoning Island Huanoka are invited over, and they are currently refitting the train with the technicians of Snow Country. The current train is still steam-powered, and everyone is busy for a moment. Chiyu, Tsunade Kabuto, and others, while studying the existing technology and developing technology, at least the train must be made to use electricity as a power source. At present, road traffic in the ninja world is basically impossible to achieve, so use the power system of the snowmobile to get a motorcycle as soon as possible. This thing is better to attract money. Fenghua Xiaoxue asked a group of officials to start a large number of train transportation while propagating, and at the same time invited them to the nearby countries to visit the country of snow. Daughter-in-law, are you serious? One day after a while, Chiyu looked at Tsunade pitifully and pleaded, "What are you counseling? There will be no accidents. This is also to train you to face it bravely." Tsunade waved his hand with confidence. Chiyu took a deep breath and lifted his breath, still preparing to do the same. During this period of time, the Snow Country was doing high-profile work, and the alliance that Tsunade pulled attracted a lot of attention from the ninja world, especially in the northwest. At the invitation of Fenghua Xiaoxue and Methreya, many dignitaries from northwestern countries have come to the country of snow to meet. Naturally, many forces also came to explore the situation. Then Akatsuki also came, and it was from Kisame and Itachi. So Tsunade asked Chiyu to trouble Itachi. This time he could use swordsmanship and ninjutsu except for strange power punches. Chiyu refused at the beginning. After all, he came through. On the night of the extermination, his cautious shadow clone was easily found by Itachi and disappeared in seconds. Not to mention resisting, there was no reaction. Think of the impure world reincarnation Nagato that was completely complete during the Fourth World War. That way, it was seconded by Itachi. If you haven't reached the 6 paths level, you are embarrassed to challenge Itachi? Do you think you are Sasuke? Of course, I am afraid that even Mangekyo Sharingan of Itachi might not be forced out if I want to come. Naturally, I will not be afraid to see the 10-punch sword and the 8-foot mirror. What do the daughter-in-law think? The two people who are often hilarious in the spiritual space know each other very well, and Chiyu is willing to give it a try. Mr. Itachi, do you think this is a coincidence, or is it a bureau organized by Konoha Village? After attending the lively gathering in the capital city, he stayed for another day to collect information. Now the two who completed the collection task returned to Xiaoxiao to organize. Kisame told Itachi asked, "What does it matter to us? We only need to observe whether the maiden is the tailed beast Jinchuriki or not. Obviously she is not," Itachi said lightly. For this mission, everyone knows exactly who Jinchuriki is at present. The information is still clear. It's just that Methreya, the maiden, made attacks like tailed beast bomb without a tailed beast. Many people wanted to gather intelligence. This time I said that I came to investigate Methreya. In fact, I also collected a little bit of information. After all, the small countries in the northwest suddenly united. Then everyone saw the scene where the big local tyrants smashed money. Things have not been done yet. With a verbal plan, the alliance of Tsunade, Methria, Fenghua, Xiaoxua, and others has collected countless investments. If you say that these small countries nearby have invested in it, the Moon King's son Yueman ran over and made a $1 billion investment. He also bought 2 airships at a high price. The level of the local tyrants was shocking to the world. Kisame stopped suddenly, and the frightening shark's face smiled slightly. A giant great fireball on their left suddenly flooded. Chong, at the same time, a figure on the left quickly flew in front of him, and the swift sword pressed towards Kisame. Kisame leaned slightly and blocked it with Samahata. The sword passed by the visitor seemed to be pressing against him, but it was staggered from Samahata, and the sword passed by Samahata swiftly swept toward Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, who didn't move from the beginning to the end, suddenly held Kawu with his left hand to block the left assault, and the right one hand sprayed a water ball to block the attacking fire style. Ding dong, bang. After only 2 moves, the clone holding the sword was relieved by Itachi, one of which was because he was defending. Shuhu. In an instant, dozens of fire and water collided in countless water mists, and dozens of them started to explode without attack. Boom rumble. A continuous loud noise suddenly flooded the snow-covered jungle in the blizzard. Oh, it seems that your enemy, Mr. Itachi, has spread to me. If Mr. Itachi doesn't need help, I will retreat first. Kisame laughed twice before retreating to the big tree in the distance. With a whistle, a fireball of more than 10 meters in size came from behind Itachi. Itachi turned his head and vomited a giant great fireball. Boom, the 2 fireballs exploded in an instant. The shock waves swept all around, and the fire spread 100 meters. Chong, there was a soft sound of a sword chant. It was a pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan that split the flames. Chapter 32. Dang, the figure of the visitor passed the ferret, stopped for a few meters, and froze for a moment when he raised the sword in his hand. Chiyu saw that the sword in his hand was missing, but Itachi's suffering was intact. It is not that the quality of his sword is poor, but that his use of weapons and chakra control are not comparable to him. As for why I was driving the ultimate state of concentration, I was stunned here because I just saw Itachi's stunned eyes. So it's you. Itachi whispered softly. It was not that he found out who this masked 3-tomo Sharingan was, but that he perceives that dealing with the slightly familiar chakra is similar to the chakra that exposed his existence on the night of the extermination. It's a showdown, don't play anymore. Chiyu slowly turned around and pulled down his mask. Uchiha Shina. Itachi turned around and called out softly, his eyes still so indifferent. In the Uchiha clan, there were not many 3-go Jade, and these people would be under constant surveillance at the beginning. Shina, a tribe who almost blew himself up because of the creation of ninjutsu, and turned on the 3-go Jade because of a blessing in disguise. Itachi has some impressions. What surprised him was that Shina, who came to him at this moment, had no hatred, no anger, no disgust in his eyes. Some are solemn and pure war spirits. That night, I thought I could prevent something from happening, but I didn't expect it to be like that. Chiyu held up his sword and sighed helplessly. Kisame next to him couldn't figure it out. The appearance of a Sharingan ninja was shocked, but this vengeful 3-god Jade seemed. So, how did you know in advance? Itachi asked softly. He was very curious. Shernai wanted to stop himself that night. So how did he know what he was going to do? A group of clansmen who are almost mad and stupid can't distinguish the form and cry out sadly. What's more sad is that the leader of the clan is turned out to be a cowardly person who is trapped by the form. You know, I've been lonely since I was a child, and I've known since I was a child that people can only rely on themselves, so that I am fortunate enough to get a trace of chilling conjecture in the muddy torrent. However, I didn't expect things to be far more complicated than I thought, and far more cruel than I thought. If I had the courage to express my thoughts earlier, or spread out more, Shadow Clone would find you earlier. That will only get worse results than now. Itachi interrupted Chiyu. Yes, if the one who survived was not Sasuke, but a child from another race, I might be convinced. Chong, after a psychological attack, Chiyu's unhappy eyes, with 2 swords in his hand, his left hand held horizontally in front of him, his right hand held back, and a whirlwind top rushed over. Ding ding dong dang. Chi-Yu, like a madman, launched to attack on Itachi without giving him a chance to breathe. Itachi is a genius, and his fighting wisdom, experience, skills, etc. are all top-notch, but whenever he catches his breath, he will give him heavy pressures that make him powerless. As the saying goes, if you beat your master to death with random punches, as long as you are violent, his wisdom, experience, and skills will have less room for display. Chi-Yu didn't hesitate to turn around 3 sword lights to cut off the 2 people who had missed each other, using the oil-a-wire whirlwind small top to kill in circles. Chi-Yu did not save effort and chakra. Every hit was ultimate. The ground around him was fragmented, and the trees and branches of the jungle flew horizontally. The more chaotic the environment, the more distracting the ferret would be. On the other hand, Kisame stared at the battle between the 2 Sharingan with relish, not only to feast his eyes, but also to facilitate him to gather some information. But at some point, on the tree trunk next to Kisame, the head of a white weird person appeared astonished. Sawdust was flying around the battlefield. The dust was flying. Chi-Yu's mouth grinned slightly. It was time for him to be reckless. Ultimate state of concentration, with the 2 swords in his hands clenched tightly, and the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan squinted slightly. To deal with top players such as Itachi in various fields, conventional methods are nothing more than selfish humiliation. Breathe slowly and frequently. Chi-Yu immersed all his thoughts on the sword, and the sword was my heart with the howling of the sword. All observations and calculations will affect the ability to judge, will produce hesitation and choice, will affect speed and power. Only when all thoughts are one, or there is no distracting thoughts in the heart, are they qualified to face this so-called god of ferret. The earth vibrated frequently, woods and rocks flew everywhere, and the extremely high-frequency clanging sound was shocking. In the complex environment, one person is as fierce as a wolf, with great moves, but it is swift and fierce. The sword is like a silver snake, the body is like a floating leaf, and the 2's exquisite moves have reached the point of shocking the world. It's just that from the perspective of Kisame and White Zetsu, they looked very surprised. A few breaths ago, Itachi had disappeared, leaving alone this fierce man waving his double swords in his hands frantically, bringing disaster to the innocent jungle. Is Itachi's illusion so strong? Even if the other party is also Sharingan, Kisame murmured, very vigilant in his heart. Itachi looked at Shirna, who was dancing underneath. Just as he was about to turn away from Gaolong, Chi-Yu's 2 swords burst into blue thunder and lightning. In an instant, Shirna, who was immersed in the illusion, continued to squint the empty Sharingan and revolved assaulting him. Dang, this time, what was broken was the suffering of Itachi. Without giving it time to breathe, Chi-Yu, which spins rapidly, carries the thunder, without any reduction in speed and strength. On the contrary, the more he charges, the smoother it goes. Although Itachi still dodges indifferently, he counterattacks with an understatement. But the scarlet 3-go jade eyes began to become solemn. Chong-ha Chi-Yu, who vaguely increased his attack frequency again, cut a sword on Itachi, but after passing through, what he saw was a crow flying away. The instantly focused eyes swept to the surroundings for the first time, and the body that landed was gathering momentum like a cheetah. With the help of the sound and smell, the eyes that looked like a beast looking for prey instantly looked in one direction. Goob goo. After searching for and beheading shadow clones several times, Chi-Yu once again started a close fight with the body of Itachi. In the interlacing, bright red blood blossoms bloomed on both of them. After the dazzling attack and defense, and the clanging of sharp weapons, the 2 of them had blood spattered on their bodies. I saw Chi-Yu look like a robot, his eyes still bloodthirsty. He was panting in front of him, his hands dripping blood like threads. Chi-Yu's 2 swords entwining Leihua merged and swept out, and a cross-slash shot out and attacked the giant tree next to Itachi. The world suddenly shattered like glass, although most of the scene remained the same. But Chi-Yu himself was not injured, and the dying Itachi was also gone. Chi-Yu kicked suddenly and rushed forward like a cannonball. This time, it seems that he can crack the illusion faster, so how can he easily get the illusion several times in a row? Kisame murmured. Maybe he is trying to crack illusion skills. White Zetsu exclaimed wisely next to him. Kisame looked back at him helplessly, then twitched his head. There may be that kind of lunatic, but it is definitely not this battle. Casting illusion or middle illusion is extremely mental. Obviously, a certain lunatic below, with bloodthirsty eyes, obviously did not consume mental energy, or whether he was conscious at this moment is another matter. As a shark face, Kisame, who has some animal instincts, obviously noticed that things are not simple. At this moment, it seems that there is obviously no Mangekyo. So where is his confidence to challenge Itachi? Maybe it's the animal instinct that is natural and completely hunter-like. Chapter 33. What Kisame found out, as a head-on challenger Itachi, naturally found out. Not only that, the power of this tribe who seems to have gone astray is amazing. Itachi tried a few tricks before and was almost in a state of dodge afterwards. After all, his hands hurt too much. It seems superhuman strength, lasting resilience, great energy, and huge chakra. A pair of Sharingan was using insight completely and didn't use illusion at all. I don't need illusion, let alone ninjutsu. Itachi can only sigh hell with emotion. However, the opponent's speed is astonishing, and its powerful insight and reaction can even evade the ninjutsu used by Itachi to sell flaws in close seconds. The opponent's ability to break illusions is getting faster and faster, and the continuous offensive has also made Itachi lose a lot of calculations. Swish, Itachi immediately began to develop his own retreat technique, not to escape, but to deal with. Because he was horrified to discover that not only did he not use his fighting wisdom and fighting skills at the beginning, but he also fell into the opponent's reckless realm. At the beginning, it was okay. You could analyze while playing wisely, but after a long time, the brain will overwork, and under the extremely fast-paced offensive and defensive, you will get tired physically and mentally, and you will fall into the opponent's reckless field. As soon as the other party came, he didn't plan to compare wisdom with himself, but gradually carried out the method of reducing wisdom. If, without a sensible self, can I really deal with the Shina, who is as pure as a beast at this moment? Itachi found another weakness of his own. That being the case, let's take care of the environment. At first, Ishina attacked like A, complicating the surrounding environment, and had some influence on him, but he had almost no restrictions on him like a beast. Wind style, continuous wind cutting technique. While evading the attack, Itachi continuously used the wind cutting technique towards the jungle. Boom rumble. In an instant, countless giant trees in the jungle fell, and a bright field appeared. Chiyu just rushed at him more recklessly, and even threw many fallen trees at him. Water style, great waterfall technique. The Itachi seals quickly, and a huge water curtain appears in an instant, and the river-like current spreads 100 meters immediately. After a few water styles came down, the water swept across the area 100 meters away, and Itachi stood in the center. Open and close moves, the most fearful of soft restrictions. Now large areas of water, tall trees have been cut down. This battlefield, there is almost no place for the rain to kick. His own speed and explosive power are quite limited. Wind style, wind cut technique. At this moment, when he arrived at Itachi's home court, he began to use ninjutsu. Chiyu went to hold the sword and cut. Not only the speed on the surface of the water slowed down, but also the resistance to wind style made him stop. Then Kisame and a few white Zetsu saw a strange scene. Itachi lives in the middle of the water and releases wind style water style over and over again, while the three-go Jade is really a reckless man. Without the advantage, he continues to attack left and right without thinking. Suddenly, the situation master was in Itachi. In addition to worrying that fire style would destroy the waters, wind style water style was used frequently. On the other hand, Chiyu gradually gained popularity amid frequent attacks. The limitations of water style and wind styles curling and cutting were released by a skilled person like Itachi. For a time, Chiyu could only rely on a strong body and good speed and reaction to dodge. Of course, life is endless, and there is more than recklessness. At this moment, Chiyu turned into a flat-headed brother, while dodging, while circling the ferret left and right, trying to attack again and again. Whenever he collects his sword, even if he is empty of one hand, the fire style can be printed. Isn't he stupid? White Zetsu muttered. By then, there will be heavy fog, and his situation will not be much better than it is now. Kisame said lightly. The fog is very restrictive to the general Sharingan, but it is general, and Itachi is not among them. Itachi also took a moment to relax and watched as he attacked the opponent. Until a few minutes later, the opponent still had bloodthirsty eyes and charged like a reckless man. Itachi felt very uncomfortable. How long did Uchiha's ninja become like this? In vain, he just admired Shirnai's state just now, and now it feels silly to change his perspective. If it wasn't easy to live a Sharingan, he would have wanted to stabbing it. It would be too embarrassing. However, he also sighed that the other party didn't know what irritation he had received. In his three-hook jade state, he didn't have a chance to kill him. Before, the use of illusion skills failed. He couldn't compare to power, and he couldn't hurt the opponent in terms of speed and reaction. If you don't turn on Mangekyo, maybe he can't win Shina, but Mangekyo, what is the difference between it and losing? In this way, in Itachi's continuous ninjutsu attacks, occasionally the two of them fought in close quarters. Chiyu's explosive advantage was no longer there, and he barely managed to resist Itachi's close attacks. Huh? Did something happen? The 10-minute straight-headed brother behavior made White Zetsu yawn. The ninjas have been fighting for more lengthy battles, but most of them will not fight for more than 3 minutes. The offensive and defensive nonstop for more than 10 minutes is really hell. But by chance, White Zetsu discovered the situation. Naturally, Kisame had also discovered early. At this moment, the person who attacked Itachi was still agile and reacted quickly, but his eyes started to cry, his nose cleared, and his saliva flowed. The exposed skin began to turn red, and the neck and hands showed obvious blue veins. It's really good. The body is at its limit, but it doesn't affect his state. Unfortunately, I can't hold on. This is the limit. Kisame murmured with a little regret. Such a crazy person is really rare. Sure enough, as Kisame said, Itachi here, looking at Shirna who once again broke the illusion, sighed with his will no, that kind of brainless toughness, and then his hands clung to it. Although Shirnai's power was still huge enough to repel him, he stabilized when his feet were kicked, and then kicked Shirnai sideways in an instant, kicking Shirna directly. Ahem, at this moment, Shirna was as if awakened from a beating, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His hideous face and unwilling eyes finally filled the bloodthirsty in his eyes, holding the only sword, and stubbornly propped up. Swish, the long sword in his hand hurried to the ferret without his hands. Although the speed was still astonishing, Itachi, who stretched out his hand to resist, knew that its speed had dropped, especially its strength. Seeing staggering, Shirna and Itachi, who continued to take out both swords and squeeze tightly, rushed forward with a fearless look and gently touched kunai in their hands. Drink up. Chiyu, who charged fearlessly, roared loudly with his ferocious face and swiveled forward, and the double sword swept away to the right. Itachi, leaning forward indifferently, prepared to hold the hands that Kyumo had swept from Shina's right in advance with his left hand and pierce his neck with his right hand while holding Kyumo. Not good. Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank. Because of the extreme distance, he found that Shirnai's neck, forehead, and shoulders were suddenly exaggerated and slightly swelled. For a moment, I felt that Shirna, who was originally like a desperate leaf, was as fierce as a crocodile with his teeth. I've been reckless for so long, just waiting for this moment to succeed in declining wisdom. Chiyu leaned forward as expected, and his feet were firmly anchored in an instant. His body leaned back to the left, and his right hand suddenly exploded to lift the sword with all his strength. Sorry, I'm in the midst of madness, maintaining the most fundamental reason. My heart is the same. From the beginning there is no chaos. After 20 minutes, Meng went out of the realm, went out of the system, and then it got used to it. Without his fighting wisdom, after all, he has been numb for 20 minutes, isn't it? Boom, there was a roar. After a few breaths, Kisame and White Zetsu saw Chiyu kneeling and leaning on the sword, and Itachi slowly canceling the energy of the red skeleton. Feeling the cold wound on his chest, and looking at Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 windmills of Itachi, Chiyu was a little unwilling, but also a little relieved. Perhaps, from the very beginning, my subconscious mind was trying to force Mangekyo of Itachi, right? However, this is not enough. Chong Chong, Itachi looked at Chiyu indifferently. Abruptly, two sharp sword moans behind him. Suddenly, Chiyu, regardless of his injuries, rose like a tiger, with both swords stretched flat, and stabbed towards the ferret. When I was kicked down by Itachi for the first time, the first sword that fell and the second sword that was thrown at him were actually changed by the shadow clone transformation technique, which was the proud work of Prince Naruto. Itachi, who had been cast down, was successfully blinded. Now 3 figures and 4 sharp swords have pierced the ferret, and the sharp sword has pierced into his great cloak. Chapter 34. Tilda in Chiyu's helpless eyes. The world in his eyes suddenly changed, and the green mountains and waters had disappeared, but a scarlet world. The weird scarlet sky, the scarlet moon, and the endless silence of the black and red blood sea. And he was tied to the cross, and the opposite Itachi, holding a long sword, walked indifferently. Chiyu didn't have too much expression, and his body that couldn't move did not struggle, but took a deep breath and closed his eyes slowly and peacefully. Puff! The cold sharp sword pierced Chiyu's chest, and the sudden sharp pain caused Chiyu to frown and open his eyes. Although there was no pain, his eyes were slightly convex, and he clenched his teeth subconsciously. The whole body was unnaturally stiff and tense. Chiyu knew that he had broken his gong after all. In the past few months of desperate practice, although he achieved the ultimate concentration, he still couldn't achieve the mind-free mind that the wife said, let alone enjoy the realm of pain, as Tsunade said. Puff! Itachi also showed no mercy, lifted the sword again and stabbed it again, and there was another severe pain in his abdomen. Hiss! Itachi turned the sword he had plunged, and Chiyu gritted his teeth, feeling that the roots of his teeth were cracked. The eyes were so painful that they felt helpless. After all, they became resolute, and then slowly calmed down, adjusting their slightly trembling breathing. After all, he is someone who has never experienced the challenge of big winds and waves. At present, he can't keep his firm will. Chiyu feels that it is normal, but he can't give up. The nagging words of his wife on weekdays rang in his ears. Although he had left Blue Star, he had brought a lot of ills. In such a world, not only can you not be completely who you are, but you have to gradually adapt to this world and change the world and people who fit into this world. Therefore, the daughter-in-law requires that she must cultivate her heart. She said that she does not hope that one day her path forward is not driven by sadness, but should be driven by her own thoughts and will be the wheel. The muscles of the body slowly loosened, the fast heartbeat gradually eased, and the pain that was not suppressed spread throughout the body, and the pain multiplied. The sweat on his forehead was slightly cool, which made Chiyu more sober. Calmly glanced at the Itachi who was stabbing with the sword in front of him, and the sword in the abdomen was tightened. Chiyu was a little lost, and he still couldn't reach that level. Puff! There was a sharp pain coming. Looking down at the night of his own blood flowing down the sharp edge, Chiyu took a deep, trembling breath. This time, I didn't grit my teeth. Itachi was taken aback for a moment. Perhaps he didn't care about the pain. It was because his heart was already dead. Except for that person, nothing could affect him. But Chiyu's eyes were so agile and bright at this moment, different from the bloodthirsty that was just like a beast's instinct. After the battle just now, coupled with close observation at this moment, he found that the person in front of him was more complicated than he thought. The space here is under my control, including time and matter. For 3 days here, only 1 second has passed in the real world. Puff! As the indifferent Itachi said, there was an extra Itachi, and he stabbed it with a sword. Next, there will be 2 days, 23 hours and 59 seconds. In other words, only 1 second has passed since you entered the space here. Puff! After speaking, Chiyu was stabbed for the 10th time by Weasel. How I saw it through and how I escaped, is it important? I am a victim, and I don't care about that anymore. I didn't expect that you, a sword-bearer, would still care. Chiyu said something very unacceptable. However, a hint of shock flashed through Itachi's indifferent eyes. And Chiyu, this sentence is not an answer to what Itachi said in the Tsukuyami space before him, but a question of Itachi in the real world. That's right. The cast of illusion is that the caster blinds the mind of the caster and vacates the body like a walking corpse. During the 4 wars in the original book, Itachi used Izanami, Izanami's reincarnation illusion space on Kabuto. Kabuto has been hacking Itachi 10,000 times, 10,000 times. But in the real world, Kabuto was killed by touching his head, and Itachi easily asked him how to release impure world reincarnation, and controlled Kabuto to release impure world reincarnation. But these, Kabuto didn't know at all. He was still hacking the ferret endlessly in Izanami's reincarnation illusion space. Civ Itachi stared at Chiyu's 3 windmills, Mangekyo, spinning, and a stronger mental force suppressed it, and Tsukuyomi's illusion was even stronger. Puff, Chiyu of Zhonjin's body pain also increased several times, and he grinned again. However, his eyes always kept clear. His eyes looked at the swords that the 2 ferrets were connected to and penetrated, and his body was stirred and blood flowed out. Chiyu still stayed sensible, kept clear, and used breathing to relieve the muscles that were tight due to pain. Itachi understands that when people suffer from great pain, even if they don't shout or scream, they will clench their teeth and tighten the body to relieve the pain. The body will instinctively shed tears and drool. These are normal physiological phenomena. But at this moment, Shernai used breathing to relieve the tension of his muscles. Every time a sharp sword pierced, he didn't start to tighten his body in advance, letting the sharp sword pierce in, allowing the pain to spread throughout his body and mind. In your eyes, I don't see any resentment, guilt, or madness. Obviously, you don't hate me, and you don't have any thoughts of revenge for the people. Then why are you here? After a few hundred swords, it was also seen that Chiyu was slowly accepting the pain. Itachi couldn't help but ask, where are there so many and why? If you use Mangekyo from the beginning, or leave directly, I will not have the strength to entangle with you. There will be no such superfluous intersection. Why don't you do that? Chiyu was out of breath, came down with a few hundred knives, collapsed all over, covered with sweat on his forehead, but his eyes became calmer, and his body became more natural. Even if Itachi continued to poke and agitate, he seldom pulled his muscles. Tighten your abdomen. Your mental strength can't hold on, and the lengthy pain will make you fade away slowly. A person who was dead at the age of 13, just waiting for someone to come and hold a funeral for him. Is he qualified to talk about me? Puff, although Itachi was still indifferent, the 2 swords pierced Chiyu's abdomen and began to lift it inch by inch. As the body was cut apart, a sensation different from pain came, like the feeling of extreme sleepiness, the feeling of entering one's own consciousness gradually drifting away from the body. The memory is like a revolving lantern passing by, and it seems to be broken inch by inch, as if leaving eternity away, gradually dissipating in Chiyu's inexplicable pain. Chiyu had no anger, no panic. Sober will always firmly believe in the words of his daughter-in-law, keeping his heart in nothing. As the world revolved, landscapes, flowers, birds, and chaos intertwined, Chiyu began to slowly abandon the pain in his body and turned to perceive the feelings of his soul with interest and perceive what his soul was thinking. A gust of breeze blows, and what catches your eyes are your sword-holding hands. One left and one right blocked the shadow clone that attacked Itachi. This is very embarrassing. What is meant by me stabbing myself? I stopped myself. After being hit by Tsukuyomi's self, it was ordered by Itachi to block the shadow clone from attacking Itachi. Looking at the ferret in front of him, Chiyu knew that he was the real body, but did not move his hands, slowly retracted the 2 swords. Some tangled at Itachi, and finally touched his eyes, and sighed with a wry smile. Although this was not taught or bestowed by him, it was opened because of him. This is cause and effect. Turning around, Chiyu slowly left. After walking for a certain distance, Chiyu stopped and asked, Mangekyo, there is a difference between superior and inferior, do you agree? It's only about people. Itachi replied indifferently, pulling the cloak, and then turned his head and left. I like this sentence very much. If there was no Mangekyo just now, you lost. However, the world of the strong needs enemies. Itachi, you become the ladder under my feet. Let me see. The higher part of this world, the scenery. How can I not find a place? Ere Juzi is owed. Isn't this Rejoice Man owed anymore? Maybe this guy doesn't want to die if he fights and fights? Duh. Chapter 35. Is there any gain? Let me see. After the battle between Chiyu and Itachi, a Luffy rushed to a mountain range in the east. When Kabuto driving Sage Mode regretfully confirmed that White Zetsu was not coming, Chiyu returned to his wife. So Tsunade looked curiously at the Mangekyo in Chiyu's eyes. The very simple pattern was a black cross, similar to the pupil of the Naruto fairy fox pattern. Tsunade looked at it with surprise, but felt a little regretful. As a traversing person, Chiyu merged with the soul of the original body, and his huge spiritual power increased, which promoted the evolution of Sharingan. Moreover, the huge mental power also provides his Sharingan with great potential, and has the transplantation of Greer energy in Tsunade cells. As long as Chiyu broke out a little emotional stimulation, he could manually turn on Mangekyo within a controllable range. It's just that both Tsunade and Chiyu understand that it's almost the same as getting into a demon. You don't have enough willpower and mood. Forcibly stimulating the burst of mental energy to open Mangekyo, it is easy to be backlashed by that emotion. Regarding Mangekyo, Chiyu and Tsunade have not made too much demands. There are a lot of babies on hand. When waiting for the transplantation of white Zetsu cells, the blood of the fairy eye and sage body will naturally promote evolution very well. Waiting for Xianshu to practice, as time increases, it is not impossible to turn on Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, he was hit by Itachi in the Tsukuyami space a few times, but in the stubborn adaptation and escape from the illusion, he actually broke through Mangekyo. What is pupil technique? While observing Chiyu Mangekyo, Tsunade checked whether there was any abnormality in his body, and then asked, "Well, a magical power, a golden power." A magical power is a space pupil technique, similar to the space teleportation of Flying Thunder God, but the distance is limited. Jinwei, it seems to be a chakra mode, which enhances combat power. Chiyu said that he was still very satisfied with his Mangekyo pupil technique. This is too low, right? We two Tenten are in the spiritual space. Tenten analyzes Obito's Kamui, Uchiha's white space, Otsutsuki-style space, and Kaguya's several spaces, and so on. You haven't made a room for this. My paradise plan fell through? Can you evolve in this magical deed? Can you perceive and invade their kind of space? Tsunade was not satisfied. From Chiyu's memory, she analyzed all kinds of weird things in the world. She was especially interested in the ability to communicate in space. To be honest, she doesn't like Kamui very much, because the Kamui space is too small. She likes the huge space connected by Uchiha's pupil technique. It is very wide, and the spaces in Kaguya are not small. For a long time, the two of them had been fantasizing that Chiyu started Mangekyo's pupil technique. One was to connect a huge space or world, and the other was a resurrection technique or something. Sharingan calls it the Eye of Soul Portrayal, and most of the Mangekyo openers, the abilities acquired are related to the thoughts they desire in their souls. Therefore, Tsunade and Chiyu have been discussing, and they are going to open Mangekyo at that time. Chiyu talks about these aspects a lot, and there is a high probability that these abilities will be obtained. It's all right now, it's all in vain. Chiyu had no choice but to spread his hands and drew out the sword dance twice to ease the embarrassment. Are you still practicing swords? Didn't you make your fists? It's not fragrant with strange power. Tsunade was upset again. Since Chiyu merged with her cells, she felt that Chiyu should practice his fists. What about swords? It's not good to rely too much on foreign objects. If you don't have a sword, wouldn't it be a waste of time to practice? Force? One specializes in many abilities. It's always good to be familiar with it. I feel a bit of gain in a battle with Itachi, and it feels familiar and familiar. Can't my existence affect your speed of drawing your sword? If you don't practice, you won't practice. Chiyu couldn't bear to look at Ingwu's daughter-in-law, giving herself a faint look. Uchiha, Shina, Mask Obito murmured somewhere in the rain country. Someone escaped that night? Obito was dumbfounded. Not to mention that he and Itachi were engaged in a surprise attack. But the senior Konoha had already watched the entire Uchiha clan up and down so hard that even the children could not miss it, not to mention the three-go Jade. The black-white Zetsu next to him did not move, and even half of the white Zetsu wanted to yawn. Black Zetsu has always maintained a constant face. A Mangekyo, he doesn't care, and it's not the reincarnation of Indra. However, Obito was very concerned. Don't think he is Mangekyo now, or he is the spatio-temporal pupil technique, and don't think Itachi was brought into Akatsuki's organization by him, and seemed to belong to his group. Itachi poses a very big threat to him. If nothing else, White Zetsu, who has been quietly arranged on Itachi, is quickly discovered, so he dare not try to commit certain agreements with Itachi again. A person who is clearly at odds with Itachi and seems to want to compete with Itachi. He wants to try to win him over. Now Akatsuki is secretly divided into two factions. One Itachi is letting himself go, and the other Kisame can't hold up the scene. On the other side, Nagato Konan got the news and quickly discussed it. There were two Mangekyo on the side who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and they frowned. Although the 10 members of Akatsuki's organization are now full, if the newly emerged Mangekyo is strong enough and reliable, Nagato doesn't mind that an old member accidentally sacrifices heroically and puts Uchiha Ashina on top. Nagato, we disclose the information. Konoha will definitely not ignore it. We will find him when he is forced by many parties, so we can take advantage of him to take him over. Konan said. They didn't care how this person was before or what his character was. Anyway, in front of Nagato Rinnegan, they would be honest. They needed a Mangekyo to tell someone to pay attention. In Akatsuki's organization, almost none of them has anyone to trust, and the one standing with them is just the ambiguous Kakuzu. Haiden is a brain-dead, and the art duo is completely neutral. Itachi and Kisame are not on their side, especially the humble White Zetsu, which leaves them behind the masked Madara with a lot of information. Just do as you said. Although Nagato didn't say anything, he really didn't like the strength of some people in Akatsuki's organization. However, although he is strong, the masked Madara feels very gloomy, and he has to guard against it. It's good to get a Mangekyo to disgust him. Shiyu and Shiyu, who were in the snow country and their daughter-in-law discussing whether her shadow would affect their speed of pulling the sword, would have been very happy if they knew about the Shao organization. In the beginning, Tsunade's plan was to deliberately let Shiyu jump out, casually find an excuse to show up, show his qualified strength, and intend to reveal the identity of Uchiha Ashina. Then it is convenient to follow up certain plans. After all, Tsunade is looking forward. He has been eating the bowl and looking at the pot and staring at the Geto statue, but actually staring at the sacred tree. To say that the sacred tree cell can be worse than Senju Hashirama? Even Tsunade, the master, also subconsciously thinks that the sacred tree is more advanced. Also, even though Tsunade is full of boldness, it is a set of threats to scared snakes and white-haired ghosts. But she still relented and wanted to try to catch some people who had been miserable all their lives. Now Chiyu looked at her daughter-in-law, always feeling that her back shoulders were faintly golden. I don't know if she succeeds, whether the world will give her merit or not. Everyone who has grand ideals and practices is often the heart of Our Lady of Charity, unless his humanity is wiped out by repeated failures. Chapter 36. Daughter-in-law. Would this be too much to Jiraiya? Chiyu said unbearably. For the situation in the snow country, Konoha naturally also came. Although Asuma appeared to be here, Jiraiya also came secretly and had dinner with Tsunade Chiyu. It didn't take long for Chiyu to find Itachi to come back, and Jiraiya also went back. But before he went back, he quietly looked for Shizune, and he inquired about Chiyu's identity. Master Tsunade said, if you don't come to ask, it's okay to tell you in a few years, but now that you've come to ask this question, it proves that you are an untrustworthy person. Shizune's answer directly made Jiraiya completely dumbfounded. Then I am embarrassed to see Tsunade and Chiyu bye, and left Dingy. Jiraiya, I also said before that people like him have long been constrained by the times. He either changes his ability to adapt, or disappears in his own fate like the original plot. Otherwise, he will stand opposite me sooner or later. I don't want this to happen, and I don't want someone stabbing a knife behind my back when I concentrate on the outside world. Don't worry, my daughter-in-law, my sword is very sharp. I promise that no one will dare to violate you in the future. Looking at Tsunade with emotion, Chiyu drew the sword around his waist and said, Huh? Are you still practicing swords? Teacher, that's how things are. Now I don't understand Tsunade at all, but she can't be controlled by Sharingan. Here, Jiraiya said to the teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen bitterly. Before the Sannin party, Tsunade's personality changed drastically, and the threats to him and Orochimaru were vivid. At the time, he was not sure, and preferred Tsunade to be ill. So I secretly investigated a lot, but unfortunately nothing was found. When the Lulon incident and the Snow Country incident happened, He has only now told his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen about his inner worries. Oh, what are you worried about? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the old man, smoking a cigarette comfortably. Teacher, Tsunade, she's a bit too extreme, Konoha. What's wrong with this? Don't worry. This village was founded by her grandfather. She loves this village more than any of us. Don't doubt and deny her. Besides, no one is perfect, and a lofty position under the sun cannot be comprehensive. Jiraiya, let's not talk about her problem first. Even if there is, you should think about how you should bear it for her. One side is the leaves and the sun, and the other is the roots buried in the ground. Jiraiya, you should learn how to be her roots. Old teacher. Jiraiya was completely stunned. Advertisement, it's not that he doesn't understand. It's just that he didn't expect the teacher to let him do it. After all, he hates Danzo. Pop, do you think this person? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Jiraiya and gave an information. Jiraiya froze for a moment and immediately took it to look at it. This? Teacher, what do you mean? Isn't Tsunade very dangerous? Jiraiya stood up and exclaimed that Uchiha Ashina, a Uchiha survivor, actually went to intercept Uchiha Itachi and suspected that Mangekyo Sharingan had opened on the scene. This makes Jiraiya not calm. Seeing Chi use strength before, and the 3-Go Jade can affect Tsunade. But now, this is suspected to be the Chi-Yu of Uchiha Shina. In case he has already turned on Mangekyo, it is impossible to say that Tsunade is really possible. After all, the remaining prestige of distinguished heavenly gods is still vivid. You? Sure enough, it's not suitable for roots. But Jiraiya, I don't worry about letting that. Chi-Yu. Don't worry about him being the root of Tsunade. No matter how true or false they were before. We don't know what that person thinks, or what he thinks of Konoha and the previous genocide. Besides, after opening Mangekyo, has he been affected? Jiraiya, this is your first mission. There are not many people I can trust. If you can't be the root of Tsunade, then I really don't know Konoha's future direction. Here on Summoning Island, beside the high volcano, Chi-Yu woke up in meditation. Feeling the surging Xianshu chakra, Chi-Yu breathed a sigh of relief and became excited inside. For a year, Ishin and Methreya and the other team developed their careers in the Northwest. The first bicycles and motorcycles to be promoted have gained a huge market. Tsunade uses Blue Star's commercial methods to open chain stores all over the world of ninja while cooperating with leading merchants from all over the world, especially also sharing technology so that all parties are rushing. At first, Methreya and the others were worried that they would not make much money in this way, and that there would be no monopoly on technology sharing, because there were too many imitations. But the fact is just the opposite. Cooperating and sharing with leaders everywhere does not lose interest. Advertisement, in addition to vigorously and Tsunade's research and technological advancement, in terms of raw materials and manufacturing, it has saved a lot of costs, and the technology has passed the customs and the quality is high. As a result, sales are all at affordable prices. In this case, how can others imitate? Your technology is no one better, the cost is more than others, and it is not a high-priced product. It will only become more and more imitation. With this move, the leaders from all over the world can bow their heads and cooperate directly. Nowadays, in terms of railways, a dozen small countries from the Snow Country and Ghost Country to Lulan, the inner capitals and important cities, have begun to trial light rail. Because of the investment of the rich and powerful from various countries and the joining of the land and the country of the wind, I began to build roads happily and prepare for cross-border transportation. Here, Chi-Yu has been practicing madly this year. More than half a year ago, after many successful experiments, Tsunade finally got the latest white Zetsu cells from Orochimaru and began to transplant himself and Chi-Yu little by little. After transplanting Tsunade cells, Chi-Yu strengthened, and Uncle Snake's countless experiments, together with his wife, transplanted white Zetsu cells smoothly and obtained great gains. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Chi-Yu not only exercised more frantically, but was also asked by his wife to practice immortality. The environment of the Wetbone Forest is not good, and the immortals of Katsu don't want to be disturbed by outsiders. So after going there once or twice, Chi-Yu almost stayed in Summoning Island, a place with more natural energy, to practice. Then, under the instruction of Katsu clone for several months, Chi-Yu was able to practice fairy skills, and was ridiculed by his wife a lot. After all, Kabuto explored himself in less than a month, and in the original book, Naruto became a perfect sage mode in a week under the huge blow of Jiraiya's death. Until now, looking at the light blue eyeshadow of the handsome young man in the mirror, Chiyu laughed happily and got the perfect sage mode, although the process was a little tired. Boom, Master Chiyu. Master Tsunade said that you have cultivated to the perfect sage mode, then go back quickly. Clear. After hearing the sweet words of Katsu's clone, Chiyu returned. So he unfolded the chakra armor, spread his wings, and flew west. Although chakra armor's wingspan flying speed is average, it's better than running all the way by yourself. It is quite far from the Hongzhou Islands in the east to Lulan in the west. Chapter 37. Today's Lulan, thousands of towers are still exquisitely beautiful. It's just that compared to the former loneliness and quietness, it is now full of voices. As the headquarters of the Northwest Transportation Alliance, it is no longer the hundreds of Lulan people in the past. The first is the factory buildings in the nearby desert. Now most of the traffic is manufactured here. Railway extensions in 4 directions go to all sides. And there are ninjas from Tsunade, Iwagakure, and Konoha village. With the highest priority for cross-border transportation, it is now connected to the country of the mountains to the northwest, the country of bears, the country of birds to the north, and Tsunade to the south. The ninja of Iwagakure is used to build roads and bridges. It is called a fast, an earth style, earth dynamic core to open the way, an earth style, lime condensation technique, a properly firm foundation. Nowadays, there is no shortage of money and construction speed. What is lacking is the train. Because the manufacturing is too slow, thousands of workers in Lulan are too busy. Now many railways are repaired, and they are waiting for the train. When Chiyu arrives at his wife, Xiaobia wins the newlyweds. Now Chiyu started to nag and scold Tsunade. Why not practice? Laziness, and all crowns. Nowadays, Tsunade, a self-proclaimed leader, has time to study, learning from Chiyu's memory, and then personally supervising the development of all aspects of her career. Especially in the improvement of trains and the manufacturing of motorcycles, she is even more personally involved. Tsunade didn't pay attention to Chiyu's nagging words. It was rare that Chiyu started to learn to talk about her. Ever since I wanted to be a leader at the helm, Tsunade gave Chiyu the matter of strength, and Ishin devoted herself to her career. So the white Zetsu cells in her body fuse slowly, and she hasn't practiced Xianshu. This time, Chiyu hugged Tsunade and nagged a lot, from cultivation to ideals, from career to identity. Not even her daily words and deeds. Tsunade just lay on his chest and listened quietly. Chiyu couldn't bear to end the last warmth. Boom! In the desert of the country of wind and river, there was a roar everywhere. The densely packed summoning snakes spread hundreds of meters, and several giant summoning beasts wreaked havoc. Among them, a purple giant snake, tens of meters high, 100 or 200 meters long, is very fierce. And a man in beige linen stood on the snake's head, with long straight black hair and pale skin. Orochimaru manipulated the group of snakes to chase the person ahead, only to see the person running away quickly. Chiyu's face was dusty at the moment, his clothes were disheveled, and he was panting, running away in embarrassment. Such a scene had already happened a few days ago, and even some ignorant wandering ninjas intercepted them halfway through, and Chiyu was so angry that they cremated them. Actors who haven't been invited, why join in the fun? That's right, it's an actor. After Chiyu learned Sage Mode, he followed the arrangement of his wife and prepared how to enter the Shao organization. Pulled Uncle Snake, a member of the original Akatsuki organization, from the laboratory and made a good plan. In Uncle Snake's words, even if Zhao's organization is full now, as long as Chiyu goes out for 2 laps, the other party will definitely come back to find someone, and it depends on which party Chiyu wants to join. Uncle Snake is a human spirit, and in a short period of time in the Akatsuki organization, he still knew some of the factions of the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't know who one of them was. So I studied White Zetsu's Uncle Snake with Kabuto in the Lulan Underground Laboratory, and Tsunade was blasted out with his fist and was forced to act. Chiyu also complained about Uncle Snake. This guy played the role and played it for real, but unfortunately, there is no good reason yet, otherwise he will take revenge on him. Would you like to induce Jiraiya someday when he becomes Anti-Snake? Thinking of Chiyu, he shook his head. Now that living corpse reincarnation has white Zetsu, Uncle Snake doesn't seem to want to change his body. Who? At the junction of the southern part of the country of the river and the country of fire, it finally escaped from Orochimaru's pursuit. Chiyu, who stayed in a small town here, yelled vigilantly at the room. Haha, good vigilance. A person suddenly walked out of the empty room. Xianshu? That's it. The masked man who appeared saw Chiyu's light blue eyeshadow that was guarding him and murmured in surprise. Huh. With a solemn expression on Chiyu's expression, 3 Tomo Sharingan turned on and immediately slashed away. Civ, but the masked man didn't avoid it, and Chiyu's sword passed him as if it hadn't touched any matter. Whhhhhhh. In an instant, looking back at the dancing of the double swords, the dense sword shadows cleaved out. Swish. Chiyu immediately jumped back, solemnly guarding the enemy, and then said, "This is Hollow?" Sharingan. Who are you? The masked man turned around and revealed 3 Tomo Sharingan with his right eye. Chiyu asked. My name, Uchiha Madara, said the masked man coldly. F***K death. Chiyu was taken aback when he heard the words, and his anger instantly increased. After shouting a loud curse, his whole body exploded and rushed towards the masked man. Whhhhhhh. Xiang, boom, rumble. A series of explosive attacks directly destroyed this lodging. Who is it? Help. Ninja fights, run. Run. There was noisy everywhere in an instant. In the smoke, Chiyu opened the cross-pattern Mangekyo, looking for enemies everywhere on the roof. A space Uzumaki appeared. On the roof opposite Chiyu, the figure of the masked man appeared. Chong, without saying a word, Chiyu raised his sword angrily and rushed over. Uchiha Obito was completely stunned at the moment. Even the right eye that was exposed could not help but wonder. What happened to this tribe? Sick. How can you hack it when you lift the sword? If it hadn't been for the fact that this person's strength was on the verge of exploding, and it was Mangekyo, Obito would have guessed that he could not win. Otherwise, he would have been taught him a lesson. You'd better give me an explanation, otherwise this is the last letter. Seeing the other party still slashing his hollow figure frantically left and right, Obito couldn't help but twitch his mouth in a deep warning. Explanation? Go to hell and explain to Madara. Even you are worthy of pretending to be an ancestor? How can the pride of Ninja Shura be defiled by people like you? Chiyu continued hacking angrily. Fire style, lightning style stormed. Puffy, in the distance, there was a yin and yang Jew that quietly peeked halfway through the tall buildings, and the white side couldn't help but sneer. White Zetsu's body can imagine what Obito's face looks like today. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Obito is so much different. He even pretends to be someone else. Now he has been cracked down? To be honest, Obito was very angry at this moment and even wanted to incense Uchiha Ashina on the spot. However, after investigating clearly, he didn't dare to make a sudden move. He learned from White Zetsu and Kisame that the other party was a pervert, very reckless, but rather fierce. In addition, he didn't dare to easily test Mangekyo's pupil technique. What if it was a dangerous pupil technique? What if he was stunned without information? Swish, after another swift and violent combo to no avail, Chiyu immediately retreated and quickly escaped. You waited for lousy, and you dared to pretend to be our ancestors. If the ancestors were lucky enough to have space-time pupils, they would have hanged Senju Hashirama a long time ago. You are just a lucky weak. When I find a way to decipher your space-time pupil technique, I will pay homage to your ancestors. Like a big villain, Chiyu slipped away after he let out his harsh words, and Obito was even more embarrassed at this moment. Huh? Black Zetsu, this guy admires Madara so much. It's a pity that he was born too late. Do you want this person? Black White Zetsu here, White Zetsu on the left said. Black Zetsu was still expressionless, saying nothing, as if he hadn't seen this person. I didn't expect the fake Madara to fail. A blue-haired Konin said amusedly in the distance. After hearing that Orochimaru was hunting down Mangekyo, they also set off, but they didn't expect the masked Madara to be one step ahead. But when he heard about the scene he observed, Konin almost laughed to death. They always thought that the masked Madara was not Uchiha Madara, but it was not easy to tear down the stage. It seems that this person is suitable for us. At least I don't worry that he will be drawn by the masked man. Let's go, Tiandao Pain said, chasing in the direction where Uchiha Shina fled. Chapter 38. The next morning, on a high tower in Rain Shinobi Village, Chiyu was dressed in a large black cloak of red clouds, curiously looking at the boundless Rain Shinobi Village. Although the village is drizzling, the dark buildings are slightly dark and gloomy. However, the villagers who come and go are very peaceful, and they are really a paradise. After Nagato relied on his tyrannical strength to push Hanzo of the Salamander a few years ago, he began to shut down the country. Under the suppression of the powerful strength, Rain Shinobi Village and the Rain Country achieved a rare peace. No wonder he would think about using nuclear peace to make the world peaceful. After all, there are examples here. It is pitiful to say that in the future Rain Shinobi Village will immediately decline after Nagato's death. According to Blogger's biography, it is dilapidated and deserted, completely reduced to ruins. I don't know if Naruto told the dying Nagato that he would bring peace to the country of Rain. Did he forget? Before acting with Uncle Snake a few times, I met Obito the Mask last night and cut him with a knife. After escaping, he met Konan and Heavenly Pen, and it was another big battle. Konan lost to Chiyu in a fair duel that gave up air superiority. But in the face of Heavenly Dao Pain, no matter how Chiyu fiercely attacked, he couldn't get into Heavenly Dao Pain, even if he was stuck between the Shinluo Tianding. Rinnegan's insight and power were beyond Chiyu's imagination. He turned on the pupil technique Jinwei chakra mode to strengthen, and he was not the opponent of Heavenly Wei Pen. Chiyu was still a little discouraged. I can tell. I don't bother to pay attention to your ridiculous tasks. I think this place is good and suitable for living, Chiyu said to Konan next to him. He has his purpose, but he can lie down and enjoy the welfare. Why should he go to work? Therefore, Chiyu behaved quite negatively, not even the typical forehead protector. Konan didn't care about his attitude either. Anyway, he entered the door, and there was more time to knock in the future. Besides, after hearing that Itachi and the masked man were both in the Shao organization, Chiyu showed a very high fighting spirit. This is what Konan and Nagato want. As for whether Uchiha Shina wants to do the task, she doesn't care. I even wanted to give Uchiha Shina to the mission of hunting down Orochimaru. I didn't even bother to say. After all, the Ring of Emptiness is in Orochimaru. If you can get it back, Uchiha Shina is a regular employee. Chiyu discovered at this time that the Shao organization was not full, because at this time Obito was still behind the scenes, and neither the art duo nor the undead duo knew his existence. Orochimaru left, made up for himself, and added the number of black-white Zetsu, exactly 10. However, there is no ring, and now he is just an intern, a non-staff. And the treatment is very unfriendly, and you have to pay for it yourself. In fact, the organization has a distribution base, which is very large, but Chiyu wants to live on the street, and the woman Konan is just money. Chiyu is helpless. He didn't have a lot of money and couldn't afford the place he liked, so he could only temporarily live in the place arranged by the organization. Because he was not a full-time employee, Konan became his boss, and he did not even join the meeting. Chiyu was a little sad. Yo, I hate Sharingan. I can't bear it. As soon as Chiyu went to the base assigned to him by the organization, two figures appeared before his base before he had time to get familiar with it. Deidara and Sasori are here. A few days ago, I heard that Orochimaru was chasing Mangekyo named Uchiha Shina. They both went to intercept Orochimaru, but they were always empty. When Uchiha Shina intercepted Uchiha Itachi and started Mangekyo in a fierce battle, some storms were set off in the ninja world. At that time, Sasori and Deidara, holding a picture of Uchiha Shina, looked a bit like the one who was thrown by Tsunade when they met Sannin. It's just that the younger man is weak, not as fierce as Uchiha Shina, who is fighting against Itachi and has patterns on his face. Uncertain Sasori and Deidara came to inquire after they learned that Uchiha Shina had just entered Akatsuki's organization. Chong, without saying a word, Chiyu slashed at Deidara with the knife. Boom rumble, so the three immediately fought and formed a group, roaring everywhere. Stop! With a cold drink, Konan flew down from a high altitude, his face gloomy. Sasori drank Deidara and stopped when he heard the words, looked at the surrounding fragments, took a solemn look at the newcomer, and then left together. "Brother Sasori, is that person?" Deidara asked, who was walking away uncertainly. This new intern was too strong. Sasori's puppets were all strangled by brute force. Only third Kazekage was the only puppet to resist. He was protected by Sasori all the way, and the explosion style couldn't blow up the extremely fast Ashina. When the two of them chased Orochimaru and met Sannin, when they came back, they only said that Sannin was together. Their mission failed, but they didn't say that they were entangled by a three-hook jade for a long time. Because the three-hook jade is not strong, they entangled for a few rounds because they both watched out for Sannin next to them. They left because they were worried about Sannin's shot. They didn't talk about the matter of saving face. The face is a bit similar, but the breath and chakra don't seem to be the same person. Sasori said indifferently. If it wasn't for Deidara's interest in pulling him over, he wasn't interested in coming over. No matter who he is, what's up with him, Sasori? What's more, he has confidence in his own recognition of chakra. The breath that this person exudes is completely different from that of chakra. A ninja can use transformation technique to change at will, but the nature of the individual chakra is almost unchanged. Chiyu watched the art duo and was not worried that they would recognize themselves. When they first met Orochimaru and Jiraiya, in order to avoid the conflict between Tsunade and Jiraiya, Chiyu did a little facial tattoo to prevent Jiraiya from recognizing it. After all, who knows if Konoha will have a picture of himself? I didn't know that later the daughter-in-law threw herself at Sasori and Deidara, exposing Sharingan. In addition, for so long, Chiyu used Greer energy and transplanted Tsunade cells, white Zetsu cells, and then turned on Mangekyo. His breath and chakra have long changed. In fact, Chiyu is not worried about Konan Nagato and Obito discovering that they don't care what you have. Obito knows that Itachi has a problem, and he hasn't left it yet. Even in the next time, Chiyu still finds a chance to deliberately irritate Obito. His wife is staring at him, and he can't run away. As for Nagato and Konan, they all know that there is a problem with the masked man, Kisame and Itachi, and they are still living. As long as he doesn't make plans to threaten their lives and hinder them in the future, nothing will happen. So there is so much time in the middle, which is enough to do what you should do, although it may not be successful. After Chiyu entered Rain Shinobi Village, he visited Itachi and had a fight that ended without a problem. Itachi was uninterested and deliberately dodged between the buildings. Chiyu's super destructive power naturally made Konan very annoyed. After all, in her opinion, Rain Shinobi Village is their painstaking effort and should not be lost. So don't wonder why Konan has 600 billion detonating charms. In addition to her paper escape secret technique that can be produced quickly, that is the huge economy of the entire Rain Shinobi Village. A village that has been developing well in peace for more than 10 years is very rich. After all, how much money can Kakuza make? Surely all the money he earns will go to the Shao organization? The benefits that Rain Shinobi Village creates for Konan are king. Itachi didn't wait to see Chiyu, and Chiyu couldn't keep moving up, and he didn't take the initiative to find the masked man to make trouble. Instead, I am honestly preparing to rent a shop. As long as I start a business myself, I shouldn't force myself to do tasks, right? At this stage, I don't know what Nagato thinks. The purpose of accepting the task is to accept the task at an affordable price, with the intention to snatch the commission from the 5 major villages at a low price. Chiyu could only lick his lips, let alone the Shao organization. Even if he took all the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas together, I am afraid that he would not even be able to grab one of the missions in Shinobi Village. People have a big business and rely on big countries. If you fight this price difference with others, you will only play Rain Shinobi Village and Akatsuki to death. Relying on the low price to grab the task, there is not much income. If you open a shop and do some business, you can get more funds. You have a reason not to do the task. Walking in the lively street, Chiyu sighed. It was difficult for him to take a breath for as long as 1 year or as long as 2 years. However, for the sake of the daughter-in-law's plan, we still have to stick to it. Chapter 39. After a day of strolling in Rain Shinobi Village, I found that it is still very lively. There are tall buildings and a large population. The place is much larger than Konoha, and there are many people. It is not a pure military village, but it is naturally more prosperous. However, Chiyu wandered around for a while, and didn't realize what he should be doing. It seemed that he didn't have any craftsmanship, which was very embarrassing. Then Chiyu wandered into the bookstore to see how the environment for writing books was. Unfortunately, Chiyu did not find Jiraiya's intimacy paradise here. It may be the reason for the seclusion and the country, the books on the raging fire in the world of Shinobu. There is no misfortune here. When Chiyu was about to become a copywriter, he found that there were a lot of gentlemen here, and many of the pool and beach photos were very popular. After visiting a few more places to investigate the market, Chiyu realized, you just do this when you rent a store? Why don't you do the task? A few days later, watching Chiyu rent a small shop near Joshi Street, Conan came over to take a look. Then he pointed at the things on the table with a dark face, seeming a little embarrassed and a little angry. Doing a task? Are you sure it's called a task? I'm not a lunatic. Why do I do that kind of thankless things? Conan didn't bother to argue. She didn't tell this person who had just joined Akatsuki's ideals of herself and Nagato, so there was no need to argue. The purpose of inviting Uchiha Shino to come is to discuss the Mask Madara. Uchiha Shino seems to be very nerdy, and she doesn't mind the other party staying in range shinobi village like this. The rent is 10,002 for a month. Well, it doesn't seem to be expensive. After all, the ninja's ordinary D-level missions are between 5,000 and 50,000, but the shop I rented is really not big. Chiyu finally knows why this is the biggest rich woman in Shinobi. Think about it. Range Shinobi Village is so big, the place is still rich. Gee, this is a good rent collection. However, the money still needs to be given. With permission from the boss, Mr. Baihu, and the messenger of the god of Range Shinobi Village, Chiyu is the regular store in the regular. After sending away his boss, Chiyu jian a few shadow clones, and then began to get busy. Chiyu opened his shop in the afternoon to midnight. After all, there were very few gentlemen during the day. In the evening, on the corner of the lively Jochong Street, Chiyu's shop opened. There are also many people coming and going, and occasionally a few thick-skinned artists come to watch, and then take away their paper daughter-in-law. But most of them took a quick glance and left. However, on the first day of the opening, when the door closed at midnight, several batches of guests came one after another. Obito, White Zetsu, who arranged to monitor him in the past, didn't come back. Somewhere in the underground base, Black White Zetsu emerged and spoke to a certain yellow-masked man. Obito frowned when he heard it. Uchiha Itachi could detect the White Zetsu spores placed on him. Uchiha Ishina could detect it, and he could understand it. But White Zetsu, who was watching Uchiha Ishina, didn't come back. Is it because of his special pupil skills? Can he perceive White Zetsu's ability to hide and escape? Obito murmured. Perhaps he has some special perception ability. Black White Zetsu's body on White Zetsu responds. It could also be his sage mode. Obito analyzed. He doesn't know much about Xianshu. Even if Uchiha Madara's opponent Senju Hashirama is a perfect sage mode owner, but he inherited from Uchiha Madara, he doesn't know much about Xianshu. When Uchiha Shina fought with Itachi a few days ago, he would cover his entire body or part of his body with a golden chakra coat, and the insight that White Zetsu could not escape. He didn't know if it was Uchiha Ishina's Mangekyo pupil technique. Now Uchiha Ishina is standing on Nagato's side, and he is very upset. And thinking of the contradiction between the two when they first met, Obito was even more upset. He was acting under the name Uchiha Madara, but he had no deterrent effect at all. Uchiha Itachi is not afraid of him, and Nagato is not like him. Now Uchiha Ishina still scolds him. Obito is uncomfortable. One day, he wants to prove that Uchiha Madara is just a younger brother. However, thinking of Uchiha Ishina, Obito continued to frown, and finally thought about it, or endured it. In the first defeat by 4th Hokage, Obito was not only defeated by Flying Thunder God, but also by Namikaze Minato's super reaction ability and speed, which made his Kimui failed. Hearing the battle between Shina and Itachi about White Zetsu and Kisame, Obito couldn't say that he could succeed in a sneak attack. Moreover, he did not dare to act rashly when he was not completely sure what Uchiha Shina Mangekyo's pupil technique was. Whizzing in the middle of the night, Chiyu happily leaped between the tall buildings, holding a few White Zetsu in his hands and entering his base. These White Zetsu were not afraid of death. After being caught, almost all of them resisted desperately. Chiyu was stunned that he could not get a life. But considering that these guys are not very intelligent, they don't care. Rarely, White Zetsu brought it to the door, and Chiyu accepted it unceremoniously. At this moment, at a high place in range shinobi village, with his lower body in a wooden cart, the skinny red-haired Nagato sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth. In the night ring, he knew Chiyu's actions through the Yuhu Zazai technique. He didn't expect this Uchiha Shina to clearly perceive White Zetsu and capture it. Even he could only rely on Rinnegan to be on guard at close range. If those guys escaped or merged into the building, his Rain Tiger Free technique would not be able to detect it. The purpose of recruiting Uchiha Shina at the moment seems to exceed expectations. Although White Zetsu is an important source of spying intelligence for Akatsuki, the problem is beyond his control. Now that they are deflated, Nagato sighs. Master Baihu, what is this thing? The next day, facing Conan who came to his base, Chiyu called. Although her name is Conan, she obviously cannot be called by her own outsider and her subordinates. She can only use the title of her organization in Xiao Xiao. As for calling her an envoy or something, it is still avoided. How did you kill it? Although Conan asked coldly, he already knew the whole story from Nagato. Like Nagato, she knew that Uchiha Shina could easily kill White Zetsu, and she suddenly sighed. White Zetsu's mayfly technique and bartering changes are simply unreasonable. If it weren't for Nagato Rinnegan's greatness, she would really not dare to cooperate with them. I picked it up nearby last night. The vitality is huge. It's a strange creature. Is it something that we organized? Can you divide a few lives for me to study and study? Chiyu asked. This is our Akatsuki organization that specializes in lurking and scouting intelligence. You are not allowed to hunt and kill in the future. Conan replied coldly. Although it was nasty, what should be said was that White Zetsu still needed the ability to spy on intelligence. I remember that our organization has no organizational will to organize laws, doctrines, or something. Does it need to keep these guys around me and watch me? Chiyu spread his hands and said helplessly. If they don't affect you, you can't hunt and kill. Chiyu understood the subtext by himself. After Conan told him, he left. Boss, let's fight for life or death with 2 sets. 200 tails, Sheng Hui. I want a set of watch pools to suck. I want a set of machine 2B. Boss, has Mrs. Gui Wu Mian updated? After the hustle and bustle of the wine shop, there were countless gentlemen in Chiyu's shop. Everyone is no longer being behaved like a few days ago. At this moment, many gentlemen have begun to discuss spiritual food with each other. No more. Do you want the newly painted anthropomorphic department? Chiyu pointed to the new product just released on the wall next to it. Wow, what the hell is it, boss? I don't want to sell if the boss and her Zhu girls fall in love and kill each other. Boss, this mermaid is good. Brother, although the mermaid is good, the cat girl can compete high. The fox and the rabbit are true love. Boss, Mingfeng is simple and keeps the wind going down. In the noisy little shop, Chiyu's shadow clone is busy, and the days are very fulfilling. Chapter 40. Tilda in a dimly lit bedroom. A space Uzumaki appeared. Swipe Lala. As soon as the man with the yellow mask appeared, the chain on his hand was immediately tied to the sleeping person on the bed. In front of time and space ninjutsu. Is it not easy to attack you? Obito hummed inwardly. Although he is not so stingy enough to take a clan member to give up his anger, he also wants to respond to Nagato. I understand what you mean, but it's useless. Don't think he can catch White Zetsu and do whatever he wants. This time I'm warning, and I want to catch White Zetsu in the future, so it's not a warning. Chiyu, who was tied up, woke up and found that he could not move, so he subconsciously drank it. Chong, just as Obito was preparing to make a speech, a golden light swept up, Jianing directly cut Shurna who was bound and lifted by him in half, and the golden sword light swept over him. Behind Jinmong, a man in a golden chakra coat holding a sword rushed from Uchiha Shina who had been chopped in half. The masked man was indifferent. The sword light passed through his body, and his right eye looked coldly at the golden figure that came from the assault and the shadow clone that had just melted the white mist. Hollow's figure, ignoring Uchiha Shina's next few consecutive cuts, Obito also understood that the other party had always been guarded. The bed was shadow clone, and the body was under the bed. Obito was very depressed, knowing that Uchiha Shina could perceive it, So after using Kimui's space-time pupil technique to appear in his room, he attacked as soon as possible. After all, he was worried about being quickly detected by the opponent, so he did not perceive whether the opponent was Shadow Clone. I felt helpless for this person's prudence. I didn't expect that I would not sleep at this time, otherwise I would not be able to maintain Shadow Clone. Of course, having been slapped in the face several times, Obito didn't want to persuade him even if he knew that the other party was not good at each other. Through the gap between Tsunade's attack, he immediately backed away, his hands were sealed, and a huge great fireball spouted out of his mouth. Chiyu didn't persuade him. On the power of fire style, he was worthy of anyone, unless Madara was born again, and he shot the same great fireball. Boom, the base bedroom, which was not big in an instant, exploded directly. Chiyu, who retreated due to the explosion shockwave, immediately turned on Sage Mode. Light blue eyeshadow appeared. His hands were sealed. Facing the heroic Fire Dragon technique attacked by the masked man, he also sealed the spell. Sage Art. Howard Fire Dragon technique. Boom, the same technique, but the result was different. The huge fire dragon spewed by Chiyu directly destroyed and shattered the opponent's fire style during the collision and moved towards the opponent. Chong, Chiyu, wearing a golden chakra coat, ignored the flames of the explosion and slashed directly at the figure in the raging fire with his sword. However, I still found that it was a phantom who had cut it. I don't know if the opponent reacted so quickly, or he has been cautiously driving hollow all the time. Obito turned around and looked at Chiyu in surprise. Seeing Uchiha Ashina in the raging fire, because of a golden chakra coat, he blocked the raging fire, and Obito became solemn. Fake Madara, come and attack me frontally. I really can attack you under your hollow, but you can't use the attack, right? Chiyu said provocatively. Obito was not affected by Uchiha Ashina's provocation. After all, Ashina had also fought him twice. These days are enough for him to think about something. Compared to his former teacher, after only 2 cramped battles, he had insight into the nature of his technique and defeated him with one move. Tsunade's performance was far inferior. Boom, when Chiyu saw the masked male Jin, he kicked the ground abruptly, rushing towards the masked male like a cannonball, and slashed forward with a very fast speed. In an instant, several wood thorns of wood-style cutting technique struck Chiyu, slashing past, and Chiyu's sword wrapped around the golden chakra suddenly pierced into the opponent's body. Civ. However, only the phantom was cut, and the opponent evaded too quickly. Papa click. But there were 2 wooden thorns that Chiyu didn't cut off. They were tightly set on Chiyu's legs, and then the wooden thorns exploded. Chong, as soon as the masked man turned his head, he slashed in front of him. Dumbly, he dodged, and then saw a scene that made his brows constricted. There were a few wooden thorns, and 2 of them were indeed hung on the opponent's feet, but the wooden thorns that exploded did not pierce the opponent's chakra coat. Your pupil technique is very special. The masked man's emotionless voice praised Shun. Do you want to show off your space-time pupil technique in front of me? Chiyu said ironically. Obito did not speak when he heard the words. His time-space pupil technique was indeed his proud capital. Even if it is better than Uchiha Shirsue's distinguished heavenly gods, Obito thinks his Kamui is more valuable. Wood style, Hell Rebellion. The masked male Jin drank gloomily. In an instant, a huge winding giant wood was twisted, with numerous sharp wooden thorns hanging on it. Seeing this, Chiyu made a point with his right foot, and his body quickly leaped back. Facing the approaching huge winding giant wood, he already used a 2-handed sword to dance in front of him tightly. In an instant, the golden sword glow bloomed like electric light, swirling around. Whhhhhhh. But obviously the wood-style hit was too fast, and Yamato was quick, and Chiyu's movements could no longer stop it. But how can people persuade you? Immediately put down the 2-handed sword, and blasted his fist at wood-style with all his strength. Boom, boom, the shock wave of the explosion swept across the square in an instant. Wood-style stopped, and a golden Chiyu was hit several hundred meters away, connecting and destroying several walls. Swish, swish. At this time, the huge movement also attracted a lot of onlookers. Art Duo, Undead Duo, Kisame and Itachi, as well as Konan with a gloomy face in the air and a black and white head in the distance. Chiyu, who was dressed in golden light, was so dazzling that everyone was looking at him. Of course, the art duo and the undead duo also looked at the masked man curiously. They had never seen each other. They glanced at Conan in surprise when they saw the same Akatsuki costume. Obito looked at the huge wound in Chiyu's abdomen and smiled at the corner of his mouth under the mask. Such a heavy weight is enough to stand up for himself. Then, the look under his mask immediately became as horrified as the onlookers on the side. Rao, at their level now, is also shocked looking at Uchiha Ashina in a golden chakra coat. I saw the scary wound of a few tens of centimeters in the abdomen, just under the eyes of everyone. A green light shone, and then quickly recovered. Then Uchiha Ashina's strong 8-pack abdominal muscles returned to their original shape. If it were not for the broken clothes, they would not believe that the other party had just been seriously injured. Is this your pupil technique? Interesting. The masked man's voice. A chakra mode that strengthens combat power, one that strengthens physical fitness and vitality, and as long as it is not fatal, it can quickly recover. Chiyu replied, of course, with a concealed hand. I didn't intend to expose the spatial pupil technique magical action, so I just used the body effect strengthened by Greer's energy to tell the matter. Now Chiyu, who is well integrated with Greer's energy, contains a large amount of Greer's majestic vitality in his body, and he recovers from injuries and fatigue very quickly. Moreover, it is immune to most viruses and strengthens the body's metabolic cells at all times. When everyone heard this, they were also surprised by Uchiha Ashina's ability. Sure enough, he is a reckless man. The abilities given by these two pupil techniques seem to tell this person to go to his heart's content. The already strong fighting will and good physique have now been enhanced to the pinnacle of the ninja world, with chakra mode with enhanced combat power and exaggerated recovery capabilities. This, even Obito at the moment, is a little tired, and it's the most annoying to meet this kind of lunatic. Among them, Obito and Itachi both understand certain truths and are secretly wary of Uchiha Ashina. Because Sharingan is the portrayal eye of the soul, the opening of Mangekyo's pupil ability is almost in accordance with host's will. Uchiha Ashina has this ability, which almost confirms that he is a brash man who is constantly pursuing stronger power. So this kind of thing is the most annoying. Chapter 41. Wood Style? It's amazing. Your Sharingan can switch freely, so you are not of the Senju clan. Your Wood Style secret, I will definitely get it. At this moment, Chiyu stared at the masked man with hot eyes and laughed wildly. Speaking of it, without waiting for the masked man to answer, Chiyu's hands were sealed. Sage art, extinguish the fire. A violent beam of fire spurted out of his mouth for an instant, and when it reached the front of the masked man, it spread for more than 100 meters. Using Sage Mode's perception, Chiyu locked the opponent's position and threw the sword that he had just drawn out one after the other into the flames. Then his hands were sealed. The flame passed over Hollow's Obito, and the swords came one after another. Obito was indifferent. The moment the two swords passed through him, he ignored Uchiha Ashina, who had already been sealed, and quickly became sealed. Boom, song. However, at this moment, Uchiha, who had just passed through the mask of the male shadow with a long sword bang, turned into a golden chakra coat, almost saw the invisible sword shadow passing by. Puff! The masked man who had just reacted was cut in the waist. This is a classic move that Naruto has used against Brother Tuesday. Let's teach Brother Two first. Swish swish. However, behind the masked man who fell on the ground, there was a sudden squirming, launching a few wooden thorns, and Chiyu's defense paused. And the seal of his knot did not stop. Instead, he released the fire style towards Chiyu's shadow clone, and then collided with the fire style released by Chiyu's shadow clone. The dual purpose of Ishin also made the audience sigh. Of course, no one knew that the wooden thorn was the help of White Zetsu Uzumaki Afei in the masked man. And just at this moment, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the masked man who was cut in half, his body was squirming with countless white colloids, and he immediately connected. That's the white weird I caught these days. Are you their boss, or a weird like them? Looking at the masked man who reappeared in front of him using Earth Style, Tulong-in technique, Chiyu pretended to ask without knowing it. The masked man did not answer Chiyu's question. Sharingan in the right eye gave Chiyu a faint look and reached out to touch his abdomen. I have studied that these white monsters have a life energy that is not weaker than mine. It is a pity that they are a bit tyrannical. I can't resolve it. For the sake of the same people, share it with you. I owe you a favor. Chiyu continued, staring at him with hot eyes. Huh, the masked man snorted. The space Uzumaki appeared in his right eye, and then disappeared. Hello? F***K, I'll see you beaten once again in the future. Lousy will catch all the white weirdos nearby. Chiyu shouted angrily when he saw the people running away. Swish, Itachi looked at the gaze cast by Uchiha Shina and immediately ran away. He doesn't have space-time pupil skills, and it would be very annoying to be entangled. Uchiha are all monsters. Kisame, with a shark face, said with a smile, and left instantly. Then the audience left immediately, paying attention only to Conan, who was still gloomy, flying in the air. Although everyone looked indifferent, many stormy waves arose in their hearts. A reckless man showed the ability of a more reckless man, not only the time-space pupil technique, but also with style and strong recovery ability. Remember to lose money. Conan looked at Chiyu gloomily. Oh, why? It's impossible, he did it first. Chiyu finished speaking and immediately turned around and left. It is impossible to lose money. It is impossible in this life. Conan didn't say anything, turned, and flew away. Walking into the place where Nagato was staying, and seeing Nagato's slightly smiling face, Conan also showed her smile. Although the incident happened suddenly, we not only saw the masked man deflated, but also observed the abilities and weaknesses of more masked men. It can be said that the purpose of pulling Uchiha Ishina Jinaki's organization, the effect is perfect and exceeding the standard. In the next period of time, everyone in Akatsuki's organization was horrified again. After that battle, Uchiha Shina asked Conan several times about the masked man. Unfortunately, he didn't see him, saying that the other party was out. Then he asked Conan to help him study White Zetsu, but where is Conan free? Then Uchiha Shina found Sasori, Kakuzu, and others one after another, but no one helped him research. Of course, although Uchiha Shina's research was ignored on the surface, they still paid attention secretly. After all, they were also curious that the masked man was cut in half and could recover immediately. Is it related to this white monster? What style? Is it also related to the white monster? Then they were horrified to find that Uchiha Shina had eaten White Zetsu. That's right, it's just eaten, even in various ways of eating, boiled, roasted, mixed with medicine, and juiced. Anyway, everyone once again alienated Uchiha Ishina, and even Conan hardly appeared in front of Ishina. Every time I met, the eyes of Ishina looked strange. The organization here orders you. You will not be allowed to hunt White Zetsu in the future, nor can you catch it secretly. They are important members of the organization to collect information. Conan exhorted, and then left in a hurry. Recently, I have obviously felt that the intelligence given by Black White Zetsu has declined. Knowing that they are annoyed by Uchiha Ishina's killing of White Zetsu, Conan will stop Uchiha Ishina before the two sides tear their faces. Chiyu didn't actually eat much here, nor was it pervert. After Uncle Snake studied the White Zetsu cells, he transplanted it himself. If one comes into contact with Nagato up close, he might be aware of it. You should know that in the original book, second generation of Impure World Reincarnation, you can easily perceive that Orochimaru is full of Hashirama cells under the reminder of first generation. It is hard to guarantee that Obito, Black Zetsu, Itachi, and Nagato will not find out in the future, so Chiyu used this method to pave the way for future exposure. And White Zetsu is not a human being. It is produced by Hashirama cells and Gedo statue energy, and there is a fragrance of trees. Although the taste was not accustomed to it at first, it was like tea. After the initial stage, it was too far away. Now that the White Zetsu cells transplanted in the body are almost fused, let's take a look at the original White Zetsu. Add more White Zetsu cells, and let yourself fuse more White Zetsu cells. White Zetsu is actually similar to pure energy. Look at Lord Madara and Obito. Use it anytime, anywhere. Boom, perceived by Sage Mode. After discovering that no one was staring at him, Chiyu summoning Katsuyu clone, and then handed it a scroll, which was White Zetsu. I caught a few of them these days, and I didn't eat much, so I sent them all to my daughter-in-law for Orochimaru to do more research. Absolutely. Does that guy really eat? Obito was dumbfounded at the moment. After being shown off by Uchiha Ashina that time, he went out of range shinobi village to let the wind go, and when he came back, he heard such a tragic incident. It seems to be so. Eat after frantic exercise. Black Zetsu from the black-white Zetsu replied. Is he okay? Is that effective? I don't know. It seems that he hasn't looked for white Zetsu recently. Although I can get closer to him than white Zetsu, I can't find out much. Black Zetsu replied that after he approached, he would still be aware of Sage Mode's perception. Black Zetsu was a little discouraged and thought of the fear of being dominated by Uzumaki Mido. That woman has a sense of good and evil. As long as he gets closer, he will be discovered. So absolutely, can we still win over this person? I don't know. He doesn't seem to know other interests besides being warlike. But if you draw him in, it is estimated that Nagato Konan will quickly arouse conflicts between you and him. Obito nodded after listening, and thought it would be the case. The other party drew Uchiha Ashina to organize, obviously to involve himself and Itachi. However, as long as he doesn't affect us catching the tail beast, then just ignore him for the time being. How is Nagato's progress? The Gedo statue hasn't fully awakened yet, and it can't be activated. It may take a few years before the Gedo statue uses the magic Dragon 9 seals. Is that so? Let's investigate the situation of the tail beasts and recover the empty ring taken by Orochimaru. Obito left after speaking. The guy Orochimaru failed to attack Itachi and took away the empty ring. With one ring missing, the Gedo statue's speed at absorbing the tail beast would be much slower. Chapter 42. Somewhere in Rain Shinobi Village, under the tall tower, Chiyu stepped into this place for the first time, feeling a little excited. I begged Konan for a long time, and he also got a chance to participate in Akatsuki's organization meeting. In a gloomy hall, Chiyu followed Konan in, and currently there were only two of them. Chiyu looked left and right curiously, and then was a little disappointed, because Chiyu did not see the Gedo statue at the place of this meeting. After all, that was also one of the purposes of entering the Akatsuki organization. Chiyu is still thinking about how to cut a piece of the Gedo statue's body and get some energy from the Gedo statue. After a while, I saw Kakuzu and Haiden coming in, and Haiden kept complaining to Kaku, the honest person. Yo, can the non-staff members come to the meeting too? Kakuzu said strangely. Chiyu didn't pay attention to him, so the brains were fighting for life and death in one breath. Instead, his eyes gleamed, and he walked to Haiden. Hey, Duan sang, I heard that you are immortal. It's amazing, can you teach me? Huh. Seeing Chiyu approaching, Haiden took a step back subconsciously. Duan sang, can you get me some blood and some flesh? Give you some papers. Go, don't even think about it. Haiden was immediately shocked. He doesn't understand paper people or something, but this ruthless man who ate white Zetsu now knows his immortality. Seeing Uchiha Ashina, who was drooling and licking his mouth and leaning up with a smile, looked like the second Orochimaru alive, Haiden retreated again and again in fright. Oh, Duan sang, how about you accept me as a little brother? Abandon Kakuzu in the future, team up with me. I want to believe in Cthulhu's sauce. Chiyu said sincerely to Haiden that he wanted to study what the evil spirit was. Then he stared at Kakuzu with murderous intent, as if thinking about stab him, and then it was like being with Haiden. Try it. Kakuzu said coldly, facing Chiyu's gaze. Go away, stay away from me. Cthulhu doesn't want you. And it's Cthulhu, not Cthulhu's sauce. Haiden looked at Chiyu vigilantly, retreated behind Kakuzu, and yelled at Chiyu. Yo, that idiot Haiden still has someone who wants to join his Cthulhu? That's too far from the art of explosion, huh? At this moment a ridiculous word came, and Deidara and Sasori came in. Huh? Little Huangmao, what are you talking about? Do you want to be sacrificed by me to Lord Cthulhu? Two people with brain problems immediately began to talk to each other. At this time Itachi and Kisame also came in. Chiyu sighed completely, thinking that the members of the organization were doing tasks outside. When using the magic lantern technique in a meeting, Tiandao Pain would definitely stand on the finger of the Gedo statue, and he would have the opportunity to spy on the Gedo statue. What a pity. After everyone arrived, a man with short yellow hair, a cold expression, and short black nails in his nose and ears appeared. Chiyu looked at him and sighed secretly. After Yahiko died that year, Nagato made him the heavenly Tao Pain, allowing him to continue to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization and execute all plans. But the things made by Yin and Yang escape are very annihilating. During the Fourth World War, even the infinitely restored and pure world reincarnation body could be destroyed by Yin and Yang. Looking at Yahiko, who is full of Yin and Yang escape short nails, this may have affected Nagato's use of the wheel-revolving heaven technique to revive him. Otherwise, Rinnegan Zabito alone can resurrect Uchiha Madara, who has been dead for decades, but not Nagato double Rinnegan, and Yahiko can't be resurrected. Tilda, as Tiandao Pain appeared, a cluster of Nepenthes on the ground nearby emerged from the ground, and the black-white Zetsu appeared. Huh, Chiyu said when he saw this. He thought that after Pain appeared, no one else came. You came out later than Pain. Isn't this obviously not giving the boss face? The boss can bear it, I can't bear it. Chom, unexpectedly, Chiyu picked up his sword and slashed at the black-white Zetsu. Puff, ka, sala. In an instant the figure passed, a white arm flew down, and several giant trees suddenly emerged from the ground to attack Chiyu. Stop! Things happened like lightning, and at the same time Conan's gloomy rebuke came, and the vast power of Heavenly Path Pin immediately exploded. Black-white Zetsu concealed into the ground. Chiyu quickly retracted the broken arm and stopped after evading the wood-style attack. A member of his organization dared to be a step slower than the leader. Doesn't he look down on the leader? You must teach it a lesson with the majesty of the leader. Seeing everyone staring at them, Heavenly Way Pain and Conan were dangerous. Waiting for explanation, Chiyu immediately opened his mouth and came, very sincere. Of course, everyone ignored his nonsense. Seeing his eyes shining towards the black-white Zetsu, they knew what he was thinking. But everyone hangs up high because it doesn't matter. Nagato Conan hears this explanation, and it's hard to continue. And at this moment, it's not good for the black-white Zetsu who is on the ground to be wary of Chiyu. White Zetsu looked at the severed arm. Although he could recover, he deceived people too much. And Black Zetsu is even more speechless, because it seems that Uchiha Ishina looks at his gaze more hotly than White Zetsu. Think of White Zetsu eaten by Uchiha Ishina, and Black Zetsu imagine Uchiha Ishina's drooling at herself, and it is also a chill. Fortunately, both of them are veteran actors who have been lingering for thousands of years. At this moment, Chiyu looked at Black Zetsu's scorching eyes without half-acting. After all, he was the independent will of Otsutsuki Kaguya to separate. With super concealment ability and vitality, even Sage of Six Paths can't detect his existence. If you can get some of his physique, maybe you can study Otsutsuki Kaguya in disguise. Of course, Chiyu is still very happy after receiving an arm of the White Zetsu body. This is also one of the goals of the Lai Shao organization. Nowadays, most of White Zetsu are made by Uchiha Madara and Obito, using the energy of Hashirama cells and Geto statue. Only White Zetsu and Uzumaki Ife are the biological weapons that Otsutsuki Kaguya used thousands of years ago to display infinite Tsukuyomi. Their essence is much higher than that of ordinary White Zetsu, and the research value is naturally much better than the previous White Zetsu. The members of the Zhongxiao organization also stared at the black-white Zetsu in surprise. They did not expect that this member of unknown strength, who often appeared in the image of scouting, actually possessed wood-style ninjutsu. Reminiscing about the wood style used by the masked man and the colloid on the body like White Zetsu, I also think about it. Although most of them here are special existences, except for the heart, Sasori is now a puppet, Kakazu 5 hearts and 5 lives, hide an immortal body, Kisame is as vast as a tailed beast chakra, etc. But it does not mean that everyone is not looking forward to wood style. After all, it is a legend. If you can have the opportunity of wood style, few people can resist this temptation. After the incident, Pain began a meeting. This meeting was not a task, but to change some of the rules of Akatsuki's organization, because the situation in the ninja world had faintly changed. The Akatsuki organization seems to have been targeted, and now it is likely to encounter a lot of danger. Therefore, when going out in the future, try to be as low-key as possible, and don't expose the base of Akatsuki and the damage of some members. The reason was that the incident of having 3 Mangekyo Sharingan in Akatsuki's organization spread out and caused some commotion. Moreover, Kirigakure has shaken out the things that have been manipulated by Mangekyo Sharingan over the years, which really made Nagato and Obito unexpected. Unexpectedly, the village, which has always been conservative, would ignore their own face. Although I don't know if more information of Akatsuki's organization has been leaked, there are indeed many shinobu villages who are investigating Akatsuki's organization. Nagato used to want to make Akatsuki's name and then grab more missions. But now that the scandal has been raised and may face the situation of being besieged by all parties in the ninja world, Nagato feels that he still bears it. The masked man has been misfortune. Kirigakure has been involved in the Nine Tails chaos in Konoha over the past few years. It would be really not a good situation if he was besieged before he was ready. The Tail Beast capture plan has not yet started. Chapter 43. At the end of the meeting, only Deidara expressed displeasure. He also wants to be famous in the ninja world and let his explosion-style art bloom everywhere. Then he blamed everything on Orochimaru and asked Sasori to take him to fight snakes. Most people in Akatsuki's organization also believe that Orochimaru first played Rinnegan's idea and applied to join after he failed to win. Then he stared at Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, was killed, and left Akatsuki's organization. Then he stared at Uchiha Shina's Mangekyo without success. It is estimated that he knew that his strength could not deal with the Fu Shao organization, so he revealed the information of Shao organization. At this moment, Nagato and the masked man have already begun to discuss the establishment of a branch base, just in case Range Shinobi Village is found to face the result of a siege. After going back to open the shop, Chiyu also knew why. My daughter-in-law is not slow, and it seems that Terumi May has been persuaded. Chiyu was also curious. What kind of confidence did the daughter-in-law give Terumi May so that she dared to speak out about Kirigakure's embarrassment? You know, in the original work, it was not until the Five Shadows Conference 1989 that Kirigakure was suspected by Reikage to be the Akatsuki base before Terumi May had to tell the truth. Indeed, one of the 5 great ninja villages has been manipulated by others for more than 10 years. Tangtang Mizukage has even become a puppet, initiating the brutal annihilation of the ninja and stepping into a chaotic blood fog policy, resulting in a large number of power losses. Great shame. In fact, Tsunade also spent a lot of saliva here to convince Terumi May. In Chiyu's memory, he saw everything clearly. He also guessed Kirigakure's thoughts and saw their plight. Tsunade took Mithriya to talk to Terumi May several times. Finally, through the analysis of God's perspective and the explanation of interests, he was successful. First, I told Terumi May that there was an organization with 3 Mangekyo, who might have been the murderer of Kirigakure. Don't tell me. Terumi may just throw the pot over. In addition, 4th Mizukage was once controlled by Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kirigakure's terrifying history in the blood mist was thrown to the dead Yagura and Akatsuki, in order to divert the water country's suspicion and fear of Kirigakure. Then Terumi May quickly took the position, Tsunade urged very quickly, making Terumi May and Mithriya confused. In fact, Tsunade knew that Terumi May's ability was very strong. Chiyu knew in his memory that as soon as Terumi May took office in the future, he would encounter the 4th World War of Ninja World. After the war, Kirigakure, which was in decline, developed into the most beautiful and prosperous place in just over 10 years under her reform and opening up. Look at Konoha and Tsunade. During the blog post, Kirigakure was really not as good as Kirigakure. So Tsunade hopes that this capable woman will explode her light in advance. Chiyu also knows that her daughter-in-law's obsession is more than that. She seems to be deliberately creating a woman's idea of changing the world. Therefore, the current partners, Mithriya, Queen Lulan, Queen of Snow Country, and Terumi May, are even going to take over Konoha's existence. And she also summarized Luasha's daughter and Inoki's granddaughter as training targets. Inoki's granddaughter, Black Soil, was originally about to take over Tsuchikage. As for Luasha's daughter, although she was not a Fengyin in the original book, she was given to Gaara, but Tsunade believes that the location of Fengyin is more suitable for Temari than Gaara. F***K. When the time comes to the 5 major villages of the ninja world, the 4 shadows will be women. Wrong. Chiyu woke up immediately. In the future, Terumi May and Black Earth have no targets. Can they really not be found? Now I go to the Shao organization to think about the bunch of soft girls around my daughter-in-law. Although the daughter-in-law is very mature physically and mentally, she can only cry with tears and believe that she will not mess around. But the daughter-in-law is so manly, under the attack of those soft girls. Can she really be able to withstand the temptation? Look at the previous Mithriya, and Sarah and others' worship of their daughter-in-law. I'm too careless. And the solidified thinking thinks that Hokage's fetters are all strange brothers and younger brothers, male and female. But it does not mean that the young ladies are conservative in their thinking. Itachi mistaken me, Sasuke Naruto mistaken me, Indra Ashura mistaken me. A group of 7 ninja swords who are accustomed to bringing little boys, Brother Gong and Brother Chien, AB Brother and Noble Group. The Konoha triangle bond system that promotes the will of fire. Isn't this taking oneself into the ditch? Chi-Yu has a sad face. Maybe this is the first time he has been away from his wife. Is there a mental problem? Maybe I think too much. I guess so. Is that this? The source body of all white Zetsu. Lulan was in a secret basement. Orochimaru looked at the scroll handed by Tsunade, opened a white arm inside, licked his mouth with his long tongue, and stared with hot eyes. Kabuto next to him also looked expectantly, and learned Orochimaru's tongue and licked his mouth. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then stared at Orochimaru with stern eyes and smashed his head with a punch. Put out your tongue again in disgust. My old lady will pull your tongue out. Tsunade threatened, and left with an angrily grunt. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his forehead until the teacher was away. Although he respects Orochimaru a lot these days, after all, he is knowledgeable and capable, but he dare not listen to what Tsunade said. Master Tsunade, I want to ask you a favor. After visiting the cross-border railways that are being tried out in the northwestern countries, and then visiting the huge factory area near Lulan, Terumi may seem to have made up some determination and found Tsunade. What's the matter? Tell me, please. Master Tsunade, I would like to invite you and Her Majesty, Queen Koyuki, and Queen Sarah to accompany me to meet the name of the country of water. Terumi May took a deep breath and said, Kirigakure has been in chaos for many years. Daimyo in the water country has long distrusted ninjas and cut contact with Kirigakure. To restore the relationship with Daimyo in the water country and gain his trust and support, Terumi May had to ask these people to come forward. That's okay. Stop by to talk about aviation cooperation with Daimyo in the country of water. Tsunade nodded and agreed. Although Chi-Yu once told her, it is difficult to have peace with the two jade wonderful system of one country and one village. A mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. For the continuation of the village, it needs war. And every daimyo has a unified heart. The state is dignified and the military and government are separated. The daimyo can't interfere with the country's armed forces. What is this? Although Tsunade knows all the truth, besides Shinobu village was created by her grandfather, there is also this era. She still has no way to change. Now she can only take advantage of the trend and plan things slowly for the future. As for the promotion of aviation, she was disappointed, and Tsunade once again complained about her husband. Because even the helicopter can't be studied now, we can only improve the airship technology of Snow Country, and then start the initial development of aviation. However, she also began to inquire about Shinnong's materials, and was ready to learn about their aircraft technology in the empty country. And Terumi May's request was supported by Mithriya Sarah and Fenghua Xiaoxue, and even invited Xia Xing, the village head of Xingren village. For more than a year, dozens of small countries in the northwest of Ninja World have begun to develop rapidly under the convenient transportation of railways. At this time, the people in the Ninja World realized what traffic is. Traffic has brought convenience to communication, and the increase in the flow of people has brought about the development of commerce, which has led to the development of a series of manufacturing and production industries. The commercial market with huge potential has attracted countless merchants, and the small countries in the northwest that were originally deserted for a time are immediately rejuvenated. The tourism and film and television entertainment industries created by Snow Country are even more eye-catching changes. I have to feel that I have been the Queen of Stars, and my brain is really extraordinary. Following Tsunade's proposal and the practice of the Snow Country and Ghost Country, with the help of railway transportation, A development zone with a convenient location will be established in the country to gather population and carry out the development trend of large-scale urbanization of population gathering. More importantly, as the traffic boosted the economy and production, the few bandits and gangsters, etc., began to behave well. On the one hand, I can't afford to provoke big bosses, and on the other hand, there are more decent positions, right? Isn't it just to make ends meet? Those who can see it clearly and analyze it well will immediately respond to their own policies and begin to throw an olive branch on the transportation industry. Nowadays, ministers of many countries have begun to come to Lulan to look for Tsunade and the others. Naturally, all ninja villages have begun to move. Ugh. Faced with this situation, Tsunade also sighed. When daimyo and shinobu were separated, one could see the contradiction. If one day, ninja village develops diversifiedly and gets rid of the economic constraints of the daimyo, what will be the consequences? It looks like it's almost back to Konoha, Tsunade whispered. Although she has indeed begun to change the world now, she has also seen more problems in this world. Chapter 44. In this way, Chi Yuan stayed steadily in Rain Shinobi Village for several months, begging Conan many times to take him to a meeting, and finally saw the ghetto statue twice. Although it looked like a stone statue now, it was a little horrified to see the 10 eyes of the crippled man, even if they were closed. Chi Rain Shinobi had the urge to raise a knife for slicing research. During the period, Chi Yu cautiously guarded against Obito's sneak attack. That guy not only had the bug of Kim Yui, but also had the Earth Style and Earth Dragon hidden technique, like White Zetsu Mayfly technique. It was just out of Chi Yu's expectation. It seemed that Brother 2 was quite big and didn't come to trouble him anymore. If the guess is good, Brother 2 should be very busy during this period, and there is nothing to do anyway. And when I was young, my predecessor didn't have any intersection with Obito. I don't understand. Now that Chi Yu is in Rain Shinobi Village, he no longer opens a store. During this time, his Uchiha Shina's reputation is very popular. Several bosses in Rain Shinobi Village come to him for cooperation. Chi Yu took advantage of the situation and refused to give Conan a chance to squeeze the wool. He withdrew from the store and cooperated with the owners of these merchants. Give them the painted books and cooperate with them. It even caused a wave of trends. Secretly, many art creators appeared, with a lot of flowers blooming posture. Chi Yu is also involved in more paintings. Anyway, in his previous life, he was informed and well-informed, and he still leads the way. I was warned by the girl Conan only once, because Chi Yu drew a lot of troubles. Chi Yu secretly pouted. You are a real paper man. Are you not a fake angel? It's just that Chi Yu shut up very wisely and stopped. If you don't paint an angel, don't paint it. Thinking about her status as an angel, it is estimated that Nagato arranged for her. After all, in Nagato's eyes, Conan is an angel. In order not to suffer from Shenluo Tianzhong and planetary devastation, Chi Yu felt that he should be more careful, and it would be good to draw more and more simple styles. Master Baihu, what can I do? Chi Yu asked when he came to Conan. After receiving a message from Conan's Feiha, he was called by his boss for the first time, and Chi Yu was also curious about what was going on. A group of interesting people came in the village, and they seemed to be inquiring about Mangekyo. You should come here, Conan said. Chi Yu was speechless at once. Who? Are you so courageous? Even if you don't know Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique that covers the entire Rain Shinobi village, think about it carefully. Do you dare to provoke Mangekyo? But thinking about the fact that the other party can find Rain Shinobi village, it's amazing. Who has this ability? You know, in the original book, Akatsuki caught all the tail beasts except 8 tails 9 tails. Jiraiya found the nest here. Before that, the Rain Country and Rain Shinobi village in the center of the dignified ninja world. No one noticed that they had changed for more than 10 years, thinking that Hanzo of the Salamander was still there, alive or dead. Chi was also interested and asked, we need to know their real purpose and the forces behind him, or the reason that pushed him to find here. Understand, isn't this just for living? Then Chi used it as a bait and wandered around in the outskirts of Rain Shinobi village. Conan, a woman, values Rain Shinobi village's property very much and is worried about spreading to the village, even the construction. Huh? By Luhu. Seeing the 4 people who suddenly surrounded him, Chi easily avoided their attack, stepped back and froze for a while. Because the one in the lead is a short stature and a very beautiful-looking white-skinned hair that humbles, of course, if he doesn't untie the bandage around his mouth. Do you know me? The sneak attack failed. Baliohu was very solemn, and then took the call. Nonsense. Konoha village's betrayal. The Konoha guards back then are naturally indispensable for your information. TSK. Studying forbidden technique. You can escape under Sanin's roundup. Are you a related party? I heard that you and Sanin has been a friend since childhood. With a playful tone, Chiyu revealed a trace of envy. This is the wage earner that the daughter-in-law is looking at. In terms of words and actions, they must be promoted intentionally or unintentionally. Bailuhu was annoyed at first when he heard the words. Am I the kind of person who relies on relationships? Then flashed a little bit of nostalgic remembrance. Think about the scene where he fled at the beginning. Although he made a good escape, if Sanin really hunts down, can he run? Could it be that they Sanjin released the water? In fact, Chiyu didn't know whether his daughter-in-law had released the water back then. In her daughter-in-law's memory, when third generation gave them this task, they didn't believe it until the laboratory of Bailuhu. Chiyu felt that Uncle Snake might not try their best. Jiraiya and Tsunade might really not be able to catch up with Bailu, but Uncle Snake can definitely catch up with Bailu. At that time, Bailu's strength was mediocre, so I thought about studying biology to deprive the bloodline boundary to increase his strength. Uncle Snake is an escape expert, so he doesn't know how to hunt down the defecting ninja, Bailu. Humph, your eyes, I'll take it. Baliohu didn't talk much, and coldly stated his purpose directly. Although he has been living in Mount Sumeru in the Jinluan Mountains on the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Land for many years, he occasionally inquires about external information. After all, he studies the Ghost Bud Luo technique to deprive others of the bloodline boundary, so he has to explore those rare ones. Bloodline boundaries. When I went to the Land of the Earth to inquire about Steel Dun, I heard the information circulating in the ninja world that Akatsuki has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Where can I bear it for a while? Others don't know Akatsuki's organization, but he knows some by accident. He lives on the border of the country of rain, and the 3 modified summoning beast men often move around nearby and go to the country of rain and grass to buy some needed items. I found members of Akatsuki wearing red clouds and black robes a few times, and probably analyzed their routes of entry and exit several times, and the directions were all budding rain shinobi village, so he quietly ran in to inquire. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to find. In the triple-double Mangekyo, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Ashina are both named and surnamed. No one knows about it in Rain Shinobi Village, but after asking about Uchiha Ashina a few times, I got something. The person who was inquired also stuffed a few pieces of art paper with him with a weird smile, and Baliohu was dumbfounded. After inquiring all the way, it was easy to find that someone saw Uchiha Ashina and pointed him the direction. As soon as I chased it, I also found Uchiha Shina in the suburbs, and Bailu felt that God had helped me. Mangekyo Sharingan, Baliohu is very greedy. His generation lives under the legend of Sharingan. Although at that time, the Uchiha clan did not have Mangekyo Sharingan, but he still occupies the name of the No. 1 ninja in the ninja world, and he has experienced the Second World War and the early days of the Third World War, but he has seen the power of Sharingan. So he even covets Kakashi's Sharingan. He didn't dare to offend the Uchiha clan, so he had to bully Kakashi, who had just received Sharingan's gift from his companion before his death. But Kakashi is only one-eyed, not Mangekyo, so he naturally has to venture over to find it. As his most valued and favorite Sharingan, even if the Akatsuki organization has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, he has to risk it. After more than 10 breaths, 3 humanoid summoning beasts that died tragically lay on the ground, all in a mess. Baliohu, who was lying in a pit of several tens of meters, was slowly submerged by the current, showing horror. Chiyu on the side shook his head. In the animation, when Bailu called out, the protagonist group slammed and beat, and Konoha Elite Umbu said that every second is just a second. But that was the one who used the Ghost Yaluo technique to combine Dark Style, Gang Dun, Lawn Dun, and Swift Style. At that time, Chiyu might take it seriously. But as soon as he fought, he discovered that he hadn't merged anything, even his 3 transformed humanoid summoning beasts. This is an elite jonin, What courage do you have to catch Mangekyo? You have been living for too long, and you have lost your judgment? Or is the modified body giving him confidence? Duh. Chapter 45. Master Baihu. This is a researcher. I'm going to accept him. Chiyu said to Conan next to him. From Bailuhu. After knowing his identity and how to find range shinobi village, Conan thought about it and agreed to Chiyu's request. Chiyu cruelly killed several modified summoning beasts in this deep house in Bailuhu and also left him behind to beat him up. This is not a good master. After the training is completed, it will be sent to the wife. And he was not as cautious as he was originally. He in the animation, anyway, did not get into trouble until he was about to succeed in the end. However, this person is also a pitted person. Since I've been watching Sannin's back and couldn't catch up since I was young, Ishin wanted to become stronger and get other people's approval. Later, when it was about to succeed, there was a big scene in which 5 phantom projections of several hundred meters in size declared war in each village. And obviously you can use the flying summoning beast to pick up the controlled Kakashi. You have to let the family come by yourself, delaying so much time. And then the final step is destroyed by Naruto at the critical moment. As long as his mind was a little normal at the time, he would have succeeded long ago. Now that you are so weak, you are still here to deliver food. You have to catch Mangekyo. It's okay to merge the boundaries of bloodline first. Beiliohu, who was detained at the base by himself, was frustrated and unwilling. Looking at his hateful eyes, Chiyu smiled. Sure enough, it's a person who can survive through relationships. Even with this strength, I want to hit Mangekyo Sharingan's idea. Chiyu mocked him mercilessly. Let Bailuhu listen with anger. However, if you do me a favor, I can consider spare your life. Chiyu continued. But Bailuhu actually didn't take this set, but Chiyu didn't care. There were more ways to deal with scientific madmen. Push. With that, Chiyu threw a white humanoid monster on the test bench in front of him. This is an organism made by first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, but it can use with style. Are you interested in studying it? If you can find useful things, such as transplanting first-generation cells without side effects, your life will be good. Ns. After Chiyu finished speaking, Beiliohu was immediately shocked. His eyes revealed 3-point expectation and 7-point suspicion. After all, it is a Hashirama cell. How could it be here? As a research madman who coveted Sharingan, how could he forget the Hashirama cell? It's just powerless. Seeing his expression, Chiyu knew it, without restricting him, and then left his base. Orochimaru engaged in research and turned himself into White Snake Sage. Beiliohu can transform the biological body and integrate and deprive the bloodline boundary. In some respects, he is no worse than Orochimaru, but Chiyu is looking forward to him. Ghost Yayuo technique? Deprive the bloodline boundary? Cut, but there are some thoughts. Jinlun Mountain, Shumi Mountain, Mask Obito, and Ju arrived here, scouting the ancient castle here. Hayahu sneaked into Rain Shinobi village and wanted to capture Mangekyo. He also knew about it and smiled disdainfully. Of course, it is better to come over and check the situation with extreme caution to avoid being humbled by other people or forces behind it. Then I found the old castle where Bailuhu had been staying and also found a lot of research on Bailuhu. Uchiha Obito is quite disdainful of the forbidden technique that deprives the bloodline boundary. After all, he is planning to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, so naturally he doesn't like this kind of thing. Obito, what do you think of building this place as a base? Black Setsu said, this is a good idea, and we have a new companion here too. It's a coincidence that he is also engaged in research. If you want to come to the research, maybe he will be interested. Obito smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and said, he was also quite surprised when he thought of the new companion. Yes, but Obito, he is too weak. Remember to avoid the madman Uchiha Ishina from staring at him. Black Zetsu responded calmly and reminded Obito. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, feeling that many things are getting more and more fun. Today we welcome a new companion to join Akatsuki, Mangekyo Sharingan's Uchiha letter. Akatsuki organized a meeting and looked at a Mangekyo Sharingan bald black robe man with gray skin and a combination of triangle and round eyes. The group of people meeting to greet the new members was stunned. Conan introduced. His expression was very cold. After all, it was the person who was stuffed in by the masked Madara, or the person who was obviously on the side of the masked Madara, Conan naturally did not like it. Then the other members looked at Uchiha letter in surprise, then looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shina. Chi-Yu always looked at Uchiha's letter in surprise. The man who turned on Mangekyo Sharingan was still an extremely rare spatio-temporal pupil technique and successfully escaped from Orochimaru. Now he still looks normal, without multiple Sharingan transplanted on his body. It's just, this ultimate Voldemort didn't come out to make trouble until the blogger passed it on. Why should I join the Shao organization now? Although he knows that he is a person who admires Akatsuki extremely, there is still. Also, watching Uchiha Shin's gaze staring at Uchiha Itachi was very hot, and there was an unabashed admiration, and everyone was even more confused in an instant. Itachi glanced in surprise at this person who had Mangekyo, but had never seen him before, looked at Uchiha Ishina, and found that Ishina was also surprised, which made him even more puzzled. Uchiha Xian looked at the people of Akatsuki and the cold Uchiha Itachi in front of him, and instantly felt a feeling of rebirth, and happiness grew in his heart. He used to be Orochimaru's experimental body, and was toyed with by Orochimaru in various ways. Sharingan transplanted his arm, and was cut off entirely. During those terrible days, it was all tears. Later, it was learned that Orochimaru had entered the Akatsuki organization, and it was instantly seconded by Uchiha Itachi. Since then, Akatsuki and Uchiha Itachi have left a sacred place in their faith. Good things are in pairs. Just saw Orochimaru, who hated and feared, was hung and beaten. He immediately activated Mangekyo, a space-time pupil technique that connects new spaces and the ability to manipulate any rune items he carved. Without even thinking about it, he immediately ran to the world without Orochimaru. He didn't even dare to seek revenge on Orochimaru, and took his clone to prepare for a new life. These days, in order to develop a new world, he will often quietly come to the ninja world. Daily necessities need to be purchased, and experimental equipment also needs to be purchased. Then I came out some time ago and heard that the Shao organization had 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, Uchiha believed that he had found a relative, and he was very longing for the Shao organization. So he has been inquiring about Akatsuki's information in various black markets. After being spotted by White Zetsu, Obito Kazue approached him. Seeing Madara, the mask of the same time-space pupil technique, and hearing the noble ideals of the mask Madara, Uchiha Xian felt that his dream had been sublimated, and immediately said that he would take me to fly. After a brief exchange at the meeting, Shin Uchiha became an absolute partner. As for why they were not assigned to Chi-Yu's group, Obito and Ju were afraid that such a loyal letter would be miserable by Uchiha Shina. For Mangekyo, in Chi-Yu's base, he was studying White Zetsu's humble status and turned his head back to make sure that he heard him wrong. Hasn't Uchiha been annihilated? Where are so many Mangekyo Sharingan? In the past few days, he tried several sneak attacks on Uchiha Shina and escaped from range Shinobi village. After in vain, he had to obediently and carefully study this Hashirama cell product. I heard that he is also a researcher, but it is a pity that the organization does not assign him to me. Otherwise you will be accompanied. Bailiohu stopped his hand movements and looked at Chi-Yu's expression. It seemed to be true. He also sluggish for a while. Chi-Yu also thought about it, feeling that things are getting more and more fun, and then find a time, summoning Katsuyu avatars, give the news to the daughter-in-law. See what the daughter-in-law and Uncle Snake think about. Chapter 46. Hihi interesting. For Mangekyo. Orochimaru smiled inly, and couldn't help licking his mouth again. Tsunade squeezed his fists beside him, and Kabuto honestly continued the experiment in his hands. Didn't you say that you got Uchiha's letter? Why did you get to the Akatsuki organization? Tsunade yelled fiercely. Like Chi-Yu, she always thought Uchiha letter was a bullshit, and she just waited for Orochimaru to figure it out. Without knowing that such a thing would happen, the other party unexpectedly ran to Akatsuki's organization. Not only that, Lianbei Lu called this guy for Mangekyo, and he actually got into the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade covered his head. Why didn't he find that Bailiohu had the ability to detect this? Seeing Chi-Yu's complaints, the guy entered range Shinobi village without using the Ghost Bud Luo technique to fuse the bloodline boundaries. Who gave him the courage? Leon. Could it be that he hadn't seen Mangekyo before, so he didn't know how good Mangekyo was? Fortunately, Chi-Yu stabilized Bei Liuhu, and Shao organization didn't care about his intentions. I heard that he was considered a taller Bei Liuhu back then. Now he has transformed his body and became a beautiful little boy. Tsunade remembered Chi-Yu's memory. When Bei Liu breathed out, he was indeed a little boy with perfect appearance. Of course, if the bandage on his mouth was not removed. Tsunade, like Chi-Yu, has always believed that Bei Liuhu has good knowledge in the study of human body modification, so he is scheduled to train workers. And here, Orochimaru doesn't care about Tsunade's words. Isn't Orochimaru not greedy for Uchiha's Mangekyo? Chi-Yu also gave him information before. Uchiha believes that Mangekyo pupil technique has time-space pupil technique. What can he do with Orochimaru? Of course, for Orochimaru, as long as Uchiha Shin appears, whether he is an Akatsuki or not, his chance of coveting Uchiha Shin Mangekyo is even greater. What Chi-Yu's Mangekyo, what Itachi's Mangekyo, Orochimaru still thinks Uchiha's Mangekyo is the most fragrant. The pupil technique of time and space, plus the pupil technique of manipulating objects at will, it is simply a match for him, Voldemort and scientific madman. It's just that during the next communication, Orochimaru was stunned by Tsunade's plan. She didn't expect her to be so crazy. Yo, brother Exion, I'm sure now. I'm here as a guest. At Uchiha Exion's base, Chi-Yu took the little boy next to him and went to his door. After Uchiha Exion came to Akatsuki to make his debut, it was like Chi-Yu. Because there was no ring, he could only be an intern and a non-staff. So there are few appearances, and often not at the base of Rain Shinobi Village. During this period of time, Bailuhu was very upset when he learned that the organization had given all his property in Mount Sumeru to Uchiha. But as a prisoner, he didn't dare to say anything, so he had to beg for a few times here. So Chi-Yu took him to visit and prepared to retrieve some important experimental equipment from Uchiha letter. It's a pity that I haven't been home for several visits, and it's only blocked now. What are you doing here? Unexpectedly, Uchiha believed his gaze at Chi-Yu a little colder. Before coming to the Akatsuki organization, he yearned for Akatsuki, worshipped Itachi, and looked forward to meeting them with Mangekyo. But after coming in, facing some of the situations mentioned by the boss of Madara, his attitude towards Uchiha Shina was a little worse. As Mangekyo Sharingan, this guy didn't follow Madara's boss, but he shot Madara's old Yamato Itachi. He was a brash man. He also eats white zetsu raw, which is too low for him as a researcher. Uchiha Shina's image is disillusioned in his mind. Black Zetsu-san, this guy didn't come to Uchiha Shin to fight, right? Shall we call Kisame and Itachi? Black White Zetsu here, looking at Uchiha Ishina from a distance, asked White Zetsu on the left. Black Zetsu still didn't speak, and was quite cold. Uchiha Shina was warned several times, and he would not mess around. What Black Zetsu worries about is that Shina knows that Uchiha is a master of personal research. He will entangle others. However, the development of the situation was beyond expectation. When Bei Liuhu and Uchiha Shingang met, they reprimanded each other, and they were enemies. The two looked at each other with disdain, but after a while, they met each other. Uchiha believed that the masked Madara had told him, so there was no trouble. After all, Uchiha Ishina was someone who even dared to kill Itachi and Madara. Uchiha believed that he was not so arrogant to ignore Ishina. So after a few words with Beilu, he gave Beilu some of his original equipment. But after seeing part of Uchiha Letter's experiment by chance, Bei Liuhu pointed and despised it, clamoring, and the two got together. Bailuhu studies the transformation of the human body. Uchiha Exion inherited part of the cloning technology from Orochimaru. That's why the B************** D looked at Mung Beans and looked at each other. Uchiha Shin is now joining the coveted Akatsuki organization and working with idol Uchiha Itachi. He is appreciated by Madara, and he is much more cheerful and confident. Bei Liuhu has now accepted the fate of being a prisoner, and he has seen quite a bit of it. Under these evil conditions, the two unexpectedly speculated, except that Bei Liuhu occasionally observed Chi-Yu's expression. Uchiha Exion was completely immersed in the exchange. Chi-Yu yawned, a little confused, but it didn't prevent him from happily accepting his opinion. Bei Liuhu should learn more about each other's knowledge. Anyway, it was his wife's. Uchiha believes that it is not simple. After leaving Orochimaru, he is unique in cloning technology, and is a man who can clone Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that so? A few days later, Obito went home, again, and heard the report from Ju. Now Uchiha Shin and Bailu, the two researchers, are deeply attracted to each other, and they want Tintin to work together. Uchiha Shina was watching them communicate and research, and even gave them white Zetsu for research. Obito, do you need to take the opportunity to bypass Nagato and win over Uchiha Shina? Asked White Zetsu, the left half of Ju. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu know that Uchiha Shina, who can limit the existence of White Zetsu, may influence their plans at a critical moment in the future. It's impossible for this person to keep him on Nagato's side, either to win over or get rid of it. Although he is not in a hurry, he can't do it without countermeasures. Leave it as it is, he can turn the sky upside down. Obito said lightly and left. Although Obito is idle, he has a deep thought. Nagato can use Uchiha Ashina to restrict Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Doesn't Obito want to use Ashina to restrict Black Zetsu and them? As for the grievances with Shina, Obito didn't pay much attention to it. Ishin wanted to be the person who created the new world at 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Who cares about these little grudges? Didn't Shirna say that he is not worthy of Madara's name? When Lousy becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, let him see what Madara is, and then send him a shot of infinite Tsukuyami in his shocking eyes. Wouldn't it be more relief? Just grab 3 tails, and let us Mangekyo go there. Is the 3 tails row that big? Would you give Mangekyo some dignity? I won't go. A few days later, Xiao organized a meeting and saw the task arranged by Tiandao Pain. Chiyu was immediately confused. No, Yagura was burned by Itachi Amaterasu. It has only been more than 2 years since 3 Tails was resurrected so quickly. Could it be that Yagura released 3 Tails before he died? Think about him as the perfect Jinchuriki. He should have a good relationship with Isoji, but it is possible. It's just that, arrange for Itachi and Shin to catch 3 Tails together. If you want to come, Obito will follow it secretly, right? Nowadays, there is a rumor that Akatsuki has organized 3 Mangekyos in the ninja world. With Uchiha's letter exposed, there are 4. What does Nagato arrange like this? What does it mean? Chapter 47. Itachi was still expressionless when he heard the words. Uchiha was faintly excited. After all, he was able to work with Itachi. Moreover, Itachi and Shina have some reputations in the ninja world, and he also wants to be popular with Uchiha letter. Chiyu retorted speechlessly, while the others hung up on their own. This task is very difficult, not only to capture the tail beast, but also to guard against other forces. According to White Zetsu's information, Sararin, Kirigakure, Konoha village have all secretly participated, and we may be the last to participate. Chiyu was stunned when he heard the words. What's this? In the original work, 3 Tails, which was cleaned up only 6 years later, ended the short-lived freedom so early? About 3 Tails, the first thing to know should be Uncle Snake, then Uncle Snake. Hiss, thinking of this, Chiyu paused, and immediately guessed who was behind this. It must be the woman who opened up the perspective of God, but which one of his own daughter-in-law was acting? Are there so many forces? Then the 3 of us, no, 4 of us are not enough to see. Is it possible that one will deal with 3 Tails, one will deal with Kirigakure, one will deal with Kornin, and the other will deal with Konoha? Aside from other things, is Konoha underestimated? Although we are strong and reckless, we should also be self-aware. Chiyu continued to wind up. It's just that everyone secretly glanced at him. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization is strong, but there seems to be only one, right? Kirigakure and Sorinin don't need to worry. Konoha is only a small part of the team. Before Akatsuki had leaked some information, they all knew Mangekyo and Akatsuki. There are many forces to face this time, and some information will be exposed, so you have to be executed by Mangekyo who have been exposed to prevent other members of the organization from being exposed. Tiandao Pain continued to say indifferently. Of course, his purpose is more than that, fighting against the mask Madara. Since you now have 3 Mangekyo on the Madara side of your mask, arrange for you to go there, and let the ninja world focus on these Mangekyo. Moreover, Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique is too weird. Uchiha Shin's pupil technique Nagato doesn't know, and he has no information about Itachi's pupil technique. Although the Masked Man and Uchiha Shina showed some, they may not be complete. Arranging to catch Three Tails in this way not only exposes the masked Madara and the gang to the ninja world, but also collects their Mangekyo pupil skills behind them, which will kill three birds with one stone. Seeing Tiandao Payin's determination to make such an arrangement, Chiyu muttered a few words and shut up with interest. Then I thought about it. Was it Uncle Snake's work or his wife's work? However, Chiyu guessed that the probability is a daughter-in-law. So what is the purpose of the daughter-in-law? Does she know Akatsuki has intervened? F***K. Lulan, Tsunade is bathing in hot springs with Mithriya, Terumi Mei, Wanaka, Sarah, and other big and small beauties, and summoning Katsuyu often looks at various information. Then when Chiyu saw the secret letter of Uchiha characters that Chiyu gave her through Katsuyu's avatar, he directly exploded, making a group of beauties, big and small, startled. Tsunade no longer enjoyed this beautiful blessing, and immediately said something was going on, got off the shore and got dressed and left. Akatsuki is involved. Orochimaru responded to Tsunade's words while continuing to observe through the microscope. Oh, I'm afraid Terumi Mei, and I won't be able to finish it now. Tsunade sighed. A few days ago, Orochimaru blackmailed the location of Three Tails, and Tsunade planned a series of actions. Let Danzo know the location of Three Tails, and then let Shinnong, who has been longing for the power of the tail beast to activate the flying fortress, know that Danzo wants to capture the wild Three Tails. Even to give Shinnong courage, Tsunade even calculated with Ma, and let Shinnong know that he would cooperate with Ma, who also wanted to destroy Konoha. Of course, Tsunade also had the intention of pinching them together. In this way, when Danzo competed with Shinnong and Ma, Tsunade and Terumi Mei came to the end and solved three hidden dangers at once. And Tsunade also coveted Shinnong's family, all chakra flying machines, flying fortresses, and physical activity techniques she needs. The distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's right eye. Tsunade felt that Danzo in the original book was a brain dead, so he would use Admiral, the country of iron, only to elect him as the commander of the coalition army. That distinguished heavenly gods, Tsunade will be of great use. Then Three Tails gave Terumi Mei and the others Kirigakure a big favor, and Terumi Mei can also be more confident to inherit Mizukage. And with the power of Three Tails, Kirigakure will be much more stable, and the chaos will be resolved as soon as possible, and Tsunade will have one more powerful ally. However, all of this has become confusing because of Akatsuki's intervention. Tsunade is very fortunate at this moment, very fortunate to arrange Chiyu to join the Shao organization. Otherwise, if he really does according to the plan, and then faces the Shao organization to kill, what kind of difficult situation will it be? Now Danzo should discover the authenticity of the existence of Three Tails. If he wants to come to Teacher Sarutobi to stop him, he will also go. Shinnong will definitely want to ambush Danzo. You can't stop it anymore. Either just let the incident develop, or efforts to encircle the Shao organization. Jia. Orochimaru grinned grimly. Akatsuki's Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan were very coveted. Roll. Tsunade responded without thinking about it. Tsunade has been restless. Using Sasori's rebelliousness as an excuse, they will definitely send troops. From Terumi Mei, you can tell her to add more troops, as is the teacher. No matter how stable Oyemu is, he will follow. Not only is his apprentice organized in Shao, he will not fall behind to join in the fun of this kind of thing. As for the reckless Reikage, he probably loves to join in the fun more than anyone else. He is indispensable. Orochimaru smiled, still did not remove his eyes from the microscope, but said something thrilling. Tsunade frowned and walked left and right in the laboratory, biting his thumb. She just wants to get rid of a few bugs that have an impact on Konoha. How can this involve the 5 Ninja Village and Akatsuki organization? If you don't interfere, the previous plan will be useless, and you may know that the organization is profitable and Shinnong and Ma and Danzo are intact. But if you intervene, the strength in your hand is not enough to deter the Shao organization. Mithriya is the right card, but if you can't destroy the Shao organization and the opponent plays the Yin, the alliance that you pull up by yourself will be dangerous. Once, as Orochimaru said, all forces in the ninja world are involved, it will inevitably lead to a big battle. War requires no reason, just an excuse. Now Tsunade, who has been baptized, knows too well, not to mention that the shinobi world has been at peace for a long time. Even if the parties are not gunpowder kegs, they are all masters who are not too serious. Now is not the time to collide with Akatsuki, let alone cause a war in the ninja world. From the information Tsunade saw in Chiyu's memory, she knew very well that almost no one could stop Nagato nowadays, unless Uchiha Itachi was persuaded to use a killer weapon to target Nagato's body. Otherwise, if the 5 shadows add up, they are not necessarily Nagato's opponents, and people don't care about the base, and the 5 ninja villages can't care less. If others are not tough and attack one by one, the 5 villages will definitely be over. Why did Nagato decide to capture the 9 tails after Yahiko died? But it happened more than 10 years later, when Konoha was 64 years later, that he immediately broke out and caught 1 tail to 7 tails in one breath. Obviously, they had a lot of opportunities. Tsunade guessed that it might be the cause of the Geto statue, so Nagato waited until the end before breaking out in one breath to avoid being beaten by the ninja world after the initial exposure. I moved my whole body by pulling it, and Tsunade said with emotion, the ninja world has been peaceful for almost 10 years. It is estimated that the villages are replenishing their energy, right? This carelessness will inevitably fall to the point of fighting in the ninja world. Then the Northwest Transportation Alliance that she had just established with great difficulty was soaked up. In the troubled times, these things were like flowers in the mirror, and they broke with the touch. Thinking about the pros and cons, Tsunade felt more helpless. Once the torrent of world events rolled, it would be difficult to stop. Are you afraid that your fuse will be discovered? Orochimaru said, watching Tsunade get up and leave. K. My mother has a way. Tsunade's eyebrows narrowed, but his eyes were determined. Wars originate from excuses and mutual dumping of pots, but if you find a good, just for justice pot for yourself. Chapter 48. The southeast of the country of Tian, the east of the country of fire, and the coastal area at the junction of the country of fire and the country of Yano. Chiyu took a leisurely stroll to pass the time in nearby towns. At this moment, Chiyu sighed with White Zetsu's detective ability. White Zetsu's mayfly technique not only moves very fast underground, but also has a high concealment on trees. If the White Zetsus are attached to flowers, plants, and trees, even Chiyu's sage mode can't perceive them. Just don't know if Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can perceive them. And Chiyu also knows that White Zetsu's ability to barter is so strong that he can transform into Kisame and fool the 2 top players, Raikage and Killer Bee. During the Fourth World War, the original work was even more misfortune for the entire coalition force overnight, and no one could break it. Until the morning, many Nine Tails Gold avatars supported Naruto, distinguishing between good and evil. Now Chiyu and the 4 are spending their time in the town, and at the huge lake near the town, the roots of Danzo and Shinnon and Ma and others are hidden deeper. Chiyu and the others knew all of them one by one. From time to time, a White Zetsu appeared next to Obito to report information. Chiyu sighed secretly, sighing that Obito was pretending to be forced. This guy was absolutely deliberate. In fact, Chiyu guessed right. Obito did not refute Nagato's rude mission request and agreed to lead 3 Mangekyo to do the mission. Even if Black Zetsu didn't remind him, he knew some of Nagato's small nines, but he didn't care. Taking this opportunity, let these 3 people see his way of masking Madara. Besides the root of Konoha, Danzo, he is very interested in that Shinnon and Woma who is alias to Jiangtu. White Zetsu has been inquiring about these days, and already knows the details of Shinnon and Woma, one who wants to revive the empty country and revenge Konoha. The sharp blade of a great name in the land of fire had cut Konoha. Obito suddenly found the world so interesting. And according to White Zetsu's investigation, it was found that Shinnon and their Kongren had a lot of background, but they didn't know whether the monument was a magical thing like the legend. The vast land, the gloomy sky, and the high cliffs of the huge lake, Danzo, with his right eye and right hand wrapped in a bandage, is leaning on a cane to face the breeze. Even closed eyes can't conceal his gloomy temperament. In the lake, under the protection of a group of people, a luminous semicircular enchantment controlled by 4 people moves on the surface of the lake. According to my order, the target has been found, and the enchantment square has turned from detection to bondage. Yes, Enchantment point 4 square ceiling formation. Binding. Times 4 immediately. At the top of the semicircle of the mysterious light-emitting enchantment controlled by the 4 people, the shining character, Explore, on it became the character, Binding. With the massive input of chakra by 4 people, the enchantment on the surface of the water remained unchanged, but the enchantment under the surface of the water quickly extended. Master Danzo, the target has been found, and the barrier is now encircling it. Yeah, let's go there together. Danzo opened his eyes and finally smiled. Swish, swish. Then a group of people ran towards the enchantment 4. The enchantment below has surrounded the target, ready to change. Enchantment. Quadruple seal. Blockade. Times 4 hold head high. As the 4 people cast a square seal to surround 3 tails, they immediately used a blockade, spreading the enchantment around 3 tails and immediately surrounded the giant 3 tails. Moreover, the attacked 3 tails immediately roared. Tianzo. Danzo whispered to an Umbu member next to him. This is what he sent to Umbu's wood style Tenzo a few years ago with the help of Temptation Kakashi. Although his wood style did not meet Danzo's expectations, it is still possible to limit the weaker tail beast of 3 tails. Nowadays, he still has long hair and fluttering, with a soft face, and his common name is Yamato. Hearing Elder Danzo's words, he entered the enchantment of the group of 4. With the shackles of the barrier, 3 tails struggled madly, and the 4 barrier ninjas were already shaking and sweating profusely. And 3 tails found that the culprit who restrained itself was at the top, and as soon as his natural temper came up, he rushed up. Wood style, the Sea of Trees has a birthday. The angrily 3 tails Ishigami ignored the enchantment energy chains wrapped around him, and his red eyes stared angrily at the person on the surface of the water. When they were about to reach the surface of the water, huge trees appeared and surrounded it instantly. 3 tails Ishida shivered. His red eyes widened, panicked, thinking of the fear of being dominated by that man. Oh dash, the seemingly huge and awkward giant tortoise Gigi, subconsciously, was a retreat and fell down, struggling desperately, wanting to quickly return to the bottom of the lake where he feels safe. But the wood style and enchantment chain that raided it have been dead. Pester it. Trying to flop, the 3 tails and limbs danced violently, and I haven't tried my best for decades. After struggling for a few times, he looked at the bushes that couldn't stop him at all, and the chains of enchantment energy that almost broke free. Isao came back to his senses at this moment, glanced up, and then heaved a sigh of relief. I'll just say, that B************ D died a long time ago. Hold head high. I glanced at it and found that there was no man above him, and no one staring at Mangekyo Sharingan. Iso immediately got up bravely, turned his head and roared and rushed up again. He also saw the girl who uses wood style, an underage girl. Where can you be strong? By the way, the girl who descended from that damn man seems to have a very flat chest. Wood style, tree-bound forever burial. It seemed that Yamato felt the offended, seeing the giant beast that continued to rush up, and the seal was once again a huge tree spread out, and the spreading roots of the beast were bound to the restricted beast. Oh dash, his awkward body was restrained. 3 tails Ishio frantically tossed and struggled, and the 3 huge tails also attacked everywhere. The wood-style boy of damn, it still gives him a lot of pressure. He heard the voice of the other party using wood style just now, but he didn't expect it to be a belt. Enchantment, quadruple seal, blockade. Times foreseeing that 3 tails is about to break free from the barrier, and wood style, how can everyone be indifferent? The set meal has been prepared long ago. Another fresh enchantment was set towards 3 tails. Wow, under the dual suppression of enchantment and wood style, 3 tails began to be overwhelmed. Come on again, and then drag it to the shore. Danzo looked at the 3 tails of the 3 tails turtle-like 3 tails that emerged from the water, gray and red Madara, covered with thorns and 3 tails. In the end, Danzo's roots maintained the blockade of the 3 enchantments and trapped 3 tails, and Yamato tried his best to use wood style suppression and absorption of chakra energy, so that 3 tails couldn't even condense tailed beast bomb. Then he could only struggle all the way and was dragged to the shore. Buzz! At this moment, an abnormal change occurred suddenly, and the buzzing sound like a swarm of bees rang. What sound? A swift approach, different from the sound of birds and bees, made Danzo immediately alert. Shoo, bang, 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 bang. 3 flares were fired in the distant jungle. Enemy attack. Protect Elder Danzo and prepare for battle. One of Danzo's guards drank. In an instant, countless figures flickered. Dozens of ninjas surrounded Danzo. The surrounding jungle figures jumped. Dozens of people scattered all over the jungle, and the battlefield immediately opened. Breaking through the gloomy sky, everyone below looked at the source of the hum in horror and saw 3 groups in the sky, with nearly 100 flying air forces flying in rows. Shoo-hoo! Swish swish. After these air forces approached, they launched from an altitude of more than 100 meters with the kunai launcher in their hands, and kunai poured down like a torrential rain. Boom rumble. And among the countless kunai, there are still many detonating kunai, which immediately exploded on the shore. The ninjas below are not indifferent. Although these enemies are in the air, several powerful ninjas still use the high tree tips in the jungle to use the fire-style wind style with a long attack distance. Boom bang bang. Some careless flying air forces were shot down, and many air forces immediately rose. Kong, Kingdom of the Sky, Shinobu. Danzo spit out viciously. In the green energy pyramid barrier, Yamato opened his with style, a wood ingot wall, revealing Danzo and others. Then Danzo showed disdain on his face, relying purely on the attack of objects. The connection world could not be broken. Where did this Kongrin have the courage? However, Danzo still flashed vigilance in his eyes. How did the other party know that he and others were capturing 3 tails and setting up an attack? Chapter 49. However, things are not over yet. Danzo's formation of ninjas around Danzo did not bring good results. Even if Danzo not only guarded against the air force over their heads, they also guarded against land attacks in advance. But, boom rumble, in an instant, the earth was like a violent earthquake. The place where Danzo and the root tissues were suddenly changed in 2 directions. The earth swelled up and down, and suddenly rushed like waves. In an instant, the gentle jungle was immediately flooded by 2 earth currents that were more than 10 meters high. Nearly 100 ninjas, like a flock of birds falling apart like a tree, are all fleeing in the area of 1,000 meters. Jane used earth flow walls, some retreated to the lake, and some jumped up forcibly, trying to overcome the submerged earth flow. Click, boom, and before Danzo and others have the next step to prepare, the already spectacular scene broke out again. With a cracking sound resounding through the sky, a huge crack in the earth suddenly appeared. From the invisible enemy, a continuously expanding gorge with a width of several tens of meters was directly cracked. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 loud noises again, and 3 huge gorges came from the 2 places where the earth flow originally struck. The ninjas who had been forced to move by the dirt stream before concentrated a little and were swallowed by the huge canyon that suddenly split. What? Help! Most of the ninjas who were too late to react almost all fell into the deep canyon, and the sound of panic calling for help continued. Through the echo of the sound, Danzo and others guessed that the canyon was at least 100 meters deep. Suddenly attacked by a mysterious Earth-style master, Danzo was also very furious. He could only order the nearby ninjas to gather where he was, and try not to have the chance to destroy them one by one. The more important thing is to gather together to better protect the remaining people and the sealed 3 tails. Seeing that there is almost no dust, it has long been completely unrecognizable, fragmented hundreds of meters of jungle. Several huge, deep valleys, like the sky and the earth, were also deeply imprinted on the hearts of all the ninjas present, which was frightening. Faced with the Wagakure in the 3 wars, the fear of being dominated by Earth-style spread again. But now there is no Namikaze Minato to save the field. Master Danzo found 4 enemies, 2 each in the southeast, southwest, and hidden underground. Of course, Danzo is not without capable people. A ninja of the Yamanaka clan with yellow ponytails immediately reported their Yamanaka clan's secret skills and their ability to perceive. Boom rumble, not waiting for Danzo to arrange a battle plan. The ground immediately trembled, and the four huge canyons several hundred meters in length that had just split up suddenly merged in a roar. Damn it! Danzo's eyes were about to split, and with the sudden Earth-style attack, most of the ninjas from the two Earth currents could hide, and most of the ninjas who fell into the depths of the huge gorge were able to survive. But as soon as the gorge merged, the ninjas who fell into the gorge were probably not lucky enough. Buzz! At this time, the flying unit that had just conducted a round of bombing rushed over after going around a semicircle. Wind-style, fire-style ninja come to me. Summoning technique. Danzo shouted immediately. Boom! As Danzo Jian used the summoning technique, a huge dream taper appeared. The orange dream taper was several tens of meters high, with a gray proboscis like an elephant trunk, and its yellow four-legged claws. Roar! As Danzo took a few ninjas to jump on top of Mengma's head, Mengma roared and immediately inhaled. When Danzo and others finished printing, Mengma immediately blew out a blow at the high-altitude flying troops. Hurricane. Wind style, vacuum continuous waves. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Dragon Ball technique. Wind style, continuous wind cutting technique. Cull. With the help of the hurricane of the Mengma, Danzo's ninjutsu gained speed and distance, and directly attacked the flying troops. After dozens of air ninja troops had just been attacked remotely by ninjas, the carbine was raised this time. But the empty ninjas in the front row still looked desperately at the increased ninjutsu, and they came directly at an altitude of 200 to 300 meters. They have good air superiority, but they are not flexible enough. Being trapped in the attack range of these elite ninjas is simply a target. There were several pairs in front of him, and more than 20 people were killed. After that, Kong Rin hurriedly turned around. Damn it! Somewhere in a few miles, Shenong's telescope with white hair and beard saw this scene, and growled unwillingly. If the flying unit flies too high, the bombardment accuracy will drop, but with the quality of a ninja, it can be avoided in advance. Flying low is the result. Boom rumble. Fortunately, the sudden change in the next moment made Shenong's complexion a lot better, and at the same time, a strong vigilance flashed in his eyes. After all, the strength of Hima Jiren exceeded his expectations. Most of the flying units were resolved, but Danzo's situation did not improve. The earth changed again. Countless canyons and huge earth walls appeared, and large areas of terrain suddenly appeared, as if being manipulated by people, undulating in an orderly manner, and the feeling of being played with a chessboard by chess pieces spontaneously emerged in the hearts of all the ninjas. Immediately, the people of Danzo collapsed several hundred meters, and countless terrains around them surrounded them like organs. 4 purple flame formations. Danzo, who cancelled the summoning beast, drank it. Lord Landing, the trap has been laid. Somewhere, a beautiful lady in fashionable dress said to the gray-haired man, holding a tin stick next to her. The woman's black, shiny waist-length straight hair is very supple, and the top is shaped. The slender willow eyebrows, black eyeliner, medium-length eyelashes, pink eyeshadow, and dark gray eyes make the entire eye area very charming, and the purple lip gloss reveals maturity. The shiny earrings are made of deep pink pearls, and they wear a very fashionable pure black neck ring around the neck. Wearing a brightly colored loose robe, the fragrant shoulders at the neckline are half exposed, and the lower sides are bifurcated. This is rare in the ninja world, a very fashionable and beautiful beauty who is unfavorable, and is still a top trap master. Buyuan was talking while gently drawing with a pen on a scroll on the ground. There were complicated patterns on the scroll. No matter every stroke he painted, the earth in the distance would undergo earth-shaking changes. Be cautious. Konoha's ninja is very difficult to deal with, Hema said solemnly. Even if he glanced at the huge fleet quickly approaching at the other end of the giant lake, he did not relax. Just now, they suddenly attacked by air, but near Danzo, Earth-style ninjas and enchantments still made them invincible. Moreover, some ninjas have avoided the Earth-style attack just now and touched where they were. Fortunately, the trap was activated in time and sent them to the underground maze. Divide them, try to attack where they gather, and then wait for the opportunity to separate 3 tails. Yes, Lord Jiangtu. Boom rumble, Danzo and the others, who were trapped in the maze at the moment, had nowhere to go, and they were extremely solemn. Looking at the fickle land that moves around, all kinds of rocks, ground thorns, traps, holes, etc., the ninjas who go out have almost no contact. Fortunately, these attacks did have a lot of scope, but the intensity was average. Relying on the 4 purple flame formations to prop up a space, the opponent couldn't break it at all. Huh, is this the only level? Yamato. Yes, Lord Danzo. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yamato immediately closed the seal. Wood style, the Sea of Trees has a birthday. Several giant trees grew and broke straight toward the soil above their heads. Following the lift of wood style, everyone also left the maze. TSK Tusk, it's more exciting than expected. Chiyu Tusk said to the 4 Mangekyo who were peering at the side. It is true that the other 3 are more compelling than one, and they are panicked. Of course, the Hama 4 are worthy of the scene, worthy of the only team in the original book that attacked Konoha from the Konoha Gate, and even Konoha almost finished playing. But now the battlefield situation is more fun. Although the 4 men and Ma are all on the scene, there is no way to get the 4 purple flame formations. Danzo and the others are not easy to go out easily, lest they are suppressed by the unscientific earth style. In the wide lake, several huge odd-shaped warships approached, and half of the flying troops left in the air began to circle again. Madara-sama. The fog of shinobi in the east has appeared, and Konoha shinobi from the west has also come. Toolman White Zetsu appeared again. Huh, barely lively. Obito, who wears an orange one-eyed mask, snorted very forcefully. Duh. Chapter 50. Swish Swish. Shoo-hoo. The fleet and flying units approaching Sora Shinobi intensively fired at the Konoha Shinobi's 4 purple flame formations. Boom rumble. Suddenly the artillery roared, and gunpowder was everywhere. But the sad thing is that the lavender 4-walled enchantment in the gunpowder is still as solid as a rock, even if the Air Force is bombarded from above. These shells and detonating talisman still can't break even Yamato's wood style. Then Ma became melancholy, and Shinnon was unwilling to do so. The fleet sailing towards Danzo and others in the lake also stopped immediately, not daring to go any further. Damn it, it's a pity that the technique hasn't been perfected yet. Hama groaned unwillingly. The Earth-style reincarnation technique and Earth-style creation and the soil of the dead that he is studying are not yet perfect. Master Jiangtu, do you want to use this? Fuyuan next to the horse asked if he took out a scroll. No. After thinking about it with Ma Ningmei for a while, he denied the use of enchantment gate sealing technique 8 gate closed. This time, I felt that Shinnong's Air Force could help him better destroy Konoha, and secondly, someone wanted to win Shinnon. With the help of Koronori's technology, it may be possible to open up a direction against the ninja and the ninja village. The 3 tragic wars in the ninja world that have spread to the world over the past few decades are due to the pattern of the ninja world and the existence of the ninja village system. A mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Only by clarifying who is the only jade in a country can the country be more cohesive. A person whose status is equal to that of a daimyo only has the same position as the daimyo, and then only knows to ask for money, and also controls the direction of a country's war, which is very absurd. Ninja Village keeps talking about protecting the country and protecting the civilians. In the end, the whole country of fire is still rampant with bandits and wandering ninjas everywhere. Where is their so-called peace? But every war is made by a ninja. Looking at the current situation, Hama is once again very solemn, removing the malignant tumor of the country of fire, and a long way to go. When will Deming be the real master of the entire country? He and Ma waited quietly to see if Shinnon still has a backup. As for the use of the unfavorable forbidden technique enchantment gate shielding technique the closure of the 8 gate, it may be possible to trap these Konoha shinobi, but they did not kill them. S method. And Shinnon is even more embarrassed here. He currently has the Air Force and fleet. If these don't work, he can't help it. After all, he can't activate the big killer of Wangdo. Is that enough? Then what are you waiting for? Danzo looked at the disappeared enemy and laughed. Immediately Danzo let the 4 subordinates maintaining the 4 purple flame array open a small mouth and immediately arranged for the subordinates to attack. Obviously, the fleet on the lake can only rely on props, and the strength is not strong. Arrange the ninja of the Aburame clan to pass. Danzo, on the other hand, personally led the team, preparing to meet these 4 Earth-style ninjas who will raid them. After just a series of offense and defense, Danzo and others also roughly analyzed the opponent. The opponent's Earth style is still very arrogant, but the killing ability is average, and it seems that the strength of the 4 is not high. Earth style, proactive change. Earth style, clay mage. Seeing that Danzo and others were about to counterattack, they approached Koma's motionlessness and calmness, and immediately set up an Earth-style attack. Suddenly, the two combined ninjutsu formed a mudrock flow several hundred meters long and more than 10 meters high to the Konoha shinobi. Earth-style wall. As the so-called soldiers came to cover the water and earth, several Konoha shinobi immediately slapped the ground, and several huge earth walls appeared, blocking the opponent's attack. Although they were restricted from moving forward, Danzo was not in a hurry. He was worried that the other party would flee. "I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for?" Danzo is secretly happy. He knew that Sarutobi had arranged for Umbu ninjas to follow their routes. Now they have not shown up, only that they have just moved to the nearby Konoha shinobi residence. "Master Terumi Mei, I have observed that Konoha's ninjas have restrained 3 tails. They are facing off with the enemy, but not far from here in the jungle to the east, a large group of people are coming," said the one-eyed Ching in green suit beside Terumi Mei. Of course, in his concealed right eye, Byakugan was transplanted, which was their Kirigikure trophy during the Ninja World War III. "What's the matter?" Terumi Mei, who was leaping through the deep forest, asked at the front of the team, very calm. "But, adults, please think about it. There are 4 Sharingan ninjas nearby. I am afraid that the 3 Mangekyo Sharingan of Akatsuki are among them. I don't think we should get close now." After confirming the information with Byakugan again, Ching immediately broke into cold sweat. The Mizuna who followed Terumi Mei were shocked when they heard that. They secretly swallowed their saliva and all looked at Terumi Mei. "Aren't we here to find them?" "Humph." Terumi Mei snorted sullenly. "Although the plan with Tsunade was not the case at the beginning, I didn't know that the situation changed later." After discussing with Tsunade, Terumi Mei decided to show up for herself. She wanted to regain Kirigikure's reputation. Of course, she also knew that Mangekyo Sharingan was very tricky. But there is also room for manipulation, isn't it? Let's see if I can become a god in my first acting. This battle is irreversible, even if there is a great risk, but after success, she will be able to reshape Kirigikure's prestige and throw Kirigikure's past mistakes on Akatsuki's organization, and she will reconsolidate Kirigikure's new life. Madara-sama. The Kirigikure ninja arrives. Konoha's support ninja needs a while. Toolman White Zetsu appeared again. "Let's go. It's up to us to do it," Obito said in a low voice after hearing the words, his sullen aura spreading. "Hey, don't we wait for them to end the trouble? Now they will be set on fire." Looking at the masked Madara leading the way to take action, Chiyu asked in surprise, "What does this mean? Is this the Voldemort Obito I know?" Obito ignored Uchiha Ashina's words. He understood the truth, but he was thinking about more things. Nagato wants him to take a few Mangekyo out to endure the firepower of the ninja world. Doesn't he understand? It just counts. Shurna is not on his side now. Itachi and him are just checks and balances with each other. He wants a Uchiha letter to be enough. It seems that Mangekyo Sharingan is under firepower, but what is his business? He was a man behind the scenes, and continued to act in secret behind him. Sooner or later, the firepower would be transferred to Nagato. Obito only cared about 2 things from the beginning to the end: the intelligence of the Nine-Tails beast, and keeping the peace of Nagato from jumping out of the board. "Then I'll find my opponent first, and I'll be mine." Seeing the masked Madara didn't reply, Itachi and Exine followed him. Chiyu said, "The daughter-in-law has been focusing on Shinnong's background for a long time, taking advantage of Shinnong's not strong now. Collect all his information with illusion, and then give him a cremation. The background of Korra no Kuni belongs to the daughter-in-law. No, Itachi is going to deal with Shinnong's team. Shina, you go to Onin." Masked Madara said. Shunai didn't do anything light or heavy. He was worried that Shinnong and Heima would be beaten to death, so that 2 interesting people would be lost. Let Itachi, a water professional, go over. "Huh? Are you serious? That's a Shinobu village. You are avenging private revenge," Chi retorted on the spot. "Itachi, Shina, you act now. When you distract all parties, I and Shin raid Konoha Shinobi and take away 3 tails. After the mask Madara said, he opened the space Uzumaki and disappeared with Shin. The swish, cold ferret jumped directly out of the jungle and ran towards the place where the horse was. Seeing this stall, Chiyu glanced at the silly white Zetsu next to him. He hasn't left yet. After reporting the information and preparing to leave, White Zetsu felt his whole body horrified. Looking back, he saw Chiyu's gaze, and he shivered instantly, remembering the serious warning of the seniors. Just take this as a reward, Chiyu murmured as he put the body of White Zetsu into the scroll. Then White Zetsu from the other marginal OBs instantly escaped from all sides. No one wants to be a cook, even a tool person. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.